Yo, 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 just the 1-2 kid. Just want to do a late night, vampire live just because that's what we do. What's going on, Black and Brown, IBT? What y'all up to, man? What y'all want to kick it about? Where everybody at? Where the team at? Let's get the team together, man. Where the team at? I know it's late night, but shit, I know y'all ain't got nothing going on. The kid don't either, man. So this is what we're doing right now. I mean, we're just gonna chop it up. We can talk boxing, we can talk music, we can talk whatever, man. This is what it's about, man. I just enjoy having fun, man. And it's been a pretty live day, man. We've been seeing, Rig IQ and two hands chopping it up, man. A lot of fun. A rival that had a lot of fun with him last night, man. Do the pull check in the building. What's going on, fellas? What's going on, everybody? I'm gonna be dropping the link real soon. Shit, what's going on? What's going on? Saludos, man. It's what it is. It's early OTK, early for me. You're right. You know what I mean? Pull check was popping. So what's going on, man? Here, let me drop the link, man. Let's just get it chopped up, man. I want to talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. I just wanted to chop it up, man. Cause my homies couldn't hang with the kids, so they fell out. So I got to keep the party going, and I like to do it with the team, man. I like to do it with my internet team. So we can just chop it up about anything. Here it is, boom. Let's get this show on the road. You're more than welcome to hop on. If it does fill up and I don't see you and you sixth in, man, just know that sometimes you can't see that sixth person on the side because it be on the bottom, which means you gotta move the shit around. But I had some fun today, man. I moved. I basically I didn't move, but I made moves to my hometown and hung out with my fam today, man. Last couple of days and just hung out and shit, kicked it. Got to see my moms and my peoples, man. Just laid back and shit. But I had a lot of fun this week, man. Yo, the YouTube community has been extremely, extremely fun, man. I've been hearing everybody roasted on H Funny, Mr. Disowned, and and I've been having fun with the whole team, man. For real, for real. What's going on, bro? So what y'all want to chop it up on, man? Ask the kid a question. I tell you no lies. Self-isolation. We doing our thing like in my household, man. Like it's actually been kind of cool. Like we be going out hiking and stuff, but at the same time, like I don't know, man. I had a lot more time to spend with my family because of what's going on. So what's going on? Carlos, what's popping, man? Uh, we've been getting a lot tighter, man. But I just got so me and the family got so you know just had that cabin fever, man. We had to get out, man, and we had fam like, yo, man, come holler, man. It's always fam, so I had to make moves, man. I brought the laptop so I could go live and shit and kick it because I always, I drink my fam under the table. So, but we gotta celebrate when we get together. So that's what I'm doing, man. I'm celebrating and I'm hanging out. But it is what it is. So I just want to chop it up with y'all, see what's popping. Who's the best boxer in the game today? Mm, that's a good question. That's a good question. You talking resume or eye test? You want to chop it up? You more than welcome to hop on, and we could chop it up, and we can, you know what I'm saying? Make this a little more interesting because that's a good question. Because you could be talking resume, you could be talking eye test, or who you got it in your gut is the most talented out there. Is it the most talented, or who you know what I mean? Who do you know is going to make the Hall of Fame, or who do you think may make the Hall of Fame? That's a blanket question. Um, if you're talking about guys with the best resumes and the most accomplishments, then you gotta have Pacquiao and Canelo in that. You know what I mean? And a few other guys too. So I mean, it, if you're talking about, my favorite fighter today would be a real tight. Uh, it would be a tight race between because there's certain things unproven about him, but that's what makes it exciting, and that would be Bud Crawford and Dimitri Bivol. Those would be my two guys that I think they're my favorite fighters to watch. You know what I mean? Yeah, gut. Yeah, those are the two guys, man. Those are the two guys. Oh, what about you? Who you like? I do know you like Caleb Plant, but I noticed Black and Brown been keeping it 100, man. He had it in his gut to rep some folks, but at the same time he give them the flame just like me, because I was Andre this, but when he was talking certain stuff, I was like no 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 no. And that shit that he said recently, I totally wasn't feeling, man. I couldn't really get on IBFP's live because I was traveling and I didn't want to be chopping in and out. You know what I mean? But I wasn't feeling that shit. Talking about being Andy Ruiz and Andre Ward. Like, first off, why you even call Andre Ward out saying that you could beat him? And Andre Ward is a lot of people give him heat, but that dude's a phenomenal fighter, man. I've been watching him for a while, and I don't think he gets the props he deserves. Uh, I think that dude, even when he throws punches, he's in a defensive stance where he's safe, and you got to give him props for that. Like, the dude, he's next level. He's a thinker in there. You know what I mean? I do understand that when he came back from if for Kovalev, he was a bit rusty, but he still performed well, and he did dominate the Super Six, man. And there were certain people that just didn't even. Who was it? Butte that didn't even enter the Super Six. Like, I really like Andre Ward, man. I think he's one of those guys that will never get the complete recognition that he deserves. I'm an Andre Ward fan. I like Andre Ward, always have. And for someone like Andre to say that he could be the likes of him is, to me, it's like, how could, I mean, it's okay to be confident, but let's not just jump to conclusions and just run our mouths talking about you could beat up on guys like Andy Ruiz, guys that are huge. And if this guy comes in shape and this guy lands a punch on you, you know it's good night. And that goes for anybody at 154 or 160 or maybe 168 for that matter, maybe even 175. So, I mean, to even mention this guy is just ridiculous. That guy's got super quick hands, man, and he's a super big guy. So, I mean, it's possible, but to even mention that shit is like, man, come on, man. It sounds like, I don't know, man, a bit like a clout chase. And I had to flame him for saying that he wouldn't fight in front of a crowd, because I'm like, man, this is the perfect opportunity for you to do. But I don't want to go back through that shit. Perfect opportunity for these guys to do it. But it's not also nice to know that Tio and Lomo might be fighting, because they talking about they doing stuff in Vegas now, and that they open up venues. It's going to be closed, but at the same time, it's like, man, we may see some stuff get done. We may see some fights pop off, and I'm curious to what's going on. And Black and Brown, you gotta tell me how you feeling about Plant right now. Like, you know what I mean? You gotta tell me how you feel about Plant right now. As for Andre, I'm gonna tell you straight up how I feel about Andre. He needs to fight somebody. He needs to fight somebody. It's time to stop bullshitting. If of course he passed the eye test. Me myself, I would like to see him do well. I think some people still are hating on him, and some people ain't hating on him. Uh, me and Unbiased went back and forth about Andre for a long time, and but the one thing I could agree with what he said is, you know, um, if this guy gets in there and he fights at Derevyanchenko, then this conversation's over. And I agree. Like, if he gets in there, then we really don't have nothing to argue about, because this guy's actually getting in there and fighting somebody, uh, on a level who's gonna be willing to fight him. So why not get in there and mix it up with the guy? Why not get in there and mix up with a guy like that to prove yourself? But then you got other guys that say it don't matter who he fights, he don't deserve a shot with anybody. And I mean, that's kind of like low key hating. But you know, it is what it is. I mean, we all entitled to our opinions, and it is what it is. But you know, I literally gotta agree with unbiased on that shit. I have to. I mean, I feel the exact same way. Most of the reasons why I was bigging up Andre about that shit is because nobody else was. And I'm like, this dude can fight. This dude can fight. And you hear a lot of, oh, he's timid, he's timid. And I'm like, nah, this dude mixes it up, man. In very few fights. I mean, you could probably pick one or two where he wasn't super aggressive, but he mixed it up in every one of them fights. And most of the fights that he was in, he did press it, but he just let his foot off the gas. But a lot of guys do that. You got like guys like Keith Thurman who did very well, who pressed on the gas and then turned it off, you know, just let off the gas and didn't go for it no more. I mean, when you can't get certain guys out of there, you ain't gonna get them out of there. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. But let me see what y'all doing on. Oh yeah, Raider. Yeah, dude, yo, I'm gonna tell you what, somebody somebody was saying that Raider was El Jefe, and I love noted. Nah. Raider's his own man. LA's LA, man. And El Jefe was El Jefe. Yeah, man. Just because you know they carry the same accent and might have the same tone, man. Completely different guys, man. Completely different. You know. I like LA. What have you done? I'm known as a Plant fanboy. Who said you was a Plant fanboy? I said I know you like Plant. I said I like the fact that you what you said about him that he need to get in there and mix it up. You know what I mean? I like the energy you keeping it. You keeping the same energy, and that's a good thing. He retired too soon. Who you talking about? Who retired? You talking about Ward? Plant is unproven. Yeah, you know what? And so is Andre. Andre's unproven, man. And that's the thing is like they unproven at this place, and you know, especially Andre, it's a bit late in his career. You know, these guys got to get in there and mix it up like ASAP. You know, they have to. But when if they get opportunities, don't don't dismiss them if they get in with these guys or get these unifications and say, oh yeah, well they don't deserve a shot with any big names because that comes across as a hater. If a guy's a unified two-time champion or a three-time champion and he's unified in the next division that he moved, and there's guys like Canelo who's saying that they want to unify at 160, then why doesn't he deserve a shot? I mean, could Canelo go somewhere else? Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I didn't say that ain't my words that Canelo said he was, you know, go through 160 and do his thing, you know, and unify and take all the belts. You know what I mean? I didn't say that. That was his words. So let's just keep it 100, man. So why would he pass up a fight with a guy who, if he was to get two titles, you know what I mean? I don't get that. I don't get some of them narratives. Those would have to be explained to me. Yeah, you got to show and prove though, man, and you got to prove you deserve it. But if you do prove it, and you see these guys actually pushing to do so, and it does happen, well then what's the issue? You know what I'm saying? What's up, Lisa? Says Andre's definitely beatable. Someone needs to jump in there and put it to him, see if he's the goods. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. You know, we can sit here and we can all just say this guy's this. He has been proven it, like you know, there's certain guys that you know he does have a bit of a rep where certain dudes don't want to fight him. Like he been in there in the amateurs, and these guys really begged him up, talked about how great he was. But as a pro, you know, he is getting older, and is he the same guy? And now as a pro, they reach different levels. So how will he perform against an elite guy? And a Derevyanchenko been in there with a Triple G, so technically Derevyanchenko has a better resume than Andre because he fought a top guy, one of the top guys at 160. So you can arguably say that this guy has got better resume than Andre. Do I think he beats Andre? I think that's a good fight. I think that brings the best out of Andre, but that's just my opinion. But we shall see. But if he gets in there and he does it, I'll root for Andre. And I think Derevyanchenko ain't no joke. I think he's top notch. I think he pulled out that Triple G win. I thought it was a close fight. But because some people say it was a wipeout, but I thought it was a close fight, and I thought Triple G had his moments. But I would take Andre in that fight, and a lot of people ain't gonna agree with me, but it is to be seen. It is to be seen. But he's got to get in there with him, and for that, I'm gonna give him the heat. I give people heat for not trying to fight Bud. So I'm gonna give him heat for not getting in there with guys that he could get in there with. 3 weeks notice, I agree. When they talk about like Charlo and ducking Charlo at 154, it's like, okay, what did Charlo say? What did Charlo say? I didn't say it. What did Charlo say? After that happened, he said, if I was in his shoes and I was the champion, I wouldn't fight me either. He was like, why would I wouldn't want to fight a guy if I was the champ and get less money than him. So, I mean, I didn't say that. Charlo did. And that's a fact. And y'all can look that up. But does that justify it? No. It don't justify it. The fight could have been made, and they both would have made decent money, and it would have been both of their highest paydays, and the fight didn't get made because Andre signed the contract with somebody and then went to court for the shit, and it is what it is. That's what it is. But ever since he's been at 160, he did want Billy Joe. You know what I mean? He did want Billy Joe. Billy Joe didn't want to do nothing. He did he wanted to get in there and mix it up with these guys, and they didn't want to mix it up with him. And nobody wants to get in there with supposedly nobody wants to get in there with Canelo, so why not take an Andre fight? They're both on the same side of the fence. Does he deserve it? I wouldn't say so. But is there anyone else to fight? Why not beat an Andre? If that's what you feel you could do, wouldn't that be an easy win for you? I don't know. He called what's it, Lara boring? Ain't that what Andre called him? He called him boring. But you know what? Canelo called him boring too. And it took a while. It had to take Lara to get in the go into his fight. I mean, go into one of his press conferences to beg for that fight, for that to happen. He kind of got put on the spot, but he did it though. He got in there and he mixed it up with him. So it is what it is. But that's still a fight that could be made. So if he's gonna make a fight, man, why not make that one? If nobody else wants to fight him, that's how I look at it. Why not mix it up? What you guys think about it? This is. Got shout outs out here. I don't think I've ever been on the panel with that guy before. But he cool. Been on the panel with who? Oh, about the dude who said that you was hey, you've been on the panel. You've been on the panel with El Jefe, so I know for a fact that it's you. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Is like, dude was like, yeah, that's the same dude. I'm like, no, it's not, man. No, it's not. Completely different. Two different guys. Two different perspectives. Completely different perspectives. Who's the most underrated champion in your opinion? Off the top, I'm a little bent, so let me think. Most underrated champion. Well, that could be broken down too in a lot of different ways. The most underrated champion, as of right now, you know, I'm not sure. what it do, Lisa? Yeah, that's what I mean. What do you mean by underrated? Define, please. Doesn't get credit they deserve, or people think they weak when they're not. Um, You could say that about a lot of fighters, actually. And I'm not trying to be all around. I'm just saying it's the truth. A lot of fighters don't get a lot of credit, like get credit like fame wise, or get credit like, or just get credit for hardcore fans. You know, it's it. That's why I big up Bud and Bavaz, because you don't hear them. You don't hear their names a lot. Like hardcore fans respect Bavaz, but Bud ain't getting shot, so that's kind of like a fame thing. Um, and those are two fighters that I enjoy watching. Uh, who else is an underrated champion that we could kick it? Please bring it up, and then I could just says Andre Bichel. Yeah, yeah. What's going on, Raider?
What up, OTK? How's it going?
All right, man. Yeah, I had to big you up. I was like, no, that ain't El Jefe.
No, no. What I meant to say is that I never been on the panel with Charles, so he probably didn't know my voice.
Who? Charles D?
Yeah, that's who it was, no?
No,
Oh, was
no,
that
no,
good?
no. Charles D didn't call you. Nah, nah, not on. I think it was on Two Hands. Somebody said it. It wasn't Charles D. It was somebody else.
Oh, are you talking about today's?
Yep, yep.
Oh, that wasn't
Somebody
Charles.
said it.
I thought that was Charles.
Nah, somebody said it, and it was in the chat. They said it in the chat. They didn't say it on the if they did say it on the panel, I didn't hear because I kept going in and
Oh,
out, man. The party
yeah.
was bumping, so I was popping in and out. I tried to get on for a second, but it was them dudes was chopping it up and having a good time. So I was like,
Oh,
it's all right.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Nah, there's
So,
another.
yeah. Go
What do
ahead.
you What do you think, man? Who do you think's now? I guess it says I think. Oh, he's talking about today. Who do you think is like the most underrated champion?
See, it's because that's why I was telling him to define it. What if he goes by somebody not getting enough credit? I think Burchell. I think
Burchell?
Burchell.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
think he's not. He should be like having more limelight because
yeah.
he's a good champion. So
I
I mean,
agree. I agree. I really do. I think there's a lot of champions that don't get the recognition that they really deserve. I mean, as for what they're doing. I mean, you got the two unified champions at 140 that don't get a lot of shine like us. We know who they are, but you know what I mean?
yeah,
But these guys are really trying for greatness. And
yeah,
I don't think, and they're ready to just get in there and unify. But I guess it's because they on the same side of the street, which is which to me is, I mean, it's cool that they are, but that's kind of a bullshit reason for people not to fight. Because I feel like this money can be made, but it's nice. But the fact that they're willing to mix it up, because there are people on the same side of the street that ain't willing to mix it up, and that's a
yeah,
problem. You know what I mean? To me, that's a problem because that's what we want to see. Says Valdez and Purcell. What you think about that, LA?
oh, Burchell, dude, Burchell beats everybody at 130.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, I can't see anybody that at 130. Even though I heard Shakur Stevenson wants to go up to 130, but
Mm-hmm.
I got to see him
You gotta see him,
with
and you gotta see him
at 126.
perform,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I got to see
Because
him at 126.
his amateur career and the guys he fights with, like I see it, he passed the eye test. I think he got what it takes. But man, we gotta gauge him, just like we gotta gauge Ryan. We gotta gauge these guys. Like I think Tio was gonna do fine at 140, but is he? You know what I'm saying? Let's see how he deals with guys his size. What type of power is
Yeah,
he bringing up? I think he's still gonna have pop, but is it gonna be as devastating? You know what I mean?
yeah.
So
See, that's the thing. Like we haven't seen these guys, in with elite guys yet. So I'm always saying, we got to see them first against
mhm.
somebody. That way we can gauge them, And so I remember somebody was talking about Virgil versus Spence. I
uh
mean, I like Virgil, but I
not
have to be
now.
I have to be consistent. I mean, I can't pick
Not
Virgil to
now.
beat
Too
Spence
early.
because
Too
I
early.
mean, yeah. I
It's
haven't
too
seen him
early,
with
man.
anybody yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's too early, man. We got to see these guys mix it up. And you know what? That's what makes these fights so interesting. That we got these hot guys. You know what I mean? That are coming up. That look fantastic. That's what keeps me in the sport is when you got that talent coming up and you're like, I don't know. That keeps you watching. You know what I mean? Because the answers ain't there. If the answers were there 24/7, would you watch it? Because you
Huh.
know what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? It's nice to see, and I like these guys testing themselves. I like when the young guys test themselves, and I like when the veterans say, "Yeah, I'm gonna give this guy a shot." You know what I mean? And we do see it. We do see it here and there when we see champions give young bucks a shot, but sometimes they catch them too green, and sometimes the young guys ain't the same, and sometimes they rise to the occasion. I mean, those are the questions that we like. That's why we watch boxing. That's why we enjoy it. You know what I mean? And that's what I enjoy about it. I enjoy the moments of saying, "Damn, what if?" Or I don't know, how's it gonna go down. I like those, and that's why I'm so hard on Wilder because I'm like, man, I don't want to see a whitewash. I want to see a guy with a shot more than just one puncher's chance, but a guy who's, you know what I mean? I don't like to see whitewashes constantly. I don't like that
Yeah.
shit. I like to say, what if this happens or what if this happens? I like to see him mix it up. I like to see competition because that's what brings out the best in me is, you know what I mean, is to watch competition and watch these guys compete and say this dude don't got a chance and the dude comes and surprises everybody, puts in that work in the gym. And that's what I like. But I also like consistency so that we can gauge guys. And consistency is what shows us that. And I think that these guys have basically just got complacent. A lot of these fighters are extremely complacent. And me myself, I'm a little old school. A lot of people in the chat is old school, and we're not accustomed to that. So it's a new thing to us where we like, a lot of young bucks coming up, and you like, oh, it's the game, and it's just how it is now. And I'm like, technically, it's not the game; it's a new game. But yeah, I don't know. That's a hell of a change. You know what I'm saying? What,
Yeah.
what
And
kind
you
of
know you know how you were saying earlier about like you got fighters on the same street and they can't even make those fights happen.
right?
Fucking we can't even make not even on they're not on the same street. We can't even make those fights happen either. We can't make
Yeah,
any fights happen right now. It's like like I
right.
was looking at some old ass videos from like the 30s and shit where these guys fucking would fight each other like 6 times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yep, yep.
And you
You
got
know,
guys out here that don't even want to fight each other, or not that they don't, but it's just all this marination and promotion companies,
yeah.
networks. It's like it's too
I did
much,
it.
man.
Yeah, I did a video on it. Probably last year where I called it is like too many locked doors. They just bring up these locked
Yeah,
doors, and it's like you literally gotta walk through all these doors, and you need a key for each one of these doors, and everybody got their hand out just to make this fight happen. And it's like we start to lose what boxing is about, and that's like the best fighting the best. And it's like when it starts straying away from that, man, people could lose interest in it, man. You know what I mean? But as for like, we're literally finding interest within ourselves as boxing heads to where we got issues going on between people, content creators, and we got, you know what I mean? Is it this COVID-19 got motherfuckers acting crazy, man? It's bringing the best and the worst out of people, man. And
I
it's
know,
keeping it
man.
interesting. It's keeping it interesting, but at the same time, it's like, man, some of this shit is just flat out crazy. And I'm like, I don't want to get too much in the mix, but my comedic side wants to get so involved. You know what I mean? In my I'm just like, I just want to like just tear shit up, man, and let certain things out that I haven't really let out, man. Where I just want to just tear into this shit. It just, but I'm like, but that ain't what my channel is about. So I don't want to go against my own, you know, my own thing that I'm pushing. But I having fun
Yeah,
with it.
yeah. No, I know what you mean. And, but like to me, it like fucking really like pisses me off that these fools aren't fighting each other. You know what I mean? Like Jamal Charlo. when he was when they were talking about fighting Andrade. I don't remember how long ago they asked him in an interview. He's like, who the hell is Andrade?
Mm-hmm.
Who is he? But then again, I see him in an interview on his next fight, and it's like fucking Brandon Adams.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like
Right.
or Korobov. Like back then where these guys weren't known. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
he they're asked him, oh, well, what do you think about your opponent? Oh, well, what's his name? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
You don't even know his name? Like, come
Yeah.
on, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
you do know. You know. And that's the whole thing.
yeah,
And he said
man. It's
that,
like,
and Andrade even said that shit when he went to, I think it was Jamal's, and Jamel started beefing with him, and he was like, "You know who I am." And then he got to the point where he got tired of them trying to blow him off, and he was like, "You're beneath me." And then when he said, and
uh,
at that point, I felt that way. I felt like they were beneath him at that point, and some people felt like they were bigger names, and I was like, I didn't think so myself, but that's because I was watching them all fight. You know what I mean? And I was following all their careers, and I
yeah,
thought that the Charlos had what it takes. Like, how don't you promote two twins who are champions, and these guys ain't really touched a mill yet?
yeah. Oh, that's what the Daniel Jacobs one.
No, what I mean, no, but honestly, as a promotion, like, you got two twin champions. How can't you sell that to where these guys are huge stars? And I think they're too busy. They're too busy trying to make them stars instead of trying to make them great, where
Yeah,
they become stars. I think people are missing the formula. They're too busy trying to make these guys into superstars. Well, he's a superstar. Oh yeah, that guy's it. Like, I heard certain guys say it, man. Well, that guy's a good fighter, but this dude's a superstar. And it's like, who do he fight? Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? I certainly don't consider a Andre a superstar. Do I consider him a great fighter? No, I don't. Do I consider him a good fighter? But more like in a prospect sense at this age, but a two-time title holder. Like, there's arguments that could go both ways when you think about it. Is he talented? Yes, he's talented. Does he pass the eye test? Yes, but has he fought top-notch competition? Nah, I don't know.
yeah,
Maybe at 154, maybe Vanas, because I'm pretty sure Vanas was undefeated when he fought him, and Vanas arguably beat Charlo. I mean, that was a closer fight than the Andre fight, no?
yeah,
And people they reflect on the fact that he got knocked down, but was that a close fight with Andre? And even Vanas said it himself. He was
yeah,
like,
yeah,
I beat Charlo, but the only guy who beat me was Andre, and he just
yeah.
flat out said it.
And
So
and,
I
and
mean,
uh, I'm not even over here like trying to defend like Andrade or
mhm.
Charlo. It's just that these guys,
Right,
it's like
exactly.
they both need to fight each other, man. Hey, oh, you know what? What I was thinking. I think if Andrade and Charlo fight, it'll be like almost exact same situation as Harrison and Charlo.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like
yeah, yeah.
Harrison fights like Charlo. I mean like Andrade.
Andrade.
You know, they fight kind of similar. You know, that little crafty off
Mm-hmm,
the back foot kind of that
mm-hmm.
they box. And then he could talk shit too. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I was thinking like, oh shit, maybe they can if they were to get it on, man. Man, that'll be sweet, dude.
To me,
And
I think
and
that
they
would
both
be
have
a great
both
fight.
have yeah, and they
Yeah.
both Harrison and fucking Andrade both have are like chinny. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It'll be like kind
Well,
of like the same
I
situation.
ain't never really seen like Andre rocked where he was in a lot of trouble. I've seen him get put on his butt, but I ain't never seen him rocked. And
Yeah,
also, and their styles are a bit different. Are they slick boxers? Yeah, they both slick boxers, but I think Harrison's a little sharper, but I think Andre punches a little harder, and I think Harrison runs out of gas. And I don't think Andre. I think Andre has better stamina. I think Andre has fights longer. He's more of a sniper fighter, and he mixes it up. I think he mixes it up more. Like I know people
Yeah.
say he fights timid, but he don't. He literally, if he's not on the outside, he's on the inside, just mixing it up. And
Yeah.
so I mean, but he don't fight in between, and he's a good
Yeah.
counter puncher. I think uh Harrison and Andre, even though I think that's a decent fight. I mean,
Yeah.
because they could meet, and then I guess that's a fight to gauge. But he could fight Derevyanchenko. Let's see where he go with Derevyanchenko, because that's a test. This is a guy that can turn you, burn you, throws good combinations, is aggressive. That's the fight that he needs to be in, and he's the guy that he should beat to stamp put his stamp on it. And if he was to fight at Charlo, then that would, and I've said it 1,000 times, whether Charlo won or Andre won, that solidifies their shot at Canelo and helps them at the bargaining table with two two titles, because then they can get a couple more mil. You know what I mean? Out
Yeah,
the gate.
that's what I'm saying, man. They need to
Mm.
fight each other, dude. They don't
Right.
realize or they maybe they do, or I mean I don't know. You know what I mean? Like if they were to fight each other, I'm pretty sure Canelo would pick the
Yeah, he
winner. You
would.
know what I mean?
Because if Canelo jumped up to 175 to fight Kovalev, and it was against his promotion's best wishes, both DAZN and Golden Boy, then you know he would fight one of those guys. I think
Hell yeah, he would.
style wise, um, they both kind of fit his style, because you got Charlo, who comes right in, and then you got Andre, who, you know what I mean, sometimes he makes mistakes. He either looks really good during the, like, he'll look good for moments in the fight, and then look, like, I don't know, like there's moments where he's just like, it's like, what is he doing? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You know,
yeah,
and but I think, is that going to bring the best out of him, or is that going to bring the worst out of him? And then
yeah.
if Charlo comes
That's what we
forward,
don't. That's what
yeah,
we don't know because they haven't
right?
fought anybody
Because
yet.
there's no one to gauge exactly,
Yeah,
and it's just like
yeah.
you got to get them in there to mix it up, man. These guys got to get in there and they got to fight, man. They got to fight.
Yeah, I just feel, man, they should have like a playoffs too. Like every sport has like a playoffs, you know. I don't know why
Yeah,
boxing don't have like a
yeah,
playoffs, man. That'll be
right.
fucking badass.
It would, man. And that's the whole thing, is when you do get playoffs and stuff, and you do see guys reach pinnacles. That's like saying two guys make it to the Super Bowl, but one team says, "Well, I'm the champion and I ain't got to fight you."
Right?
You know what I mean? Or I ain't got to play you. It's the dumbest shit in, like, it's so stupid. It's like, we want to see these guys mix it. We want to see these guys get it in. We want to see who the best is. And it's like, man, where the fuck y'all heart at, man? Like, get in there and mix it up. Put some pressure on your promoters and your advisors to make these fights happen. But when you get hit with a pallet full of money, like $7 million in unification, I can't justify that. I can't
Yeah.
justify that, man. It's like, yo, why didn't you get in there with him?
Hey, so what
Like,
happened with that deal? Did they just say no, or is that
there
still
was no
negotiating,
there's
or
no counter offer. They didn't come back with anything. They just moved on. And I'm like, how do
what
you
did
move on away? What are you moving on from? It's like, ain't that what you want? Like,
right?
unification, whether you're a promoter, whether you're a fighter, whether you're a network, isn't that the type of fame you want? And they were even willing to do it
On Matt
on
Fox.
John Fox. Like, yo, give us an offer and we'll match our offer, and we're willing to do it over there. And it's like, nah. And it's like, what the fuck? Then that tells you everything you need to know. This guy don't want to
Yeah.
fight, and that's the one thing I give Andre for. I mean, props for, because he tried unification twice, and he ain't even. I don't even know if he even went after Canelo. He probably figured Canelo got shit lined up. The zone probably told him, well, he gonna end up fighting Triple G. So he was like, well, I got these two titles right here I could go after. He went after Billy Joe. Then Billy Joe cut tuck tail, popped, and then tuck tail went to 168. He said, I'll fight him at 168. He tuck tail, avoided that shit again. They had to offer to Charlo. He didn't want to unify. It's like, what else the fuck? What is he supposed to do? You know, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh, then fight Derevyanchenko. And it's like, okay, yeah, well, he could fight Derevyanchenko, but you gotta give these two guys heat off the bat. you gotta give them heat off the bat because they ruined them fights. And it's like, well, that's just bad luck. That's his promotion team. How is that his promotion team if these two dudes turned it down and one dude popped for fucking steroids? How is that
Yeah.
his fault? Oh, well, it's just the way it is. It's like, nah, you gotta give these guys heat. Then you give Andre the heat. Give them heat, then give him heat. And if you're giving him heat for not fighting nobody after that, yeah, that's fine. But you gotta be on these dudes first because he's at least making an attempt to do so.
So if you're Andrade, like, what do you do?
I fight Derevyanchenko.
I don't think um isn't I heard that what's his name's coach Derenchenko's, who is it,
Yeah,
Rozier?
is it? Yeah, yeah. I think it is.
Rozier,
It is Rozier.
or is it Derek James?
I'm
I don't
pretty
know. It's
sure
one
it
of
was.
them.
Yeah, I know Rozier had him for a while,
Yeah. So
so I don't
I
think
heard
he
that.
left.
I heard that he said that he don't wanna he wouldn't want to fight on Andrade because that's his boy or something like that.
Yeah, but they already made an offer. They made an offer to him, but it was on 3 weeks' notice, I guess. So
Mm.
3 weeks, I'm like, come on, like that's to me, that's 3 weeks. I mean, some guys can do that, but 3 weeks, I think that's a bit short. Like that ain't 2 months. That ain't a month. Like that's not even a month. You know what I'm saying? And I
Yeah.
think one of the reasons why is because I think that Andre, I think he said that he pays for the other guy to get body testing, and this is what I agree with him on: 6 weeks. Anything after 6 weeks, because if you take testing, you can cycle off your shit within 6 weeks.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so if the guys do VADA and it's 6 weeks out, there's a good chance that they could be on steroids. They could be on or enhancing, performance enhancing drugs because you can cycle off for 6 weeks. So it's got to be at least 2 months.
2 months.
Yeah, 2 months or 7 weeks. 7 weeks. It's got to be at least 7 weeks because then it'll show.
So check this out. So if Andrade is he's not gonna get Canelo for sure. I don't think he's
Right.
gonna fight
Yeah.
him.
I don't think he's gonna
Yeah.
get him, but
Yeah.
if he get a unification, that helps him. But yeah, I would say just go for the biggest name you could get.
So he can't get Charlo, right? Because he already
Right,
offered him. And he said no.
right,
So that's 32 off the board. Then you got Triple G. He can't fight Triple G because Triple G said he's gonna fight his mandatory whatever that guy's name is, and then he's gonna fight Canelo. So that's out of the question. So that just
right,
leaves Derenchenko.
right.
So if he can't get
Derevyanchenko.
if he can't get him, what does he do?
Um, you know what? You you just look at it like this. If he can't get him, he could go after
Munguia maybe Munguia
Mungia, uh
or Murata.
Eubank, because it doesn't. For as much as they keep trying to big up Eubank to fight Charlo, you
Charlo.
don't see that getting no closer. And if Charlo gets a pass to fight a Eubank, why can't Andre?
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? So that'll also prove who the haters are because if he goes out and he fights a Eubank and they go, oh, that's a bum. These the same. A lot of them same people will be like, oh yeah, Charlo and Eubank, that's a great fight.
That's
So
a
at
great
least
fight.
he's
Yeah.
trying. Yeah, it's like so that'll tell you right there. You know what I
Yep.
mean? That'll tell you right there who just hates Andre.
So if I was Andrade, I'd just tell fucking the
Those like
zone Eddie Hearn be like, hey man, give me that fucking give me that work with Chris Eubank. Try to give me that deal before Charlo does.
yeah, because I don't think a Rosado, even if he beats Rosado, like they'll be like, oh well, why didn't he fight Rosado? And then if he fights like a Rosado, they'll be like, oh well, Rosado is washed. He stays losing. You know, it'll kind of be like how they talk about him about fighting Martirosyan. You know,
Yeah.
so I say you go after Derevyanchenko, try to get Derevyanchenko. Don't go after I think he was they were talking about him fighting Lane Williams. that ain't a bad fight, but it's not a big name. You know what I'm saying? It's not a big name, and but a Mugia, a Derevyanchenko, they got some backing behind them. And I think the style matchup with Williams would probably be pretty good, but he ain't gonna get no props for it. So a Eubank or a Derevyanchenko are ideal
Yeah, and
because if
that'll
he beats Mungia, they ain't gonna give him no props either.
yeah, that should be the same thing with Charlo too, no? He should fucking fight
Yeah, yeah. Nah, well,
Derenchenko also.
he would that's the thing is Derevyanchenko is ranked number one, and now he talking about moving to 168. So there you go, tells you everything you need to know. And then he's talking about fighting these guys at the super middleweights at 168. But do you think that he fights Caleb Plant? No.
Wait a
Is he gonna fight
second.
David Benavidez? Nope. Maybe Billy
Hold,
Joe.
so wait a minute. So you're saying
Derby,
that Derenchenko is already at number one, or he's
he's
almost
number
number one?
one for the WBC.
Oh heck, no wonder that was moving up, dude.
Yeah, but
I knew
nobody
there was a
talking about
reason.
that. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like you
I
got to pay
knew there
attention
had
to
to
what,
be a reason. That's why
right.
it came out of left field. Like he's like, oh, he's moving 168. What do you mean he's moving to
Yeah,
168?
look,
He hasn't.
Derevyanchenko is ranked number 9 in the WBO. He's ranked number 1 in the WBC.
Oh,
Yup.
that
And
makes
then
sense, dude.
yeah, and Alvarez has and well maybe wait a minute now. What about Murata? Does if he fought Murata, would that even count as a that's another title? But does that title even count? Because don't Canelo Alvarez have the WBA Super?
It counts, but it's not a unified. It won't be a unified.
Yeah, because I know Murata has a title, but it's a regular title, right?
Yes, a baby belt. Yeah,
Yeah, but Eubanks got a bigger name.
yeah.
Uh,
Eubanks got a.
so if he fought a Chris Eubanks and couldn't get a Derevyanchenko, and then he fought Murata, that would make his case a little better. No, if he fought Eubank and then Murata.
Yeah, I think if you found Murata, it would probably have to be in Japan.
But the thing is he's getting older, man. Like that's aging him too, because that's 2 fights in a row, and by the time he gets to, I don't know, I would say go for Derevyanchenko because he is ranked number 9. It don't. If you got to pick a fight, yeah, Derevyanchenko is number 9 in the WBO, but Charlo taking off. He don't want, you know, because
Damn,
Munguia is ranked number 2 in the WBC.
man, that's crazy. I never even looked at that. That's some good shit. OTK. Derenchenko number one in the WBC, and all of a sudden this guy Charlos moving up to 168.
Yeah, yeah. That's a fact. He's moving up to 160. But he's and that's the thing is he's not gonna fight those guys, those big name guys at 168. I don't
Hell
see him.
no.
I don't see him. I think he's just using their names and he gonna bring somebody up, or he just gonna beat up some bum at 168. I don't
I
think
don't
he
even
really.
think I don't even think he's gonna be a top 10 guy at 168.
Yeah, yeah, or it might be, but it might be a low tier guy, a really low tier guy with a like I don't see him even fighting a John Ryder. I don't
Hell
see him
no.
fighting no Danny Jacobs. I don't see him fighting a Lemieux.
Nope.
I don't see him fighting I don't see him fighting
So
he
let's do top five real quick. Not in order, but just top five. You got the four champions. You got Callum
Count
Smith.
Smith,
You
Plant,
got
Saunders,
Plant, Saunders,
Benavidez.
and Benavides, and then we'll throw Danny Jacobs in there.
Okay,
And then you
that's
got like
fair.
you got the lower tier five.
John
Now there's a lot of them.
Ryder.
Ryder, you got
Yep.
Lemieux,
Yep.
Wuskategi's in there.
Hmm.
Who else?
You know who he'll fight?
Who?
I know who he's gonna fight. I already called it. I just thought about it. You know who he's gonna fight?
Who?
Willie Monroe, because Willie Monroe fights at 168 now.
Oh yeah, maybe you're right. If he's fighting at 168, that'll be that. That's gonna be.
Mm.
Yeah, you got that dude.
You know
Fuck,
what?
who else is up there? Yeah, I think I feel like I'm missing some.
Anthony
Oh,
Durrell's
Darrell. Oh,
there.
he ain't gonna fight him.
Caleb Trucks, Truex. I mean, who else? Who else they got?
They got. I feel like we're missing a big name right there. Oh, why?
I don't know if we're missing somebody. You know, the chat's gonna know.
What about Porky Medina? Is he still fighting or no?
Medina, I don't,
Yeah, Porky
I,
Medina. Is he still?
I don't think he's ranked. I'm not sure if he's ranked. Oh, I'd have to check that. Here, let me know what. Let me check this out. Let me see if he's even in there.
Yeah, because I know Benavides fought him, and then who else fought him? Did
And
was
I
it
don't see Medina up there.
no?
They might just pull him in. They got Alfredo Angulo. He's still fighting.
Oh fuck, he's up there.
Yeah. Angulo's
Damn.
fighting at 168. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, that was a fucking old dog, dude.
Yeah, man.
We shouldn't be up there. That fool should not be fighting.
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know who he gonna fight at 168. I just don't want to see no garbage fight. I mean, especially if you're coming up for a champ, you should be trying to get a champion in there.
Yeah, but
You know,
look at the last two fights that Charlo had. Have you seen garbage at 160? Imagine 168.
you know the biggest move that he could make if he went to 168, which would be smart,
Uh-huh.
if it would be to go after Smith,
The
Callum Smith.
Nah, he's not gonna do that. That fool's
Yeah,
he's a big ass 168.
yeah, he's a big 168. He got crazy left hook, but I mean, uh, I mean, if he got a title up there, then it would definitely big him up to get a shot. But I mean, if he ducking a Derevyanchenko, why would he fight a Callum Smith?
Yeah, exactly.
I
But
don't
hey,
know.
how you know what? How does that work though? Like, can he Okay, Callum Smith, he's holding the which belt does he have?
The
The
WBA.
WBA, right?
Yep.
Okay, so can Charlo just straight bypass like the mandatory and fight for the championship?
Charlo, can he bypass it? I mean, if he got, I mean, he got the clout. I mean, if they allow him to, if they sanction him, I guess. I don't. He probably just got to get one win under his belt. But that go to tell you right there, like. And does that mean that Jermel's coming up?
Damn,
Because I
I
know
don't know.
Banana. They basically kind of ducked Jermel.
Will you guys stop it? Jamel Charlo is not moving up to 168. He was just talking shit with David Benavidez. I mean, that's what I'm saying, Jamal. Neither one of them. He's got a ton of work to do at 160. He's not moving up. He's just talking shit to David Benavidez.
Then why don't he just fight Derevyanchenko?
Because he's fighting. I think they're setting up. They had the Eubank fight set up, and then Derevyanchenko was supposed to be after that.
But is he fighting him, or is that just?
I mean, nobody's fighting anybody right now,
right? Obviously, but
I was saying that's what that was supposed to be the progression was Eubank and then Derevyanchenko.
Who would you want to see him fight?
I want to see him fight both of them.
No, I'm saying, who would be the guy at 160 you'd want him to see fight?
Oh, like if I had my druthers, like right now, I want to see him fight Canelo.
Well, besides Canelo, because he's coming back down.
Yeah,
anybody at 160 besides Canelo.
Besides Canelo, Triple G, Andrade. Yeah, then it would be either one. I guess cool. I would take Andrade over. I don't know. It's a toss up. I kind of want to see the Derevyanchenko fight. I'd take the Derevyanchenko fight over the Andrade fight, and then it would be Derevyanchenko and then Andrade.
No, I mean, as long as we're on the same page, we want to see him fight the best. That's what we want.
But I mean, but here's the thing though. The thing about it though, get the smoke is we didn't say that he was jumping up to 168. He said it, so we're just repeating what he said. He the one talking about Benavidez. So
yes, but he was just talking about Benavidez. He wasn't talking about jumping to 168. That's a completely different thing. It's not like Canelo for Kovalev. He's actually not campaigning at 175. We're not talking about let's go fight Bottom Jack or something.
No, he did say he wanted to go to 168. He was in an interview talking to Anthony Terrell, and he said like, "Hey man, what do you think about me going up to 168?" That was his initial question. That it was nothing had nothing to do with Benavidez. Yeah, and then Anthony Terrell said, "Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, you can go up there." He's like, "Oh yeah, all right, man. You guys heard it. I got my blessings." And then he started talking shit about David Benavidez.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was talking about fighting David Benavidez. That entire thing was to fight David Benavidez. David Benavidez is at 168. Not that he's going to campaign at 168. He just wants to fight David Benavidez. Really, I think it's just like PBC, 10% of 10% of teapot, a little bit promotion during the COVID times. But I don't think he has plenty of business at 160. I don't think we're going to see that fight anytime soon. I think it's just blowing smoke.
Okay, cool. So if he does go to 160, and 168, and he does not fight David Benavidez, would you fucking be on his ass or no?
No, I'm not. Like I don't follow Charlo like that. I don't like. I'm not on guys' ass. Like do you hear me on Andrade's ass? No, I'm not. Like guys do what they do. I follow the fights. Like they fight. If they actually have fights that I want to see, then I watch. But I'm not into this whole like if you don't do what I think you should do, then I'm going to start talking shit about you. Like,
no, I'm not saying talking shit. I'm just saying, you know what I mean. Just saying, be like, hey man,
you gotta flame them.
I mean,
that's what we're here for.
For me, it's mostly marketing. Like the only guy I say like fuck you to is really like
Dylan White.
Exactly. That's really the only guy. Because I think this guy's been shoved down my throat, and I just don't. I'm not feeling it.
Who?
Dillian White.
Dillian White got a resume.
It's a phenomenal. Yeah, exactly. But Oscar Rivas and Joseph Parker. What a hell of a resume. Malcolm Tan, Lucas Brown, Robert Hellenius, and getting knocked the fuck out by AJ a gazillion years ago.
He also rocked the fucking AJ.
He did rock him. It was a
good fight. It was an entertaining fight.
But you know what? He's also the only guy to have the dubious honor of being separated from his senses by AJ. Like that dude, like the ref had to save that dude from swallowing his gum shield.
Yeah, he got knocked out. Yep, but
you see nobody else looking like that.
That comes from I don't know. Klitschko was out on his feet.
Yeah, I mean, Klitschko was not really out on his feet. I don't, Klitschko is it was an okay stoppage. I think it was kind of early, but it was an okay stoppage. It was he wasn't out on his feet though.
Really?
It's one of them UK stoppages, but it was good. It was a fair stoppage.
Well, I think that's more of an opinion.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's up to the ref. We all, we say what we say.
I think it's more of your opinion.
No, I mean, there's plenty of people. There's plenty of people who say that was an early stop. Everyone says the Khan was an early stop.
I did. Yeah, that was an early stop.
Well, or just they have different rules for stopping there. I'm not hating on it. It's like I feel like it's a little bit more humane and all that shit. I'm just saying, back in the day they would have let them dudes go. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yeah, you know what I mean. But I'm glad they didn't let Wilder go in his last fight.
But they threw the towel in, so yeah, you gotta respect the towel.
Yeah, you got to. Yeah, but I thought they could have stopped that way sooner.
Yeah, he wasn't really.
I didn't like it. I didn't like that fight at all. That shit was like bothering me.
Yeah, I didn't like the way
cringy and shit.
Yeah, I didn't like the way he was responding to the punches.
Yeah.
But what about if they wouldn't have thrown the towel in and the referee just would have stopped it? You think people would have been like, oh, they stopped it too early?
No, I think because I
think some would too.
Yeah, on the night, I thought the ref actually did stop it. They were saying on the broadcast, they were saying that the ref stopped it, and then the towel came in after. It wasn't until a few days later that I learned that he stopped it because of the towel.
Yeah, that's crazy. He should have stopped it. He should have stopped that shit. That shit was not good, man. I don't like seeing dudes get beat up like that. I'm like,
the only person who was complaining was Wilder. Like, hey, I'm not trying to see a snuff film. I mean, you might want to go out on your shield, but I'm not trying to watch that shit.
Yeah. I didn't want to watch it either. I was like, there's really no chance at this point, and I don't like seeing that shit. But I mean, if he comes back, he does this thing, then God bless him. But I just don't see it. And I think and I still say it, and a lot of people don't agree with me. I think he should take the step aside money. But if AJ wins, does he get a shot at AJ though?
Man, there's so many. There's rematches and mandatory.
Yeah, there's so many variables.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I listen. If I'm that dude, what is he, like 33 going to 34? He's going to be 34 this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Just do it.
You know, as a business move, I would say if Mike is really trying to come back to do an exhibition, I would pull Buster out of retirement and say, "Yo, we got $5 million. You want to fight Mike?" I think everyone will tune in for that rematch. Even though there's old school fighters, it's like, yo, that would make money. And instead of offering a guy like Holyfield, nah.
No, he said
Holyfield might still get him.
Holyfield said that he's gonna come back.
Really?
Yeah. So did James Toney.
Yeah.
He said he's coming back. All these dudes, it's just COVID talk, man.
Yeah, but I just say, hey, if it was to go down, I'd be like, yo, bring Buster out. You know what I mean? For $5 million, he gonna come out. You know what I'm saying? I would. Fuck it, man. I don't give a fuck. I mean, it ain't. Don't get me wrong. He probably completely out of shape, but it ain't like he been taking any punishment. Like I wouldn't want to see Riddick Bowe come back. But
hey, what do you think about what do you think about the people saying that Mike Tyson can beat up Wilder right now?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
He's a gatekeeper. He needs to retire. All that shit. He just lost. He's a polarizing guy, and he lost.
I don't know about that, man. I mean,
I
think
Wilder will probably kill him, dude.
Yo, he'll have a hell of a first, probably. He'll probably
one round.
Not even probably most of the first round. And then he probably be burnt, man. Come on, this dude been sitting back for so long and blazing. You know what I mean? It just I don't think it'll work.
Them lungs are gonna 2 rounds, he's done.
Don't get me wrong, he still got some talent. Like his genetics still say, hey, I knock a dude straight the fuck out, but I just don't. I don't know, man. Nah. This dude's fresh, and he's a lot younger than Mike. And it's too late in the game, man. No way.
Yeah, I have a question with what you guys were talking about earlier. Like, what do you make of the people? Like, what is actually Canelo going to do? What if everybody just keeps saying like no to him? Like, what does that leave him? Does that leave him with like actually negotiating a fair one?
Oh, he can fight an Andre. That's that. I mean, if he's willing to come down to fight a Charlo, then why can't he come down to fight an Andre?
I mean, he was supposed to be fighting Triple G. I thought. I mean, it's still all the same weight class.
Well, Triple G kind of like didn't Triple G kind of like pump fake him and be like, he needs a tune up or some shit.
No, he's gonna fight his mandatory. He's gonna fight his mandatory.
Why?
I don't know. Because that's what he feels. That Jonathan Banks wants him to fight his mandatory. He's gonna fight his mandatory. Don't know.
He been holding out for this fight all this time, and now he ain't doing like that type of shit. And you can say to me, get the smoke. Well, they don't gotta do what we want them to do, and this is just a business decision. Fuck that.
I read an article. I read.
Oh, go ahead.
How is this dude stalling out for this long, and then just to say, "Nah, I don't want to fight." Come on,
man. Fuck that fight. He's pimping his own. He's getting paid to fight bums. Steve Rolls and whoever the hell that mandatory is. He's getting paid. He's old as hell. He's like Kazakhstani Korean, like about to get paid, baby.
Man, I ain't worried about how damn fuck that shit. I ain't they fucking
chalk it up to the game. I'm saying chalk it up to game is what it is. Like you can keep being mad about it, or you can recognize that's what is gonna keep happening because that's what it is.
Ugh, that's disgusting. Where's the balls? What's the
So
cojones?
so let's look at the people.
Stepping between the ropes. That's it.
Let's look at the people that have said no to Canelo so far. Plant, right?
Yeah,
Plant,
screw your fast turnaround.
Smith.
Nah, homie.
Yeah, Smith.
Bring the cash. He said it's not enough money.
Who else? Who else was it?
Billy Joe just self-destructed. He can't take the pressure.
Yeah, that dude. He's all over the place.
Square circle. These gay ass Christmas lights, man. This some bullshit, man. These dudes need to get in there and mix it the fuck up, man. And I'm tired of guys out here justifying these little bullshit gay ass moves.
It's not justified, man. Listen, you just like I'm saying. You can keep being mad, or you can just recognize what it is.
I'll keep being mad, motherfucker.
They're not gonna have me in my emotions. Like, yeah, they're not gonna my emotions. You can only do it so much.
I'm gonna keep being mad. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna talk my talk, man. Listen, you ain't changing me. Fuck that shit.
But Floyd wasn't paying these dudes all that money neither. I thought was giving them rules lower than Canelo's.
We're not their accountants, man. We fight fans. What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know about these guys. I'm pretty sure there's a few guys out there who are very happy with their Floyd paychecks. Their paycheck.
Yeah, but as a fight fan, are you happy?
Like who?
You happy with the
besides Pacquiao?
They making?
Conor
besides
McGregor.
Pacquiao. Well, yeah, that's come on.
Yeah,
Conor McGregor and Pacquiao was like those.
My Don's heavyweight right now. That fool hell happy. That fool he's happy as a ranchero in Argentina.
Yeah, but I don't think he got more. You know what? I gotta look to see how much he got off that.
Yeah, he just said he got a few billion, but that few million made him happy as shit.
Yeah, in Argentina, a few million is like it's a group of money.
I mean, I'm not saying it is what it is. For me, I get it. Like I said, I've been to the amateur fights. I see why these guys are lacing them up. I'm not gonna be like, oh no, fuck that. You just gotta knock your brains out for the fights I want to see, and it's enough money. Like I get it. I want to see the fights, and if they can make them happen, then more is the merrier. I will be the first one, but I can't be mad about these dudes getting paid. I just can't do it because I'm not gonna pay for their bills. I'm just not. So.
Yeah.
Well, if they don't fight each other, I ain't paying for the fights.
Exactly. There it is. Like I watched. It took COVID for me to watch Hogan Charlo. You guys keep asking me about Charlo. Like I don't follow Charlo like that. He doesn't like what? Why would I be all into Charlo? Like 154.
No, you guys a good fight.
So what about Tank?
What about Tank? What about?
Do you watch his fights?
Sure. I mean, I've seen most of them. I mean, like, it's whether or not I watch it on the the night of, or do I watch it the next week, or do I catch it in a couple months, or whatever. Like, like when Tank first started, when the PBC was doing all that Spike TV, like I couldn't tell what network the fights were going to be on, so I missed a bunch of shit. Like I just missed a bunch of guys. Like
they had it on Spike, they had it on CBS.
Yeah. You just couldn't tell where the hell the fights were going to be.
Yeah, they had on FS1. They had them everywhere.
Yeah, so I just got sort of used to seeing these guys fights after the fact. So now on the broadcast, if you're fighting somebody, if I have, I don't mind clearing my schedule and seeing the fight if it's worth it.
Yeah, if it's free, fuck yeah, I'll watch it.
I'm saying, 30 guys.
Yeah, if I gotta pay for it, hell no. I mean, you know what, dude? I like to support boxing. If it's a good fight, I'll pay for it. But
yeah, most definitely.
Fucking Tank Davis, dude. Like if I have to pay for that and he's fighting nobody, hell no, I'll boycott that shit. I'm not gonna fucking pay for shit.
Just the way that boxing is today. There's just only so much I can invest my emotions into, right? Like I can enjoy a good fight. I can enjoy a good shit talk, but the way the game is and the way these guys have to move, they don't really engender a bunch of like sympathy or empathy. So it's just about the quality of fight.
Yeah, you know what would have been dope. I think if like how PBC came in and then the Zone came in. It just made it more difficult to make fights. You know what I mean? There's more platforms, more networks. HBO left. If Showtime is not is gonna leave too. Fuck, man! If everybody would just be on PBC, like, cause it's free, these boxes would get more recognized. Cause on the zone, like, who? If you're not a boxing fan, you're probably not gonna have the zone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't. It's a generational gap, and it's this weird thing. I don't think they quite get it, but the
I
generation that's
like
streaming,
don't
the
get
generation
don't
that's
get
streaming, like to jack shit. Like there's a bunch of kids that get off on not paying for things. So
yeah.
it's just kind of
Don't
like
get me wrong. I love the zone. I mean I like I watch. I'm not. It's not like I'm a favorite towards. Oh, fuck. Huh. Hold on, guys.
Man, I just want to see the best fights, man. I want to see interesting fights. I want to see some 50-50 fights. I want to see some guys scrap it up. Yeah, I want to get my money's worth. That's the fuck I want.
that what I appreciate about UK boxing, like they put a value on parity, right? So even though they might not be the most skilled guys that you've ever seen, at least it's like a 50-50 fight kind of. Like so you get good fights out of these guys. And I'm not mad at that. I'm not also mad at the referee who stops it early for a fighter's safety. I'm not, I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like I was saying, I have the zone. I have fucking ESPN Plus. I'll watch like the Wilder fight. I bought it. I bought that shit too. I got like I'll support it. I bought it. I could
Yeah.
have streamed it, but
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
watched that fight. I watched it again and again. Like it came in handy. Like I like paying for the fight because you can do all kinds of, you can.
yeah, I can record it, rewind it, and all that. But
Yeah. It was fun watching it the night of, drinking and all that stuff. But in order to like really feel what happened, you got to go back and watch.
Yeah.
yeah, that's usually what I do. I'll go the next day and I'll watch it, but with no commentary, and I'm sober, so it'll be a little bit better.
What's one of your favorite fights that you guys watched? And that goes for the chat too. Like, what was one of the fights where you was like, damn, it was crazy. You know what I mean?
Well, like
Like,
of this past 5 years,
no,
past 10 years, or like
anytime.
of all
I
time?
mean, yeah.
Damn.
Like where you were just like, or what was in like the top 5 that you just come off the head and just think of one? One of your
5.
favorite fights. Yeah.
Fuck.
Me myself, I would have to say Trinidad and Hopkins. Man, that was one of my
great fight.
That was to me that it was like everybody wrote Hopkins off in that fight, and I'm like even George Foreman was like calling a different fight the whole fight, and I'm like, do you not see what's happening? Like it was.
I liked fucking Morales versus Pacquiao one. That was a fucking good
that was a good
fight.
one. I mean, Trinidad Vargas is still one of my favorite fights. I really like that fight. That was an excellent
that was a good
fight.
fight.
I love that one.
You know who always went to war? Who was Barrera?
Barrera?
No. It wasn't Barrera and Morales, of course, they were fantastic fights. But the one the ones that's not talked about a lot is Marquez's brother, and he used to fight. He fought that one dude. Didn't they fight like 2 or 3 times?
And Diaz?
Yes.
Yeah. That show was dope.
Joe, those guys.
Yeah, those were fucking
always a toss up. It was like what happened?
It was like the Brandon Rios and what was that other dude's name? Those wars that they had? Alvarado?
Yeah, but I thought they were a little better than that.
No, the other ones were too. Right? The other ones were bad. The Diaz and the Marquez ones, those were fucking good. Hell yeah. Fantastic. Yeah, those were fucking wars.
Yeah, man. So officials said, Cotto and Torres. Oh yeah, that was a fantastic fight, and Torres rocked him.
You know what? Another good ass fight I remember too. Salido versus Juanma Lopez. Oh, that was a fucking
fight. Yeah, that was. Yep. So
they fought twice. I believe. Yeah, that shit was bad.
Morales Barrera won. Castillo Corrales won. Pacquiao Marquez to it. You know what?
Pacquiao Morales won.
Yo, Pacquiao and Marquez. There was never a boring fight out of there. You know, I literally had, and I'm not saying everyone here agree with me, but I really don't care. I had Marquez winning every one of those fights except for the last one. I thought he was losing the fight until the knockout.
I gotta go back and rescore those.
I'm not saying that they weren't close fights, but I have Marquez beating Pacquiao in those fights. It did. I don't know, man. That's why I like Marquez so much.
The trainer Bernstein, Marquez's trainer, he said that they robbed Marquez all those fights.
I thought so.
And I remember after every fight, after the first fight, he's like, "What a robbery! I can't believe this." And the second fight, he's like, "This is bullshit. This is even worse than the other one." And then the third one, like, I'm not gonna fight no more. He said, "I'm not gonna fight this dude no more."
Wait a minute, guys.
I like Morales Pacquiao one also.
GTS, hold on 1 second.
That's the one I said. Morales Pacquiao. That's one of my favorites.
I gotta address this though, guys. IBT says Barrera and Nas had my house jumping in excitement. IBT, how old was you? How old was you in that fight?
Another fight that I liked too was Chiquita Gonzalez and Michael Carbajal. That was fucking.
I love Carbajal, man. That was one of my favorite Mexican fighters, man. I love Little Hands of Stone, man.
So both Ricky Hatton and Nas, I saw what they were doing in England and just licking my chops when they come up to the States. Like all of that fanfare. I was like, you guys are gonna get your ass tore up when you come here.
Yeah. Back in them days, that's how it was too. When the European fighters came over there, they would be like top notch there, and then they come over here and it just be a different story. They wouldn't. It's not that they weren't talented, and it's not that they didn't show their shine. Because Nas did come over here and beat Kevin Kelly, and that was a good fight. That was a fantastic fight too.
Yeah, that was a good fight. It was a fight that Kevin Kelly fought the wrong fight in, but Kevin Kelly at that point was not really the best. He wasn't top tier. He was cool. He was all right, but he had one foot in the broadcasting booth already.
Marquez and Vasquez, yes, that's what I was talking about.
Oh yeah, Vasquez, Diaz.
And
Diaz had another wars with somebody else. It was with Marquez,
but it was
Diaz.
It was with Juan Manuel Marquez.
It was
Vasquez. Those two guys, man. They went to war, and of course.
The war that the unexpected war that I just kind of tuned into and caught was the Nigel Benn McClellan. That one was a hell of a scrap.
Yeah, it was. Unfortunately, I don't care how that ended though. But
what about fucking Bradley and Provodnikov?
Yeah, that was also a good one. Yeah, the better half. I watched it with her, and she loved that fight.
But I'll tell you what. I mean, look at Lisa's lineup. She says Sugar Ray Leonard, Duran, Bo Holyfield, Marquez Vasquez, Ali Frazier, Corrales Castillo, Gotti Ward, Barrera Morales. All fantastic fights.
Yeah, you can't argue with any of those.
Bo has some great fights. That dude could fight. I like Bo a lot. He just his whole career peaked in one night. That's all.
Nah. I think you know what Bo's problem is he'd have to shake all them pounds before them fights, and it just finally wore on him, man. He was never in shape, and then when he finally did get in shape, he overworked himself against Galata, and Galata just beat him up.
Hey, what about Kenny Norton and fuck, what's his name?
Tex Cobb?
No, not Cobb. Fuck, I did a video on it the other day. What the fuck was it? That was a badass fight.
Official said, "Do you remember?"
I fucking forgot.
It says It says, "Do you remember the post-fight interview with Chiquita and the bilingual interviewer forgot to translate his answers in English?"
Yeah, the Chiquita Gonzalez. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
That
pronounced that
shit.
all wrong. I tried to translate it in English and I couldn't do it just now.
Yeah. Yeah.
What the hell? Get this smoke. Talk about Nas smash two of the best American featherweights in the year. Tom Johnson and Kelly.
Hey, going back to Nas, not
See
when
what you guys don't get is that America is a melting pot of fighters. It's not about American born. It's about fighting here, and that's what I was talking about. I was talking about all that fanfare they're going to come when you come here. You get the best from all over the world, not just American natives.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, he say he lost his eye during them wars. Yeah. And shit. Fucking McClellan lost more than that. That motherfucker, that was an awful fight, man. I mean, it was a good fight, but shit. You don't like to see that. It says Duran Leonard one is one of my very favorites. Inside fighting galore. Yup. It was because I think Sugar Ray said I got something to prove, and it just didn't go his way, man. Because Duran was just a monster. Duran was like this. He could take a punch and he could give a punch, man. And he was all night. And even as talented as Ray was, he couldn't outmuscle that guy.
Former
I
former
remember
Ron
who it
Lyle
was.
also.
It was
Yeah.
Kenny Norton and Larry Holmes.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, Kenny Norton has some good fights with Ali too. He has some good fights with shit. But Foreman did some serious damage to them guys. You know what though? What was always funny to me is that we never got to get Foreman and the other heavy hitter. Uh, oh shit! How did I forget his name? You know what I'm talking about? The guy that was known as probably one of the
Shavers.
heaviest Shavers. Yeah,
Or
we
Ernie
never.
Shavers.
Yeah, we never got to see them two mix it up ever. And then that kind of sucked. Could you imagine them dudes fucking punching each other? That would have been that would have been a
Yeah,
hell of a war.
the cop
And
got
George
robbed from
Foreman, dude.
Shavers.
George Foreman, that fucking hit, dude. That
Yeah,
fucking
he could
guy.
take a punch too. He was gassed against Ali. That dude,
Uh,
that dude had a chin, man. I mean, Michael Moore had a pretty decent shot, and so did Holyfield, and them guys was putting full combinations on his head. Like, didn't Holyfield hit him 13 times in a row, and it did it didn't do shit. And this is an old Foreman. Like, he landed, what was it? Was it 17 punches he landed? A 17 punch combination he landed on
Yeah,
him?
the 17 punch combination.
damn.
Wow. And he ate
But
that shit.
Moore was also coming up from middleweight.
Who was?
Michael Moore.
Yeah, but Michael Moore iced some heavyweights though, man. I mean, he had a punch. He had a good punch, man. Even at heavyweight, he could put people to sleep, man. He had a Shavers. Thank you, IBT. I caught it late, but I'm pretty sure you was on time with it. It was good too. Yup. I love James Tony. Yeah, and the way he knocked Michael Nunn out. Is that when dude went down like a tree? Who was it
No,
that he?
that it's that year off knockout. Like, man, I remember
Oh,
that.
that
I
yeah,
was
that
man,
Europe.
I
Nah,
was in the
but when
Caribbean watching that thing just like all by myself in the living room, and in the 12th round, I was like, damn, James Tony getting his ass whooped,
I was
and
in Massa,
you could
I
just
was in
see him see
Massachusetts
the
when I
body
watched
shot and
that.
then execute it. Is excellent fucking work.
I was in
You know,
Massachusetts when I watched that fight, and I was also in Massachusetts when I watched the Mosley Winky Wright fight.
what fight I want to watch that I haven't watched it. I want to watch Holyfield versus Dokes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
For sure.
I saw some highlights of it. That should look
The
good as
Dokes
hell.
is all right. I don't know. You can find like this from way
Holy
back when he first started an exhibition that he did with Muhammad Ali. But like
Holyfield.
that dude turned to crack.
You want to watch an exciting fight? Holyfield and Cooper was a exciting fight
Cooper.
because Cooper had Holyfield was out on his feet and they gave him a standing 8 and there was no standing 8 in the fight.
Mm.
So he almost iced Holyfield in that fight. They could have stopped it, but they gave him a standing 8 count. And there was no standing 8 rules at that time. If y'all watch the fight, you'll see that shit. There was no standing 8 count, and dude gave him a standing 8 count, and Holyfield was gone. But then Holyfield came back like the warrior he is, real deal, and handled his business. Now he came up too and did his thing. He came up from a lighter division. You know what I mean? So, but
Damn, fucking concrete's warm.
concrete's warm. That was left field.
Oh nah, it's just I was on my porch and it's getting cold and I'm barefoot. Fucking, I stepped on the concrete and that shit is fucking warm. Still, it was hot. I mean, I live in LA, so you know it's always warm
LA,
out here.
man. Yeah, hell yeah. LA, man. Shit. How is it? It's not humid at all in LA, right?
Oh
You
hell
guys are
no.
both on the West Coast. So it's just
Yeah,
it's dry heat, right?
yeah, it's dry for sure.
So when it gets up, you don't really feel it like you don't feel it, but you will if you're in it long enough.
And today is like 80 degrees.
Man.
Today was
Because y'all both from Cali, right? Y'all both in Cali?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
north and south.
Yeah.
But
Beautiful.
yeah,
Hold on,
you
guys.
know, I
Hold on.
listen. This idea that Kevin Kelly was a top fighter, like Kevin Kelly was on the back end of his career, but he was still cool.
Nah, he
But
was talented still.
he was still he was still cool. I'm
He
not saying he
still
wasn't.
had pop. He still could box.
But yeah,
And
but just to put it in perspective, that was for the WBO title.
yeah, but still in all, man. You know, Kelly was known to pull off those Gotti wins. Like he had both his eyes shut and knocked the dude out.
Now,
You know,
listen, Kelly was not. I used to love him, right? You remember
and
that?
he was southpaw, right?
Yeah, you remember
Kelly
that?
was southpaw.
You remember that broadcast, KO Nation with Ed Lover? They used to put
Mhm.
on fights. Did like the hip hop fucking the hip hop boxing production. I think Mayweather fought Emmanuel Burton on that same production.
Yeah.
He used to, you know, he would fight. He would have like he used to fight all the time too. That's another thing. That guy was very active.
You mean Augustus?
Yeah, Emmanuel Burton or Emmanuel Augustus. He had the
Well,
same
he
name.
changed
Same
his.
thing. Drunken Master.
Yeah, but he had to change his name to fight.
Yeah. Anyway, Drunken Master. You know what to do. Yeah, Kevin Kelly used to. He would broadcast and then fight and do the broadcast same night. Like
he was a. You know
I
what?
really like that dude.
He was an underrated broadcaster too. He was fun.
He was fun.
Yeah, he had a. You know what? I remember him broadcasting fight. And even when he sat down with Nas, and Nas is like, "I'm gonna knock you Spock out," and he was like, "I'm gonna smoke your boots." He was like, and even Nas said it. He was like, "I didn't know what he meant by smoking my boots until he hit me, and I couldn't feel my feet. Then I realized, oh, that's what he meant." I was like, that was funny, man. Like some of the drama and some of the things that was done back then, it added to the fights, man. You know what I mean? The dynamics, and I enjoyed that. I enjoyed little things like that. I enjoyed I enjoy some of the stuff now. I just think that it's kind of overhyped. They overhyping the talent, and sometimes I think back in the days it just kind of spoke for itself, man. You could just watch it, and it would be right there, like it couldn't be denied. Like you can argue back and forth, like that's what we do basically now. Like we could sit here and debate, but if you lived back then, even if we had the internet and we were talking about a guy like Mike Tyson, how could you deny his talent? But yet people today will say, "Oh, well, Mike was overrated and they just scared of him." And it's like they had a very good reason to be afraid of this motherfucker. This dude was a monster in the ring, man. You know what I mean? He whitewashed people, and he did it in spectacular fashion.
didn't he have like I don't remember. Fuck, I think it was like 20. His first 20 something fights were like, I think he had like, they were like not all, they, they were like knockouts within like 4 rounds or something like that, or the first 2 3 rounds. I don't remember exactly what it was, but
I
something
don't.
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, he would come in. I mean, he built a reputation, and all that concussive stuff. But he also came at a time, right? It was that gap. You get that sweet spot where all the old guys are, you know. Anyway, he was in the beginning of his career. He was fed some guys to fuel the legend, right?
Mm. But he was beating a lot of guys in the amateurs, and he was wiping out some fantastic fighters. And I mean, like, we can sit here and say these guys, like I've said it myself, um, when Roy Jones moved up to 175, that there were certain fighters that he fought that I mean they were nowhere near his caliber, but what were these guys that good that there would have been champions there that they just bulldozed right over them? Can we say that they weren't that good?
It's just different skills, right? Like dudes used to prepare for 15 rounds and could take a lot of punishment, and they had like they're just different kinds of skills. That's really all it is. The athleticism is different, like the size is different, the way people fight is different. It's just all together. The rules are different. I mean, you still got Queensberry rules, but you get like Mildred Taylor with the headbutt.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you. Well,
Mildred Taylor.
Yeah, you look at some of those black and white black and white fights. Like dudes would get knocked down, and the guy would be standing there just waiting for him to get up so he can knock him down again.
yeah,
Crazy,
Yeah.
crazy shit. You get like 10 knockdowns in a round.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
saying that those fools used to fight like fucking the even the earlier you go, like in the early 1900s, the fuck do they used to fight like every other week,
Mm,
you know? Like
I
fuck,
don't know,
like
man.
every yeah, like every 2 weeks they'll like fight every 2 3 weeks, like 20 something 30 fights or 40 fights a fucking year.
Yeah. The Floyd Castillo fight is still like kind of it's a sore one. I was a big Floyd fan, um, even at 130, and then Castillo was right here from Sacramento. That Castillo Garcia fight was fucking that was bananas. I love that fight. Um, I mean, sorry, not Castillo. Chico, Corrales, the Corrales Garcia fight. Yeah, I love that fight. Yeah, Floyd beat the brakes off of Chico, but he also just came in prepared to fight the wrong fight. Like yeah, he fired his trainer after that fight. Just put it that way.
Yeah. An official scorecard put it best. He was like, he didn't have an all-time great in their prime except Spinks, but he beat undefeated fighters. And who were they really?
Yeah, it's more like his first 1920. Like he had some guys that were like not pro boxers really. Um, but what he was doing to him was just so devastating. And I was in high school during this whole thing, so that was just all the talk. The next day at the
Mm.
once you got back to school on Monday, was like, did you see him knock him out? Did you see what that dude did and all that stuff? It's all kid stuff.
Yeah, I can remember being at like there was a skating place at the time when Buster Douglas knocked out Mike Tyson, and there was a dance hall in the next to it. And I remember being in there, and I finally got close to this chick that I was trying to holler at, and then they said that shit like the DJ stopped playing the music and was like, Buster Douglas knocks out Mike Tyson, and everybody just looked at him and kept dancing like, yeah, he fucked up. He read that shit wrong. And then he repeated it. He was like, I repeat, Buster Douglas knocked out Mike Tyson. Yeah, everybody stopped dancing. We was like younger, you know what I mean? We was a lot younger. So I'm like, did he just say that shit? Like, Mike didn't just lose. I remember that shit. I was like, that shit's crazy, man. Like, cause people when you lived in that time, like Get the Smoke would tell you, it was like certain shit was like unheard of. You know what I mean? When you seen that dude, he was just like full electricity. It's like, damn, I can't go to the bathroom because this dude gonna knock this dude out.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even like Tyson like that, but I felt
What?
like I was still like kind of expecting and rooting for him. It's kind of weird. Like I just didn't like the guy. I was a Lennox Lewis fan. It wasn't, but
Yeah. Wait a minute. Wait
yeah,
a minute.
you know what it was.
Wait a minute though. When Mike was fighting Buster Douglas, Lennox Lewis wasn't even really talked about that much back
Right?
then.
No, he said right. He came out like what I want to say. Like I want to say maybe the Olympics. There was like a Ring magazine issue that came out in like 89 and 90.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just this whole interview with Lennox Lewis. I was like, you know what? I like this dude.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I remember the fucking the Holyfield and Tyson fight. Yeah, that day was crazy for me.
Yeah, but
Crazy. Not just because of the fight,
but that wasn't even Mike. You know, like
there's all kinds of things that happened that night.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think some people know what I'm talking about. Like that wasn't even Mike, man, in there. Like that dude, that was like half a Mike.
Yeah. Even this Pac got killed that night too. You know, it was crazy.
Yeah. He did, man. I remember that. That was wild. That was a wild time, man. That was a wild time. I sometimes separate
crazy for me.
those times, like even though all that stuff was happening, then the whole Biggie issue, it's like, I don't know. I sometimes separate them like they in different times, even though they're literally the same time. It's weird.
I remember that night dude. That night was like fuck. All kinds of shit happened that night. Well, anyways, after the fight was a big fight. It was like a huge fight. Then after that, fucking, I was like 15 years old, and I remember me and my cousins, we borrowed his brother-in-law's car. It was a Mustang, a convertible Mustang. That shit was bad, dude. We went out, we took it. He was 14 and I'm 15, and we took it. He didn't even know. But we took it and we ended up crashing it. Oh man, dude.
Michael Spinks, an all-time great. I mean, really, his claim to fame is beating Larry Holmes twice, and one of those dubious. Maybe both of them are dubious, but definitely one of them.
Yeah, but
I don't know. Michael Spinks, all-time great, Hall of Famer, definitly all-time great.
Well, you look at it like this: how many people?
Good work at cruiserweight.
How many people beat Larry Holmes? I'm talking about when he was still like mobile.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get you. I mean, he was never going to be more mobile than Spinks. Like, Spinks was coming up for cruiserweight and was a mover. They had the same trainer even. They just did not, not for that fight. He went with the Holmes thing. But I'm just saying, I'm just the idea of Michael, like trying to wrap my mind around the idea that Michael Spinks is an all-time great. I never actually thought about Michael Spinks in that way before.
Right, but here's the thing: is you got to keep in mind when you're bringing up Michael Spinks, you got to keep in mind you got a guy like Larry Holmes who carried his career for as long as he did with pretty much just the jab. Like his jab was so good that he could carry on that late in his career with a jab alone.
I'm not mad at Larry Holmes. Like I feel like I missed out on the best part of his career because he wasn't Muhammad Ali, right?
Right.
And then also that whole time too, like the division, like the skills just went down. Like Muhammad Ali was a shell of himself, and then those guys just swing for the fences, in my opinion.
That's
hey,
hope for something to land.
Hey, you remember that bracket that those dudes did on the heavyweights of all time? Remember? They had I believe they had Larry Holmes and Tyson on the finale. And Larry Holmes beating Tyson.
In his prime?
Well, I mean, if you go prime for prime, then sure.
Yeah, prime for prime. Yeah.
I don't know.
Ali was there. Holyfield was there. Yeah.
The thing about Mike is that his prime, his prime was cut short because of outside of the ring distractions and like early success. Like he was just too young.
But whose fault was that? Like
it was just life, right? He was adopted by Cus D'Amato, and Cus D'Amato died. Cus D'Amato's old. Dude was he was being groomed and protected and cultivated in a particular kind of way from a legend in the sport. And then that all went away. And then also like he trained trainers. He was rich and successful and famous and young.
At that age was that could only
making millions.
Yeah, and he was doing. I mean, this dude was crashing his Lambos and his Ferraris and just walking home and buying new ones. Like,
he was loaning. He was loaning. Like Ed Lover has a story. Where he was hanging out with Mike, and he's like had a Bentley for a month.
Bentley, and then it was his team looking for the Bentley, not Mike. And didn't Mike say he gave it to him?
Yeah, the Ed Lover had it parked and all that stuff, but yeah, like his business manager, Mike didn't even know what happened.
He didn't care. Like he just didn't give a shit, but he was on so many drugs.
Like a tiger, also.
Yeah, but he was on so many drugs, man. Like this dude was on drugs. Like this dude was. It was like a 21-year-old dude in a fraternity with the world in his hands. The heavyweight champion of the world, the heavyweight champion of the world.
There are very few fighters who get to transcend the sport, especially while they're fighting, and especially like at that point of their career. Like in the peak of your prime, you have transcended the sport. That happens so rarely. Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't even know if Floyd really did. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like
we did a bracket with the welterweights, and you know who pulled it off? There was a lot of good they had Duran in there, they had Floyd in there, Ray Robinson, they had Hearns, and I knew that the right side, whoever, because the on the top of the right side was Hearns, and on the bottom was Ray Robinson, and I was like, that's what's it's gonna come down to.
Yeah. And it's going to come down, and really it's going to come down to Ray Robinson lifting the belt. Like you can't. Who's going to beat Ray Robinson?
Right. And I was like Ray, man. But there was some good fights in there that we wound up putting together. A lot of guys got eliminated early. Guys because they put Mosley against Duran. I said that would have been a firefight for a little while.
Here's a good one.
What about Duran versus a good one. Oscar?
We had
prime for prime.
Yeah,
Oscar was a beast in his prime.
Right.
Yeah, 135. Oscar versus Duran at 140.
No, 147.
No, I'm saying at 140, like closer to, because Duran was like lightweight and Oscar fought at 140. So
at 140, that would have been a tighter fight, but I'll take Duran in that fight. I'd take Duran in that fight. The reason why I take Duran in that fight, because Duran was built for it tough. Duran go 15 rounds. So he's going to have it all in the 11, 12, 10, 11, 12. He ain't going to be no rounds off. And you know what? De La Hoya is super talented, bigger, but can he hurt Duran? Even with his left hook, as out as he punch, can he hurt Duran? And can he work for fucking 12 rounds straight without being able to, you know what I mean, get this dude off his ass? Can he handle that pressure for 12 rounds? I don't think so.
If you can pick one fight to watch, and you can have a time machine and take a fighter from here or whenever you want, just one fight, who would it be? Who do you want to see?
Like just one fight that actually happened, and not a fantasy fight, just a fight that actually happened. Do I want to be there?
That you can be there, and it's a fantasy fight for you.
Oh,
you can be like, say I want to take
so many
Mike Tyson and go fucking 60 years ago and have him fight this guy, and have him fight in their primes, and you can watch it.
That'd be fantastic. Shit.
One fight, just one. I know there's like
But
a
you only
million
get
fights you would
one.
want. Yeah,
You
just
only get
one.
one. Damn.
You only get one fight. Or should we make it 3?
We could
Okay,
make it.
so I would like to see Ezra. No, I'd like to see Archie Moore in his prime get a shot against damn what really fucking anybody. What would be the best fight? A prime Archie Moore versus Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali Muhammad Ali before the he got his license revoked.
Like which fight? Like after what fight or with which fight? Muhammad Ali.
Ooh, going
Like when he
into the Archie Moore the Ali that fought Liston the second time.
ooh.
Phantom punch Ali. Too fast for the cameras to catch for the film to catch.
I want. You know what I would do? I do middleweight, and I would say Ray Robinson and Roy Jones.
Middleweight?
Yep. Super talented. Just all around guys, and both loaded with extreme confidence. Like, you know, but I really want to throw James Toney in it because I want to see. I always wanted to see Toney and Hopkins, but they just were never around the same weight class when the shit hit the fan. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I always wanted to see them two fight because if I wanted to see Hopkins try to get dirty with James Toney and how that shit would turn out, like that would be a fucking war. I'm not talking about James Toney. I mean, I'm not talking about Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins, like after the Trinidad fight. I'm talking about Bernard Hopkins around the Trinidad fight or before the Trinidad fight. Problem was Toney was like at 168, but if you could get them guys at 160, like that would, to me, oh my god, yo, that would be both prime. You know, I'm talking about when fucking Hopkins was fighting on Tuesday Night Fights. That Hopkins, the War Hopkins, like that fight would have been. I would have had James Toney edging him, but that's the fight I would want to see when they mix it up. That shit would be phenomenal because they were both mean at that time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would love to have seen that fight, man.
For me, I didn't even put too much thought about it. Like, but the first thing that came to my head would have been I don't know, Chavez and Duran. I don't know why. Chavez Duran,
and
man.
Duran?
Yeah, dude, they're both come forward guys. You know, fucking they got the chins. They they got the power to come in. You know, just combinations. It's just they're both like the same guy, dude. You know what I mean? It's just,
Yeah.
oh man, that fucking would have been a mean war, dude.
Yeah. Well, let's see what the chat got to say because you know they're gonna give us some fire. Let's see.
Yeah, Lisa already like came with one. Bud versus Purnell.
Bud and Purnell.
Yeah, but at what weight though?
Maybe 135.
Nah, you know, oh man, you know who I would like to see? That fight. I don't know.
What do you think of Aaron Pryor versus Oscar at 140?
Ooh. So what do you think of? What do you? You know what? Pryor beat who? What was his biggest win?
Arguello.
Arguello De La Hoya 140. Arguello De La Hoya 140.
Alexis Arguello.
Yeah.
The Southpaw.
Yeah. That's a fight. That's a fight, man. Yo, that's a fight. Good luck. I'm picking that one, guys. That's a fight, man. Pernell and Bud though. Shit. That's the style matchup is damn, that's tough. That's tough, man.
I would have liked to have seen Pernell and fucking Sweet Pete and Floyd too. That would have been fucking good.
Yeah, because I think Pernell would have pressed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have liked to seen that too. That would have been crazy, man. There would have been a lot of punches thrown and a lot of punches missed in that fight. They would have just been. They both would have been swinging at the air, man. Yeah, but they're both pretty accurate though.
I'd like to hear what you guys say about this. Crawford versus Hagler. No, not Crawford. Sorry, Canelo versus Hagler. Like, I think that's a murder. But what do you guys think?
I don't know. That's
fuck. I don't know, man. Canelo's defense, dude, is the key, dude. Canelo didn't have defense. Like, I don't know. I think Hagler would beat him.
Let me ask. Yeah, let me. Here's a question. Who did Canelo fight that
I
could
don't
compare to a Hagler?
I think that, you know what? I would have to edge Hagler in that.
Edge?
Yeah, no.
I think he'll beat the hell out of Canelo. That's going to not be cool at all.
I would because in the same realm as what I said about Duran and De La Hoya, there wouldn't. I don't think that Canelo could keep him off him. Like he was just a different breed. Like he would have been nonstop, and he's coming from a different angle, and he just keeps coming, man. Like Hagler was just built different. He wasn't. I don't know. And the one thing, see, the only reason you got a guy like Sugar Ray to beat him is because he had good feet. And that's not something that Canelo has. Canelo can't move. But like he can move, but only in spurts. He'd have to keep that up all night. And I would think that he would wilt. He would wilt. Because he just out of sheer his stamina issues would be a problem. He would look fantastic the first 6 rounds. But it would get really bad for him. That's my take on it. That's my take on it, man.
See, my take is if he fought like he fought Triple G the first time, I don't think he would win. You know, like Canelo would win. But you saw how he fought Triple G the second time.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah.
I got one for y'all.
Yeah.
All right. Vernon Forrest. Earl Spence, 147.
Yeah, Vernon Forrest is really just known for having well, no, he was all right. Yeah. He was long. He was long. He could have these looping shots.
He was the first one. He damn near stopped Mosley when Mosley was on the juice.
But that's really his claim to fame is he was Mosley Kryptonite. He was Mosley's Kryptonite in amateurs.
What was it? He was 36-0 before he fought him.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. But he was 36-0 against whom? But against who? Sorry. The thing about it was though he just had Mosley's number.
He just had Mosley's number. That's what you think?
Definitely. When he stepped up to those other guys that Mosley was like, Mayorga. Oh, that wasn't cool at all. That was embarrassing.
Yeah.
To quote Popeye.
Floyd didn't look that good against. He didn't look good against Maidana. That was the the type of style he was in there against a guy, and that was the best Mayorga. You know what I mean?
No, I mean I'm just saying that Vernon Forrest, he had the kind of style and the kind of dimensions that would give Mosley's in particular issues, and it always had.
So what you're trying
Mosley
to
never
say
beat
is
him. Literally, Mosley never beat him as an amateur or a pro.
So what you're trying to say is because Mayorga beat Forrest, which he didn't like. I mean, in the second fight, it wasn't nothing like the first fight. But
that was embarrassing. That was an embarrassing fight. Like, come on, man. He was just throwing haymakers overhand, right? Like, and he couldn't miss Vernon Forrest.
Yeah, but what was Forrest doing as soon as he got hit with a solid shot? Like, wasn't he fighting sloppy? Wasn't he dominating that fight up until that moment?
I mean, he was all right. So after that whole brouhaha, but him being like top rank, I think he took a couple of losses, and when he rebuilt himself, I was like, all right, cool. And he became like kind of a statesman and a diplomat and all this stuff, and he was cool. I'm not hating on Vernon Forrest. I'm just saying when it comes to these Hall of Famer guys, really all he could beat, or even the stars of the sport. It was really just he had Mosley's number.
Yeah, I'll put it like this: he had a hell of a hell of a jab, and he had a hell of a right hand, and he had a hell of a hook, and he was a problem. He was a problem, man. I think Vernon Forrest just got his head out the game and got too big for his britches after that win, and it just stopped doing what he was supposed to do, training correctly and keeping his head in the game. That's what it came across to me, because the talent was still there, but he didn't put it together the same after that.
I mean, look, if the best win on your career and on your record
is the number one pound for pound fighter in the world,
right? But it's a guy that you already, but it's a guy, but he's really the only guy, right? So you fought other guys, right? It's still your best win. But you beat that dude in the amateurs. Like you have a history with the dude.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with anything?
I'm just saying that styles make fights, and certain guys have other guys' numbers.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes.
I don't know if you want to stay on the subject, or if Raider wants to jump in and add his thoughts to it. But IBT wanted to talk about Canelo versus Hearns.
Canelo versus Hearns. At 160?
175,
man.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just so weird. Like when you have like same day weigh-ins versus guys that balloon up 15 pounds after, it's just not this. It's hard.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I'll put it like this: 154, I got Hearns. Or 155, my bad.
So are you doing same day weigh-ins and
160
and 15 rounds?
160? I still got Hearns.
Yeah, I got Hearns all the way, but I think the best fight would happen at 154.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't pick that.
I think he's just he's good on his feet. He can box, and he's got hell of a jab and a right hand. I think he wins that fight. I don't think he wins that fight by decision. I think he wins it on stoppage, not by knockout. I think he busts Canelo face up.
I'm just actually looking at the fight in my head right now. I'm actually seeing the fight.
I think he cuts him. I think he cuts him, and he cuts him bad all over the place. I don't think that I think the head movement works for him for a little while, but
no, Hearns' hand fakes are too good. He'll get that head moving and then tag with that right.
That's what I said. I said for a little while, but when she gets his timing down, he's gonna get his range and he's gonna start He's gonna start tagging, and he's quick. He was quick.
He was
long.
It's really the hand feints. It's that whole thing that gets you going one way to disguise the right. Like he was just a master at it.
But here's the thing though, Canelo still got a shot because he is a counter puncher, and the one thing that Hearns did do is he got overzealous, and he would get he would just get hyped up in his own shit, and he could run into a counter, and he was chinny.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
It was Chinny. I don't know about Chinny. He went down against some guy. I don't know. Some of the hardest punch. I don't know.
Right, but you got to keep.
But I would say that Canelo has an advantage on the inside.
Right, but keep this.
If he can get inside, inside with Hearns' power,
just keep this in mind though. I still take Hearns in it, but what I'm trying to say is there's still a chance because the other thing that you can say about Canelo is he's fucking accurate.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I think Canelo has a great shot at this fight on the inside,
and Canelo has a chin too, dude.
Yeah, but
he has a chin, but he has a chin against guys who aren't really, Kovalev was known as a big.
I'll put it like this:
it's not that he can fight,
right? But here's the thing: is you got here's the thing, LA. You got Khan speed with fucking Kovalev reach and punching power. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know, and trust me, that's why I'm not picking.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean that. I can't see the only guy, and I didn't even think about it. That I see as welterweight that could beat fucking Hearns was on a good day where everybody was 100% and on the A game was Ray Robinson. I don't see many guys that can fuck with that dude at welterweight. So I mean, and he was known to hit hard. He stopped heavyweights in the gym with headgear.
How many?
Yeah, no, I got Charlie Burley. I got a lot of guys beating him at welterweight, but whether or not
you got who beating who?
Huh? I got Charlie Burley beating Hearns. Footwork, baby.
Hey, how many world titles he has in divisions? Is it 6? Hearns? Yeah, he's got I think it's 6.
I mean, he went on with light heavy.
He had a machine gun jab too, and that'll cut you. And when that right hand came, that was just thunder, man. And it struck like lightning. Wow!
I think it was 6 weight classes, if I don't remember.
Yeah, I know. It's hard. It's hard. The thing about
my pops likes
Canelo
Hearns.
Is that Canelo has never faced a guy like Tommy Hearns. Whereas Tommy Hearns, I faced a lot of guys like Canelo, and actually better than Canelo.
That's debatable. You could debate that.
Yeah, I got Hagler beating the hell out of Canelo, but Hagler beat Hearns too. So
yeah, he did. He iced him. But he had to walk through fire to do it,
Sugar Ray Leonard versus Canelo.
Nah, Sugar Ray will beat him.
Just by boxing. Just by staying on the outside.
But Canelo's career is not over, so
no.
How about Iran Barkley versus Canelo?
No, you know what? James Toney Canelo.
James Toney, that's too much. That's too easy. That's easy money. That's not even like that. I don't even like. Yeah, nah.
I got James Toney, but I still think that's a fun fight. That's like a skillful fight. These guys.
Yeah, no, it is. It is a fun fight.
That's a fun fight, man. That's a fun. I'd like to watch.
At middleweight, James Toney was
Yeah.
How about McClellan versus Canelo? That's what I'm saying. Like, they can pick a lot of middleweights that I think beats the shit out of. For real, Canelo's cool, but Canelo's very happy and very lucky to be in this era.
Yeah, because if you put Triple G in them, he gets beat by them guys too, I think. Or they're probably the top-notch guys at this era, is Triple G and Canelo. And I like watching Canelo fight. I like the way he fights, man.
Hey, but also you can say the same thing too. Like if Canelo wasn't fighting in this era, say there was no Canelo, look how tight all the fights would be. Like, you know what I mean? Like 160, that's up for grabs. 168, up for grabs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
168 might be up for grabs, even with Canelo in it. Like, you know, you might shade him, but I need to see him beat Plant in Benavidez. I'm not just gonna be like Canelo washes those guys.
Yeah.
No, what I mean is he's no, I never say you wash him. What I'm saying is he's like the clear cut favorite in those both weight classes.
I mean, clear cut. I mean, edging him out. You would give him the. I mean, I think the majority of people would give it to Canelo, but that's also because he captured a title at a higher weight class. And
yeah, what I mean, clear cut is he's definitely the favorite. No ifs, ands, or buts. He's the favorite in both weight classes.
It's not favored by much though. That's the whole point. That's what I'm saying.
Well, obviously, it depends on who he's fighting, right? How much the difference is. So I mean, but he is a favorite for sure.
Yeah, I would say. Listen, I would definitely say clear cut and not really arguable favorite against either Smith or Billy Joe. So I don't know. Maybe not even Billy Joe. I got to see that fight too, but I would give it to. Yeah, I'd say Canelo, but Benavidez. I don't just say Canelo. That might be like 52. That might be 48, 52.
I want to see that fight.
Yeah, the KO Plant, and I'm not just like Canelo. Yeah, go ahead. That's yours. Like, not.
Yeah.
I got to see that.
No. What I'm saying is the odds, like Vegas. You know, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Well,
like if
he'll be the odds-on favorite. I think he'll be the odds favorite. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I mean by favorite. So what I'm trying to say is,
I don't think Canelo should ever. I don't think he should go back to 175 at all.
That's what he needs to do. He needs to say right out of the gate. He should be the first fighting fighting 160. That's 175. That's it.
I don't.
If he look, if he does that and then knocks out Better Beef, like the boxing world is at his feet.
Well, now that's like saying Lomachenko should jump up to 140 and fight Ramirez right now.
Oh no! It's like saying that Lomachenko should jump up and fight Pacquiao, and if he knocks him down, knocks him out, then the boxing world will be at his feet because it would.
Nah, that's more like Lomachenko jumping up and fighting
Spence.
Earl at 100%.
Nah, Earl ain't like that. But I mean,
Crawford then.
Crawford, yeah, but I don't know. Both of those guys are just kind of languishing in the obscurity a little bit. Whereas Pacquiao is like,
you know what that's like? Nah, I can't say that. I would say Earl would be the closest.
Yeah, it would probably be like Earl because the degree of difficulty, right? But also Pacquiao, but Loma's so little. I don't know. Yeah, right. That's a hard one. It's a hard one to
so why
Loma
jump up?
Loma Spence.
No, you know how it would be? It would be like Crawford going up and beating Canelo.
Canelo going up and beating Better Beef? Hell no. Hell no. No way.
What do you mean?
Because Canelo's a 175 champ.
No, I'm saying it'll be the same. To be everybody will be on Crawford's feet.
I'm saying if he beats welterweight, between a guy who moved up 2 weight classes, 2 welterweight,
versus
the guy
to 160.
Light heavy.
To be Canelo at 160.
If Bivol dropped to 168, now that's a talkable fight.
Yeah, but we ain't talking about talkable. We're talking about legendary, right? So the legendary fight is Canelo going up to 175.
No. That's still legendary.
Ain't no legendary. That's Bivol coming up. People don't even have a belt at 168.
Yeah, but regardless of the fact, what I'm trying to say is it's still Bivol, and it ain't gonna change. It ain't gonna change his. It's not gonna change his performance because he could make 168 easy.
Hold on, Smoke. So you're saying if Crawford goes up 2 weight classes at 160 and beats Canelo at 160, that won't be legendary?
No, I was just making the comparison. That's all. I was just making the comparison between. I was like the comparison between Canelo going up to fight Bivol.
175 is
at
too much.
175. Like that is not the same thing as Crawford going up to 160 to fight Canelo. Canelo's already been at 175 champ.
Okay, so you said that if Canelo was to be better beef, that would be legendary, right?
Yeah, it would. If he
Yeah,
went,
so
if
that's
he came
what.
out of COVID,
So and then you guys made the
I actually
comparison
said
of
knock him out.
Lomachenko.
Actually, what I said was knock him out. But
Okay,
sure.
yeah, knock him out. So and then you guys made the comparison with Lomachenko and Pacquiao. So I made the comparison Crawford doing that to Canelo.
Yeah, but the issue is
at 160.
Yeah, the most Pacquiao's ever weighed is 150. I think. Like Canelo's actually made 175.
Yeah.
I think Crawford gives fucking Canelo some issues for a little while.
Until he gets his orbital bone broken.
Yeah. Until he gets cracked. I think he gives him a lot of issues. I think he touches him a lot, but I think he gets. That's a bad fight. Nah, I don't even like Bud going to 154. I don't think that Lomo should move past 135. Like, it just doesn't make sense unless there's a light touch there. I think it was perfect timing for Canelo to take Kovalev. I think it was perfect timing.
Oh yeah, that's excellent matchmaking. Excellent.
But you know what? Nobody wanted it, and Kovalev said, "Nah, I got this." Nobody wanted that fight. His entire team didn't want that fight. They were like, "Nah, it's too much of a risk. We're gonna lose our cash cow," and he iced him. He iced him.
Yeah, but I thought that was game mostly. Like I needed to see Canelo win that fight, and I had Kovalev. I had just because I've never seen Canelo at the weight, but the book was out. Like Canelo's specialty is body shots.
Look, I'm gonna tell you
weakness
this.
is to the body.
Hey, let me ask you this: what would be more impressive if Canelo gets undisputed at 160, or if he was to move up to 175 and beat Better Beef?
Ooh, I think unified at 170 at light heavy.
No. He didn't say so what you're trying to say is he one fight or clear out 160? Is that what you're saying?
No, he's saying
he
one become undisputed at 160, but that's not clearing it out. Just become undisputed, get all the belts at 160, or becoming a beating Better Beef, who is a unified champ.
That would be clearing out 160 if he fucking went down there and snatched all the belts. That would be pretty much clearing out 160.
Well, there's still I feel like you still got to fight Derevchenko and whatever. There's still guys at 160 that Canelo haven't fought. So he has but
damn.
He has cleaned up all the belts.
Wait a minute. How many pieces of bread you gonna put on a sandwich? Like, holy
I'm
shit.
saying the top guys at 160 aren't just the belt holders. Just like the top guys at 147 aren't just the belt holders.
This guy said, "How many toppings you gonna put on that pizza?"
Hey, man, as many as you can fit. You never been to Shakey's?
No. I just think that you got. Wait a minute. No. I got to touch on this. Get the smoke, because here you are. You're saying when I brought this up earlier, you said, "Oh well, I'm not a fan of these guys, and we can't just basically push them to do what we wanted to do." But now you're like, okay, yeah, he got to do this, and this.
No, I'm just talking about legendary I'm just talking about for his legacies. Like what it would mean for his
now
legacy.
we talk. Wait a minute.
Just like I'm saying, like if Pacquiao,
No. So that's what we're talking about. So are we on a legacy conversation?
I mean, we were when we were talking about. When I was talking about Canelo. When I was talking about Canelo. Okay. When I was talking about Canelo fighting Better Beef, I was talking about a legacy thing. But that was also coming out of a conversation we were having about fantasy fights.
Right. I got you. So you're saying that these are so what you're saying is you would think that him fighting Better Beef is better than him snatching all the titles at 160.
Well, that was LA Raiders' question. That? But I do think that if he were to get Better Beef and would hold like 3 titles at light heavy, yeah, that might be a little bit better than unifying at 160. I don't know. I feel like there's unified, like Jermaine Taylor. Like, is that really a big deal? He beat Bernard Hopkins, but I mean,
He had his
really,
numbers.
we've had unified champs at 160. We don't really talk about those guys.
No, not unifying, undisputed at 160.
That's what I'm saying. He was undisputed at 160.
So what would you think, OTK?
About, you know what?
What
I
what's
could
more impressive? If what would be more impressive?
to me,
Undisputed at 160 or one fight and having two belts at 175 beating Better Beef?
It would be his third belt though at light heavy.
to me,
Yeah, three. It would
uh,
be the third, but it would be a unified two,
if
right?
he
And he
if
already beat a Hall of Famer, probably like arguably a Hall of Famer at light heavy. So
all right,
it would legitimize him at light heavy. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
this is my dilemma. I'm gonna tell you what my dilemma is, and this is an honest dilemma. All right, and if you guys want to challenge me on this, that's fine. I would much rather see him beat a Bivol. This is why at 175 instead of Better Beef, and this is why. This is why I'm having an issue with all this all the way around. But here's the thing: is if he was to fight a Bivol, what if he lost and still got the win? with a guy like Better Beef, like I would be more impressed if he beat Bivol convincingly. But with a guy like Better Beef, he would have to beat him because Better Beef would be on his ass and he couldn't get the scorecards. So, I just had to get that in there. Let me see. So we got what? Charlo. We got Andre. Who else is down there?
The thing
Triple G.
about it, the thing about the
Triple
Better
G.
Beef fight, the thing about Better Beef is he actually through the old Highlander
Better Beef. I would
Yep.
say the Better Beef fight.
Yeah, exactly. So, and the thing about Better Beef is because of the Highlander
to me.
transitive property, you get actually a linkage to that long Adonis Stevenson run through Vodzik.
But I think that's a lot to ask of the guy.
No, I mean I got it. It's the same thing. Me saying that I think Pacquiao, if he beat Spence and Crawford, then that would elevate. That would make him legendary. He's already legendary, but I'm saying that would add to his legacy.
Yeah, but it would shorten his career.
I mean, his career probably only has 1, 2, 3 fights in it, depending on how he looks in his next fight. He's one fight away from retirement. Definitely, he's at the end.
Who you think? Wait a minute. You think Canelo's one fight away from the end of his career?
Pacquiao.
Oh, wait a minute. What the fuck are we talking about?
I was saying that Pacquiao. I was saying that the idea about how do you add to your legacy. I think that what would add to Canelo's net legacy would be if he went up to 175 and knocked out Better Beef. That would be amazing for his legacy. Just like if at this point in the game Pacquiao beat Crawford and Spence, that would be amazing for an already amazing legacy.
But you know what? I think literally Pacquiao could make Crawford and Spence by saying if they unify, I'll fight the winner to the PBC. He could literally make that fight happen. Because you know how much people would pay to watch him fight a unified champion and for him to fight for undisputed? Like, that makes sense. And I keep saying that shit. That makes so much sense. That would work. Could you imagine the winner of Spence and Crawford fighting Manny Pacquiao for undisputed? Could you imagine how big that fucking fight would be? That, to me, that'd be bigger than Mayweather coming back and fighting anybody. I'm just saying, for real, like that would be huge.
But you can get that even if Crawford fights say Pacquiao, right? and then the winner is unified, and then they fight Spence for undisputed. It's another big fight either way too.
Right, but here's the thing: is what I'm trying to say is this benefits the fan, the fighters, and everybody. Because you're taking a Pacquiao who's older, let the two young warriors scrap it up, then he gets whoever wins. They're coming off a war. That would make it fair. And because if he fights Crawford, there's going to be some Vada. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I got Crawford beating Spence, me myself. But if Pacquiao pulls that off, if Crawford wins, then it's, hey, Crawford was the man, right? If he wins, if he beats everybody, it's like Crawford was the man and he was being ducked, and now everybody knows why. If Manny beats Crawford or Spence, then it's like, holy shit. Then then you can you got to put a guy like fuck number one pound for pound. This guy goes down as one of the in the fucking top 10 easy as the greatest fighters that ever lived.
Yeah.
Period. Like
Yep.
we got a chance to see that, and I just don't understand why people don't gravitate to that shit. I mean, it may be wishful thinking, but fuck it. This is our time. Don't we want the best?
Yeah, it can happen for sure.
And Pacquiao could convince that fight to like he could make that fight happen by pressing the PBC to make that fight happen and say, I'll fight one of these guys, but they got to fight and I'll fight the winner. That would press that fight to happen because everybody wants that Pacquiao fight. Bud wants that fight. Top Rank wants that fight. Of course, Al wants that fight. Spence wants that fight.
Crawford actually came out saying Pacquiao's been ducking him for years. Crawford actually finally is calling somebody out and calling him a duck and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and
like
Crawford never called Spence a duck.
Mm-hmm. Nah, he didn't, but he didn't have to, really.
Yeah, no, he actually said he wasn't ducking.
Right,
everybody else.
That's what he said, but we seen it.
Right, but he's on the inside of the negotiation. And I think us on the outside saying it is completely different than the guy on the inside saying it's not.
Yeah. Yeah. Smoke's hard to follow for OTK sometimes. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, I follow him. I just don't agree with the shit. That's the like we disagree. I understand where he's coming from. I just don't agree with it. Just like he don't agree with what the fuck I'm saying. But the thing is me and Smoke had a long talk, and I tell you what, I get where he's coming from, but he gets where I'm coming from. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. And there's just gonna be that wall on certain conversations where we ain't getting nowhere.
I just think you have more emotional capital to spend on this stuff than I do. That's all.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying, I'm a boxing fan, and I want to see the best fights happen. Period. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I'm with you. I want to see the best fights happen, but the best fights happen regardless of division. Like, if you have to go to another division because the guys that you like aren't fighting, then that's boxing.
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think I wouldn't call that boxing. I call that ducking.
I mean, you can call it what you want, but are you going to carry the burden around? Like, dude, how mad am I going to be that Vladimir Klitschko never fought Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson, or Lennox Lewis? Like, when do you let it go?
When do you take it? That's what I want to know.
I'm saying, fights don't happen. I'm just saying, fights don't happen. But Aaron Pryor, Sugar Ray Leonard didn't happen.
But what I'm trying to say is there's a stamp on that, though. There's a stamp on that. I stamped that shit. I go,
I'm saying, but all of those guys are still going to the Hall of Fame, right? So,
right.
They all still made money. They're still all going to the Hall of Fame. So it's just me over here on the sideline going, I wanted to see those fights.
No. That's your perception. What I'm trying to say is, if this is the sport that you want to be in, if you are going into any profession, don't you want to be the best, or are you just there to get by?
Well, I mean, at a certain point, you are the best, right? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that.
No, you ain't the best if
the
you
thing.
don't prove yourself to be the best.
Once you become a champion, see, the sanctioning bodies have a lock on a certain standard, right? So as long as you have a championship, then you've achieved something. And if you defend that championship, you've achieved more.
Yeah.
And it's really just about making money, getting out of the sport healthy, and leaving a legacy. That's really all you got.
That depends on how you look at it.
Fans want to break it down and say, I want to see this specific fight. But I'm just saying that if you're a fan of the sport long enough, you'll find that you don't get those fights that you really want to see. So what are you going to do? You're going to be bitter about the sport for 4 decades? Like, at some point, you got to let
I ain't bitter about the sport. I'm bitter about the motherfuckers ducking.
That's what I'm saying.
Period.
Like, if Spence and Crawford never fight, and you're not going to stop watching.
And
boxing.
I'm not bitter.
I'm just saying you're not going to stop watching boxing. And if those guys later on fight fights, compelling fights that you want to see, you got to watch those fights. So it really just doesn't. It doesn't matter that really. Like it just you can put as much energy you want into a specific fight.
Well, that's just your outlook. That's your outlook on it. And what I look at it is different. Yeah, of course I can say, not everyone's gonna follow what I say, but at the same time, I'm not gonna change being me because it fits this person's shit. The same way that they're not gonna change what the fuck they're doing because it fits my shit. But what I'm saying is, if you're a warrior and you putting on the gloves and you there to fight, then if that's what you are, if you're a fighter, then and you ain't willing to fight, then you drop a notch in my book as a fighter, because that's not what you're doing. You're just fighting to make money, but you would make more money and go down as a greater greater person in your sport.
I mean, I get you. I get it. I definitely understand what you're saying. See, for me, the only like at 130, 135 or whatever, when it comes to Loma, really, I'm only interested in seeing him fight Tank and Mikey Garcia. That's really the only one. But the Mikey Garcia Tank fight is probably never going to happen, right? So I just might as well throw that out the window. But that's a fight that I really would like to see. Right. But what am I gonna do about the fact that that's the fight I really want to see? I'm gonna say that those guys. Am I gonna say that those guys aren't fighting other fights that I am interested in?
No. Sure. That's not no. But when a guy isn't fighting anybody that you're interested in him fighting, and you're continuing to watch him fight, and he's not fighting any of the guys that are even in his own division, then why are you continuing to watch him? And if you would stop continuing to watch him, the money that and the revenue that he would be collecting by fighting these bum fights would no longer be coming, because it's like, yo, you ain't making us no money. You ain't selling no tickets. So it either force him to get out the game and become a businessman, because that's what he's good at, instead of trying to be a fighter what he's pretending to be. Now, that's my take on it.
No, I mean, I get you, man. Listen, you know what? A fight I watched today. I watched fucking Arturo Gatti versus Tracy Patterson today, right? A fight from like 85.
Yeah,
sorry, not 85, 85. But 95. Not 85, 95. From 95.
But Patterson had his number.
Well, it didn't go Patterson's way, but anyway.
No, not Patterson. You know what I was thinking of? I was thinking of the boxer that kept beating Gotti. You know what I'm saying? You said Patterson, and then that stuck in my head.
It was Floyd Patterson's adopted son, right?
Yeah.
And so Floyd Patterson, they had some sort of rift in their relationship, and Floyd Patterson showed up to the fight, and everybody said he was distracted. Gotti dropped him. Anyway, my point is, I still watch fights from like damn near 30 years ago. Right? It's just like it is what you. It's what you do. Like the reason why I would watch. I'm not saying that. I'm just a boxing fan. I'm not necessarily a fan of specific boxers, although there's some boxers for whatever reasons I like them. But I'm just saying that if I don't find the fight compelling, I'll watch it at some point in my life because I like boxing.
Right, you watch it, but it ain't gonna reflect to them if if nobody watched the fight and then watched it 30 years later, how is that going to reflect in their check?
Hey guys, my phone's about to die, man.
All right, bro. Have a good one,
So
LA.
yeah, I'll see you. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, all right, Raider. I love the avatar.
All right, for sure, man. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, this is fresh.
All right, thanks, Smoke.
Let him
And OTK later.
But that's just my take on it. That's my take on it. Is I'm a fan of greatness. I'm a fan of boxing, but boxing is a competitive sport, and when these guys ain't competing, then what's the point? You know, what's the point of us watching it?
That's what I'm saying. There's fan bases that will like these dudes fighting anybody. Like, listen, I'm a Loma fan. It may not seem like it to some people, but I watch all Loma's fights. I've actually gone to spent my money to go see that dude fight live. Took my son with me to see him. The point is that Loma fighting Anthony Crolla doesn't mean shit to me. Like, I don't care about that. Like, and not only that, really, I only want to see him fight two guys.
Right.
But I still like the guy.
All right, but here's the thing is, right. You want to only see him fight two guys, but is it his fault that he's not fighting Mikey, or is it Mikey's fault that he's not fighting Mikey? According to you. Who do you lean towards?
Who do I lean towards? I lean towards grown men doing what they do. Bob Arum. Here's really what it is. I think that Bob Arum holds grudges. I think that Mikey's not dedicated to stay down there at the weight class.
Right.
And I think that Loma doesn't give a damn.
Well, there you go then. So Loma's at 135. Do you think Loma would push for that fight if Mikey was at 135?
Maybe. Depends. I don't know that Loma's ever. I've never felt like Loma pressed for any fight outside of the Tank fight.
I don't know, man. I think that he is reaching for greatness.
He's already. I mean, part of he came into the professional ranks already great, right? From the amateur.
But continuing to and challenge for titles in his first 3 fights.
Yeah, but that's if you think sanctioning bodies run boxing, because that's really all he's doing is playing sanctioning body politics.
Why do you think those weren't competitive fights?
No, I don't think Luke Campbell is a litmus for greatness.
No.
I don't think Anthony Crolla is a litmus for greatness. I don't think Jose Pedraza is a litmus for greatness. I don't think
Campbell. You don't think Campbell is a good fighter? Is
but we just said greatness. We didn't say a good fighter. We said greatness.
Greatness, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Luke Campbell equals greatness.
At 130,
I don't think Jose Linares is great.
At 135. At 135.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't believe Jose Linares is great. No, not at all.
Okay,
and he beat Luke Campbell.
Okay, so who's better at 135?
Clearly Lomachenko.
No, I mean who's better that he could have fought at 135?
Who's better?
What was his options?
Oh, you're talking about you're saying what was Loma's options. Yes. Okay, so right, so that's a different conversation.
No,
so
it's not.
Even
it's
if you unify, here's what it is. Here's what I'm saying to you. And let's take Loma out of the picture. Let's talk about Bud. Because I'm trying to give you an example. I'm trying to give you an example for what I'm saying. Bud at 140 totally unified the division, and that's the division. That's what's great about it, but not the actual people he fought.
It was still right, but what I'm trying to say is, how bad were the fighters that he fought? And number one, did he have an option? And was he still reaching for?
I'm not blaming. Listen, you say chasing greatness. For me, the only greatness that he can achieve is sanctioning body greatness.
Okay. So what you're
unifying the
titles. Okay. So here's what we're saying then. So this man moves up from 135 to 140. He unifies. He moves up to 140. They tell him to get a title. He gets a title. He's still reaching for greatness. Nobody wants to fight him. Case closed. next.
No, I'm saying the game is what it is. Like you have sanctioning bodies, who carve out their little piece of boxing, and you now have networks carving out.
No. The game is allowed to be what it is. That's the problem.
Listen, okay, let me explain something to you, 1-2 kid. Like I was watching boxing when there was 2 sanctioning bodies, and all it took to unify was 2 guys fighting. Right? That's all it took. It didn't take 4 guys fighting or a number of things. And all it took was a maximum of 2 guys fighting to unify a belt. Okay. That's not where we're at right now.
Right.
Not
so
only that,
right.
Let me just finish. Let me finish.
Let me finish. Okay. Right, so you got 140. What's the option? 2 guys fighting, right?
No, they're at 140. That's all that's left. But there was a ton of fights that happened that were phenomenal to get to 140, to get to these 2 guys fighting. You had
exactly
on both sides. Ramirez and Taylor had great fights to get to this.
Right. Against what competition?
Against champions, against other guys with belts.
Right. Exactly.
My point is against other guys with belts. There's so many belts right now that actually the issue is you have an idea about the sanctioning bodies carving out their own little market in boxing, and you have the networks carving out a separate part of the market. And the thing about this thing is boxing, sure, but it's still a business disguised as a sport. Okay. So it's networks versus sanctioning bodies at this point.
So how long
this whole idea of greatness? When it comes to this whole idea of greatness,
greatness. How long was Linares reigning at 135 as champion?
Yeah, who did he fight?
Yeah, but who was there to fight?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You need a dance partner for greatness.
Right. You need a dance partner for greatness. But at 135, and that's where he is, and that's what it is, he needed a dance partner for greatness. So as he was reigning at 135, here comes Lomachenko, right? Lomachenko comes through. Was it a good fight?
Oh, I love that. That was a great fight.
Yeah, I thought it was a great fight.
I like Linares. I'm not hating on Linares. I'm just saying that this whole idea about Loma and greatness went against the likes of Linares and Luke Campbell and Teofimo Lopez. Like, it's great for if you think sanctioning bodies can tell you who's great.
No, I don't think that.
If you tether your idea of greatness to the history and the tradition of boxing, it's not the proliferation of belts and sanctioning bodies, then it's not really that great.
Yeah, but then then what do they do? Fight NFL players? These are the only fucking champions.
No, you clean out, what you do is what they used to do is clean out divisions. That's the difference between cleaning out division. Like today, the modern definition of cleaning out division is becoming undisputed and not actually fighting all the guys in the division. So if he actually cleans out a division the way you're supposed to do, fight the Devin Haney, fight all the 135 guys and clean out the division and clearly become the man, not just collect belts, then yes, you can talk about I am the man at that division, not just I collected the belts through like petitions and weird shit that sanctioning bodies come up with.
But here's the thing. This is the solution to the problem. Once a guy collects all the belts, then he can clean out the division. He's the man. Now everybody's going for him. Now it's only the best fighting the best. Boom.
It's not an either or situation. You can do whatever you want. You can. That is just one path to cleaning out the division. But you can just fight everybody. There's nothing stopping people from fighting everybody.
What I'm trying to say this is what I'm trying to say. It no longer matters if I am the undisputed champion of the division, whether heavyweight, lightweight, featherweight, bantamweight, middleweight, whatever the fuck you want to call it. If I am the undisputed, or you are, or one of these fighters are the undisputed champion of that division, then you are the best. Where is all the best fighters aiming at?
Okay, listen, look.
You eliminated.
All I'm saying is there's two different things. All I'm saying is there's just two different ideas. One idea is that you become undisputed. The second idea is that you clean out a division.
So then
it used to be that in order to rise up to the rank of champion, you had to fight everybody even to become a champion. But that's not the way it is right now. That's not the way it is.
What you're saying. I get what you're saying.
I'm not even saying what I'm saying.
No, I know. I get what you're saying though, because what you're trying to say is these guys ain't rising up and they just getting shots at titles, and these guys don't even really beat the
It's
guys that they're
politics.
beating.
It's sanctioning body politics.
Right, and the guys
It's sanctioning body politics that telling us who's great because they put their stamp on.
What you're saying, right? So these guys that they're fighting, who happen to have these sanctioning body belts, aren't really considered champions because they ain't doing what they're supposed to do to get there. And then you got these guys.
At least not historically. It's just not historically. That's not the way it's historically done.
But what I'm trying to tell you, though, that you're not understanding is this: if all the belts are taken, then that's the start. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm saying that's, and I'm not mad at that. I'm not saying that you're not correct. I'm just saying that there's more facets to the puzzle. You don't necessarily need to collect all the belts in order to fight everybody. You can literally just fight everybody.
But it is a path. Do you agree?
Sorry. What'd you say? What's the first part?
But it is a path to greatness.
Oh, definitely.
You agree? Okay. Well, then what are we arguing about?
It's one of the, but because it's only, like I said, it's only a facet. It's the sanctioning bodies, particular slice, and the particular the market that they control when it comes to boxing and greatness. Yeah, the sanctioning bodies definitely have a say in it. That's how you get to the Hall of Fame.
What I'm trying to say,
a champion and defending it and having exciting fights and all this stuff.
But so, by doing that, by having one champion, what you're doing is you narrowing everything down, and now the spotlight is becoming on. Well, this is the guy who should get the shot, and this is the guy. Then we can argue about that, but at least we're getting something out of it.
No, listen. The thing is, even whether there's one sanctioning body or whether there's one belt or 5 belts, right? The idea that having a belt distinguishes you and separates you from all the other fighters, that's fine. My point is that because of the proliferation of belts and the proliferation of sanctioning bodies, the idea of greatness now lies in the validation and the sanctioning body. It's not just that you can fight the best guy and you now are the best. But I guess the best example in this modern generation, I think, is Dillian Whyte. Dillian Whyte gets a lot of respect for the people that he's fought, even though he's never actually challenged for a world title, right? But that used to be like what Dillian Whyte actually represents. Used to be the norm. It used to be what you're supposed to do.
Wait. Dillian Whyte challenged AJ.
Yeah, but that was for a vacant British title when Dillian Whyte wasn't even ranked anywhere. Like that's a regional belt.
And
on the night of the fight, AJ had no who was AJ and who was Dillian Whyte?
Who was AJ?
He was nobody. He was a regional star, a gold medal winner.
Okay, that's
they fought for a vacant British title.
Right. And from that fight, you got what?
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not hating on the whole thing. I'm just saying.
Isn't that what you're arguing? You're arguing that these guys got to start somewhere to get somewhere.
No, I'm arguing that these guys need to fight. All the guys need to fight each other, and not just politic their way up to a belt and then say I'm the best because I politic my way up to a belt. Like I'm saying to you, Dillian Whyte is actually an example of a guy who's fighting everybody without a belt.
Right.
So that's the way it used to be. Like what he's doing is
what's your problem? What's your problem with Dillian Whyte then? Did you have a problem with Dillian Whyte in the beginning of this?
No, I'm just saying something positive about Dillian Whyte.
I hear that.
My problem with Dillian Whyte, if you wanted me to know, my problem with Dillian Whyte is he talks way too much shit about fighters that he doesn't fight.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do? If you're doing,
you're supposed to do if you're gonna talk the talk, you're supposed to walk the walk.
But you just
talk about business.
Wait a minute. Didn't you just tell me that he walked the walk?
No, what I said was
you're making my case for me. Like
no, you listen. For me, you're talking about two separate ideas. The idea that Dillian Whyte is fighting people who are around the top 10. He's fighting his way up the ranks. That is a separate and complete different than saying I'm going to talk shit about Luis Ortiz, but then fight a top 10 guy. What my issue is he talks way too much shit about fighters that he's not going to fight.
Why isn't he going to fight him?
I don't. Well, for whatever reasons he comes up with, it's a different reason for different guys.
Wait a minute. Is it every like? Why didn't he get the Wilder shot? Wasn't he ranked number one twice?
Ranked number one twice didn't mean that he was the mandatory or that he was the tougher fight out there.
That's the problem.
That just meant he was number one in WBC.
But did he earn it?
Did he earn it? I mean, that's negligible. He got it off of fighting.
No, I'm saying you just said that.
It depends on what you mean by earning it.
Like, you just said he fought the best fighters.
No, but he did fight the best fighters to become number one. The reason why he became number one is because a bunch of other guys above him got dirty.
I'm sorry, man. I
don't know why you went down this road. I'm just trying to give Dylan White some props, but now you want to peel the scab off. Like, let me just say something positive about Dylan White. Let it be what it is.
I got get the smoke, man. Yo, man, dude, man. We are getting nowhere, man. We are literally. I
know because you're looking for a double standard or like a hole in my whole thing. Like all I'm saying is I appreciate Dylan White.
I am not for looking at. I'm not looking. I'm not looking for anything that you're not showing.
So then let me just say. So let me just give Dylan White some praise. Dylan White is doing it the way that it used to be done, where you can actually say that this guy has earned his spot. The issue is whether or not he got his spot before he started earning it. And that's what I'm saying to you. He was already number one before he started earning it. That is a completely different idea than fighting all the top guys to prove that you're the number one guy.
Okay, man.
Right? Because he got the number one spot off of a Michael Tan, maybe Robert Helenius win. That's not really worth number one. Like, that's not really worth elevating you over like the Pulevs, the Povetkin's, the Staverns, the Ortizes of the world of that day. That's just not, even not even in the WBC, like specifically, like, anyway, we don't need to go off topic. All I'm just saying is the sanctioning bodies have carved out a little piece for themselves and the whole boxing pantheon.
You literally agree with everything that I said and then disagreed with it. Right now.
Okay, so it's. I do agree because I do agree with what you're saying to a certain extent. I agree that what you're saying is actually a path to greatness. Totally, I 100% agree with you. I just don't agree that it is the only path to greatness. I think that you can literally just fight people regardless of whether or not you have a title, regardless of whether or not they have a title.
I'll put it like this. Get the smoke. I'm just looking for the best fights, man. That's it. You know what I mean? I don't have an issue going back and forth with you, and I don't have an issue with any of that. And but sometimes I just don't know where you're going. I guess you feel the same way about me, but sometimes, man, I just don't.
So to me, one of the best fights that I saw, I want to maybe it was 2018 or 2019, was the Chisora versus Takam.
Yeah,
right? Not because it was any sort of technical, mastercraft or anything, but it was just the parody of the fight. Like the best fights don't necessarily have to have belts on the line for them. And they don't even have to be the best fighters in the division. It's just good fights, right?
I think Campbell and Lomachenko was good. I think we got a lot of good fights, man. I enjoy watching the skill sets of these guys and what these guys could do, and the fact that they could show that they can compete at this high level, because I think there's a lot of guys today that are overrated and a lot of guys today that are underrated. And I think it's because the divisions can be more competitive than they are. It's just sad that we can't make these fights happen. The most competitive fights that where we can gauge these guys and say, wow, these guys are fantastic fighters, but yet we can't see these guys mixed up. Like, why isn't it as much as we talk about the unification at 175 between Bivol and Better Beef, like why aren't we hearing like I got it like with the COVID thing, so we ain't gotta go down that route. I get it. But prior, why weren't we hearing any solid deals made between the unification between these guys prior? Like why didn't we get a unification, between what most fight fans wanted to see was a Bud and Spence. Why didn't we get the Wilder fucking AJ fight? I get that they're milking their cash cows, the networks and the promoters. I get the business. I know how the business works. But my problem is it's literally sucking the life out of the sport. So
I don't think it is sucking the life out of the sport. That's what I'm saying. I think that you have set up a you versus the sport mentality where instead of saying where you have your own personal preferences about how you would like for it to go, and that is diametrically opposed to the way that things actually are.
No. I think I literally think that that's what you have. And this is
I don't. No, I'm telling you how things are. You just and you go, nah, I'm not trying to hear it. When I talk about the business, you go, I'm not trying to hear it. But that's how it is.
No. Because if you're talking about the business, then the money is there. And then you're saying, well, that's questionable, like, or that's not real. And it's like, are you kidding me?
You don't understand it. These guys want more, man. They want the most that they can get. It's not.
Of course they do.
Like, listen, it's the same punch that they got to take in the face. It's the same punch that they got to deliver to the next guy. So what they're trying to do is maximize and leverage each and every fight, because really these guys are looking at their careers in the terms of 70 fights, not in terms of one fight. Right.
Well, I'm gonna put it like
when we look at these guys' careers, we look at in the terms of like 3 and 4 fights, not in the terms of 70 fights.
Nah, right? I think it's the mentality within itself, because if you put in the hard work, right? If you put in the hard work pays off. And this is the problem with the way and the acceptance of what things are headed towards and how people are moving. That is it's becoming no longer the way to be. And I think that can only hurt boxing, society, everything. Like, it's okay to work smart. I got no problem with that. But I mean, wouldn't it be smarter for me to fight, if I was a fighter, for me to fight a tough fight and make triple the amount of money than to fight 3 fights and up the risk of, even if they're considered easy, up the risk of me, like I'm beating my body up more. That's more training. That's more years off my career to achieving greatness. So not only would I be making money quicker and moving higher, faster, and reaching greatness, the Hall of Fame, quicker, and literally imprinting my name on that by doing the best that I can, as to sitting here and saying, well, now I'm just gonna play it safe and wind up getting knocked the fuck out by some no-name guy, or having a questionable decision where everybody questions where I'm at in the game, where that not only hurts my pockets, that also hurts my legacy and what I've decided to do with my life. Am I right?
No, listen. I am not.
That's what I'm trying.
It's about the young cow and the old cow, right? It's all about. It's still a metaphor.
Here we go.
For life. It's still a metaphor for life. Are you going to run down and fuck one, or are you going to walk down and fuck them all? And that's really the issue. And but for boxing fans, it's a different thing. It's the fact that there is no point like boxing is always in flux. It's a reflection of our society, but it's also the purest form of capitalism that we have in sports.
There you
The
go.
purest tool of capitalism that we have in sports. So what these guys are trying to do is, like I mentioned Archie Moore earlier. Archie Moore fought, somewhere in like 1940. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's late. I've had a couple,
Right.
but he fought for $1 on a purse that, who knows, like adjusted for inflation, would be like millions, right? But his pay out of that fight was $1. Right? That was his purse. And I'm saying to you that it is 2020, right?
Yeah.
80 years later. Guys are not going for that. They're not going for the Joe Louis 10% of your purse in perpetuity.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with? Well, okay, so I'm coming around to
my point. I'm just building up my case.
Okay.
The issue is, for today's fan, is that at this point, boxers have more power and more control over their financial and the trajectory of the career than they've ever had in the sport. But we as fans aren't used to that. We're used to somebody who is outside of. Let me just finish.
That's not true, though. That's not.
You're saying it's not true?
No.
Okay, it used to be that promoters made the fights. At this point, fighters make the fights.
That's bullshit.
Okay.
That's a lie.
Okay, so go ahead. So
no. Example. There's only 2 or 3 fighters in boxing today that can control who they fight, when they fight, and how they do it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So sorry, let me be more specific. The guys at the top of the food chain that everybody's looking at as the ambassadors of the sport, because that's what it's always been. It's always been a ton of people fighting, but only a couple of people who are actually at the top of the sport. And those people who have been at the very top have always been controlled by somebody else, by the business interest. They weren't the ones that were controlling who they fought or how much purse they got or whatever the hell. But that's what it is now. And in today's age, you have boxers who have way more control.
It's different aspects of it. Like I can name three fighters off the top of my head that can control who they fight, when they fight, and how they fight. And that is one is Canelo Alvarez, 2 is Manny Pacquiao, and you can switch them however you want, whatever. And 3 is Mikey Garcia.
Man, all you're talking about is people who can fight whoever they want to fight without fans bitching about it. That's a different thing.
No.
Listen, what I'm telling you is
that's not true. That's not true.
What I'm telling you is Robert Plant turned down the Canelo fight because he said he didn't want the fight. It wasn't Robert Plant's promoter that turned it down. It wasn't Robert Plant's manager that turned it down. It was Robert Plant that turned it down.
How do you know that?
Because it's Robert Plant saying it.
Right. How do you know
it used to be? But isn't it under a promoter that did it? That's my point to you.
Have you seen the contracts? Have you seen the contracts? Certain contracts where it says that you can't mention certain fighters' names and you can't talk a certain way.
Okay, so no, wait
a minute. So when you're on that level where Plant is, can he really say what he wants to say?
Okay.
I think
to a certain extent, but really what I'm talking about is the power that I'm talking about, the power, either real or perceived, that the fighter has today that they never had in the past. In the past, it was never Robert Plant saying that I'm not going to fight the guy. It was the manager or the promoter saying something. That's what I'm telling you, is that these guys have become their own spokesman and apparently the own architects for their career. That has never been the case. That has not been the case for boxers.
You don't know that, though.
We do know it. We know it from all people. Like the reason, why did Riddick Bowe throw his belt in the trash? Because Rockney didn't like the terms, right? Yeah. Like any number of things. Like
Yeah, but why did Roy fight fucking Antonio Tarver?
He did fight Antonio Tarver.
Right, but why?
I mean, Roy Jones is a.
So that's different. Because he chose
I'm saying like Roy Jones thought he could beat Antonio Tarver.
Right. That's the problem. These guys don't think they could beat somebody.
No, but no.
Listen, now it's not.
No, because you're using one situation. Because you're using one situation.
No, you're using one. No, you just used one situation.
I didn't ask about Roy Jones and Tarver.
No,
you just answered about Roy Jones and Tarver.
But what did you just mention?
Right.
Prior to me saying
that. I about specifically that one fight. Then you use that one fight to make some grandiose statements about all of boxing.
That's a fact.
That's just one fight.
No, you just
There's more fights on that one card.
Fight.
There's more fights on that one card. I don't know why you're using that one fight.
You just did that.
No, I didn't. You just said
right before that. You said what?
I said what about what? What did I say before you asked me about Roy Jones and Tarver? You said
what? What did you?
I said that fighters today have more say in the trajectory of their career than anybody in history.
Right, but you used a particular fighter. What did you say?
I can keep going on with fighters.
Right, but you used a particular fighter to make the exact same point.
No, I didn't. Okay.
Well, what I did.
Okay, but I think I don't think we're arguing about the same thing.
No, what I'm trying to say is there are fighters that can make moves, and there are fighters that don't make moves, and there are fighters that are controlled by promoters, and there's fighters that aren't controlled by promoters, and that still goes on today, and it went down in the past. Nothing.
But you're talking now. You're talking about exceptions to the rule, but you're like it seems like you're trying to debunk the facts of what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is that the fact is today's boxers have way more control over their careers than they have in the past, because you can come up with 2 or 3 guys at some point, like Roy Jones. Yes, Roy Jones had control. So did Lennox Lewis. However, you know who didn't have control? Joe Louis. You know who didn't have control? Archie Moore.
And how
my issue to the issue is not the trajectory of when these guys started getting when these guys started to get their power, because I think the guys started to get their power was with Muhammad Ali. That's when it started. That's when it started for guys getting their power. But that's a clear delineation in time.
And how long is that from Ali being champion to now? So what are you really trying to? What was your point?
Okay? So when was the Queensberry rules come up? Like boxing is longer than Ali. That's what I'm saying to you. Like just because Ali was able to do it, like Ali was one guy in the entire sport.
Right. No, he wasn't.
Because Ali was able to do it. I'm saying to you that there was a lot of 2020, guys have way more control over their careers than they ever have. There's fighter after fighter. There's not just Ali with the one guy that you can point to. There's Errol Spence you can point to. There's AJ you can point to. There's Canelo you can point to. There's Triple G you can point to. There's Loma you can point. Like there's all these guys that you can point to that have all this power over their careers that you couldn't do that back then.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, so how do you feel about, we'll just say Charlo, for instance, or Andre?
How do I feel about those guys?
I mean, in the context of what we're talking about, do they have control?
They're not in the same position. One guy has a promoter, one guy's his own promoter.
Okay, so there was guys in this position from the time Ali was champion and guys not in this position.
That is not relative. No, 1-2 kid, you're tripping. Ali had the power. Ali by himself. Not multiple guys. Ali.
Yeah, there was other people from between that.
Who else was the architect of their own career in 19 like when let's see what top rank form.
There were points in the careers of fighters where they can do that, and who's to say that they didn't when they made these contracts and they put these contracts into effect.
Okay, I get it. Okay, but that's an argument. 1-2 kid. Okay, listen. I keep telling you. Let me go back to this whole thing. fighters today, fighters generally, just general fighters, not specific guys, in general.
Now it's
fighters in general. Fighters have more say over their careers than they've had in the past. Just generally speaking.
Generally, from what time frame? Like that's such a blanket statement that it's
okay. So do you want to know when it started? Like I said, it started with this power that I'm characterizing, the power that I'm talking about started with Ali.
Completely off subject what we was talking about. No, you just keep.
But it's just me and you anyway. It's just me and you. Let's
right. Well, we keep moving the goalposts. All right. So, all right. What we'll do is. This is going nowhere, but at the same time, like, all right, you know some history about boxing. I know some history about boxing. The problem is we don't agree on where boxing's going.
No, really, we don't. Really, the thing that we don't agree, and it's not even that we don't agree. It's that I don't get involved with what I think are futile battles when it comes to boxing. To me, I am over getting all pissed off about a boxer either taking fights that I don't want or not taking fights that I do want. Like I'm just over the whole thing. I've done it ad nauseum. It's boring to me. It's literally boring to me to do this.
This is the problem. This is the problem. That's your take on it. That's your take on it. Is that
no? I'm saying that literally. I'm saying like I've done it ad nauseum. The last time I just got bit with the AJ Wilder negotiations. I'm cool on this.
But that's fine. You can feel that way. What the fuck does that got to do with me? Nothing at all. I'm just telling you the difference between you and me. It's not that we necessarily disagree on the fights that we want to see, because I want to see the same fights that you want to see. But I'm no longer getting emotionally invested in whether or not it actually happens. How am I emotionally invested in it?
Because you asked me, like, am I going to flame a guy? No, I'm not going to flame a guy. I don't give a shit.
I'm going to flame a guy.
Correct, because you're emotionally invested. That's why.
Emotional.
That's why you're gonna blame a guy, because you're emotionally invested.
No, I'm not gonna cry. I'm gonna tell you what. If I start crying if a guy loses, that means I'm emotionally.
No, I'm talking about fights that happen and don't fight.
I'm not gonna cry about it.
But you're talking about that's different from being.
No. You trying to tell me that I'm emotionally invested in this
in the fight, not the fighters, in the fight. In the fight, not the fighters. What I'm saying is I'm not emotionally invested in the fight. Forget about the fighters. I'm just talking about the fight happening, regardless of whether you think about the fighters themselves.
No. What I feel like is this, or what I think about the sport is this. It's a warrior sport. These guys should be scrapping, and the best should fight the best. Otherwise, technically, it's truly not a sport. If we're not saying that, in what sport do you see the best not compete with the best?
Here's the thing. The wonderful thing about boxing is it's really not like any other sport. Like I said, it's the purest form of capitalism that exists in the sports world. Like literally, guys can.
What is the definition of a sport?
I mean, let's come up with that so we don't. Let's look it up. Sport.
Yeah,
it's a competition. It's a thing. Let's look it up and come up with a dictionary definition. Sport meaning. It's like literally like pastime and.
No. An athletic activity requiring skill or physical prowess, and often of a competitive nature, as racing, baseball, tennis, golf, bowling, wrestling, boxing, hunting, fishing, etc.
Right. But that can fit anything. Like you can do that about marbles. Like that definition fits marbles. What I'm saying to you is that when it comes to the idea of organized sports, when it comes and organized professional sports specifically, boxing is the closest thing we have to the purest form of a capitalist instrument, where all it matters is whether or not it makes money.
That's you throwing that on there.
No, I'm telling. No, that's not even it at all. That's everybody throwing it at you. Like
No,
the reason why even
throwing it at me.
I'll tell you I'll tell you who else is throwing at you. The networks when they sign deals to these organizations, they're signing. They ask for so many championship fights.
I disagree with everything that you say.
I mean, you're not even hearing what I'm saying. You're not even listening to me. You're just saying you're listening. Saying okay, what did I just say? What did I just say? One, two, kid. Did you disagree with?
I really disagree with everything that you just said.
What did I just say? Marbles can be a sport by that definition? Do you disagree with that?
No.
Because I just said
no. It's competitive.
Correct. If I listen, have you played marbles? I used to go home with marbles. I used to go home with all these kids' new marbles.
Look, I'm questioning if there are any.
You ever played Skelly? You're from the East Coast. You played Skelly? You put mud in the top.
I'm questioning if there's any marbles in your argument. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't get what your point is.
Right, because you're not listening to me. You haven't heard my point. I haven't expressed it. You in the middle of it, you said you disagree with everything I said, and I hadn't done talking. I wasn't even done talking.
Right, but oh my God, oh my God.
Now, how do you disagree with me? What is it you actually disagree with me? Tell me that. Specifically, what do you disagree with me on?
Look, I'm going to put it like this. I enjoy your competitive nature. I just wish the sport that you're arguing with me with was half as competitive as you're trying to be.
Oh my God, dude, come on. Are you trying to tell me that you did not enjoy Monster versus Donaire? Are you trying to say you did not enjoy Devonchenko versus Triple G?
What's that?
Are you trying to tell me that you did not enjoy Ruiz versus AJ1?
No.
Or are you trying to tell me that you didn't enjoy because this is the sport. This is the sport that we all like. This is the sport that we love. There's plenty of competitive fights. Just because Spence and Crawford didn't fight, boxing is okay.
No.
Boxing is just fine.
No, but what I'm trying to say is this is not okay in these instances because it's not keeping the same energy and it's defeating the purpose of its purpose. That's the only thing that I'm trying to say. And when you see this stuff happen, I'm not saying that these things ain't gonna happen. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that like I just want to see the best fights, man. And when you're trying to attach me being emotionally invested in it, do I somewhat have a passion for the sport? Absolutely. Have I been involved in the sport? Absolutely. Have I followed the sport? Absolutely. But I feel like it's truly missing, in part, what it was made up of in the first place.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you that. Like, I think that you have you've romanticized the idea of boxing. What I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to you is this: that there's been fights that have never happened. You can make a list of the greatest fights that never actually worked.
Definition is competitive. So if people are refusing to compete, then it's
right. But then that means, but you compete when you step through the lines. The issue that you have is not about competition. The issue that you have is about level of competition.
No.
And specifically, level of competition between the fighters that you want to pit against each other.
No. I don't call it competition if it's not competition.
Oh my God, dude! It's two men separate. You fight. You've been in there. You've laced them up. You've gotten in between that. You know fully well that's another man in front of you that can punch you and do whatever the hell.
Right, but if you take a guy who is this high in skill set and you take a guy who is this low in skill set and you put them in, you might as well be throwing them in a different weight class. It is not competitive. It's not competitive.
Until you haven't, but you know, there's a definition for what it is you're talking, for the asterisk to what you're talking about in boxing. There's actually a term for it because it happens so much. It's called upset. Upsets happen in boxing because of the nature of the sport.
Oh, And how often are there more, if these two levels of competition, we'll just call it competition because that's what you call it. If this level of competition where a guy is this high up and a guy is this low, right? A guy is a 10 and a guy is a 0, right? And the 10 and the 0 get in there, and there is such thing as an upset and luck or what have you. What are the odds of that, though?
I mean, the greatest upsets in boxing. I mean, there's all kinds of them. But I'm just saying that you have to. You can't prejudge a fight, right? You have to let the fight happen, and then also you have to enjoy two guys fighting. In order to, like, really, here's really the essence of boxing is enjoying the combat.
No,
and the back and forth. That's really all that happens. Like, it doesn't actually make, like, if it happens between two skilled operators facing each other, or one skilled operator versus a bum, or two bums fighting. Like, the whole idea of it is just the fact that two guys or two people are locked in combat.
If we're never seeing the level of competition as equals, then what's the point? That's what
because here's the thing. Okay, so what you were just touched on is why I don't really watch, junior flyweights, right? Is because I feel like there's not really a parity in competition between the guys there. I think there's one or two guys that are worth watching, but not a whole division, right? Because it's really about parity, and I get where you're coming from with it. All I'm saying is when you look at boxing as a whole, boxing as a whole doesn't suffer from that. What boxing as a whole suffers from isn't about parity. It's about frequency and really fans expectations.
Get the smoke. I totally feel you're arguing skills. I think you got skills. You can sit here and you can argue something, and you got stamina when it comes to doing it. But
I'm just trying to express my feelings, man. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to express my feelings.
So you're emotionally involved in this.
In boxing, but not in specific fights. That's my point. Is that you are emotionally attached to specific fights. And there's fights that I want to see, great. But I'm not going to put those fights. I'm not going to pit those fights against the entire health of the sport.
Right. So you're not going to put those fights against the wallet of the fighters.
No, I'm not going to put it against the health of the sport. What I'm saying is, even though I don't give a damn about White versus Walk, other people do. I get the fact that other people care about White versus Walk. I just don't. For me, White can fight. The fight that I want to see White fight, I want to see him fight Ortiz or Ruiz.
Okay, so then let's just agree to disagree. I'm right and you're wrong.
Okay. I can definitely do that.
No, let's just agree to disagree, bro. Because we're not going to get anywhere. We're just going to keep doing this shit, and I lost my passion.
I know because you are a. I mean, shout out to Jalik. I don't know where he is in the world, but he came up with an excellent term, fanager. That's what is going on. You are actually, from a fan's perspective, managing these guys' careers and being upset along the fight that they're not taking your advice.
So I'm a fanager. That's what you're calling me? I'm a fanager?
Well, this argument, not you specific, like not you in total, but this argument is a fanager argument. Like, these guys aren't fighting who I want, so therefore the sport is suffering.
Well, I wish I could come up with a word for you right now, but
that was Jalik. I didn't come up with that word. That's Jalik. I got to give it out to Jalik. That's him.
No. Between you and I can't, because this is some new shit to me. I've never seen somebody argue what's best. Against what's best for the sport in my entire life. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to see touchdowns. I don't want to see a guy celebrate. I don't want to see,
you said that. That's not what my argument is.
Right. I know. You're right.
That's not my argument at all.
By the time you chop your argument up, it's all for nothing.
No, here's really what it is. No, what it is I think that you have
no.
versus the good. I'm telling you that there's fights happening that are phenomenal. And what you're talking about is instead of talking about the fights that happened that are phenomenal, you're bitching about the fights that didn't happen that you want to see.
No. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. You're building a false narrative, and you continue to move the goalposts. Actually, we did talk about great fights that happen. We did agree on great fights that happen. So, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying that the sport is in good hands because of the good fights that happen. The sport is not deteriorating. It's not dying because Spence is not fighting Crawford
and making up facts in your own
head. No, I'm just telling you. No, it's not that. I'm just saying that you put this.
I can overtalk you too. I can literally surf on bullshit. You know what I mean? All the way. We can continue to do this shit because I mean, all I'm talking about is the best fight and the best, and when it no longer becomes competitive. And this is what I mean. I'm not talking about in every circumstance. That's you talking about. That's you talking about. Oh no, you're trying to say that we ain't getting big fights. But I'm saying we do get big fights. I didn't have an issue with certain fights that were made. I didn't have a problem with certain ways fighters are moving. But then you go to an in particular situation and say, well, this guy, fighters nowadays say a blanket statement like fighters nowadays got more control over their careers than fighters did in the past. But wait, let me finish though. Then you say, okay, and then I bring up the fighters that I brought up, and then we bring up Ali, and then you go, oh yeah, but guys before that, it started with Ali. So how far are you going back to make your argument? Like it's pointless because you're gonna keep coming up, and this is what I'm gonna call you.
Okay.
I'm gonna come up with my own word.
Okay, go ahead. I'm all ears.
A branch arguer. You avoid the root of the problem and you focus on the branches.
Okay.
And whenever I bring you to the root, you find another branch to talk about. And then
at some point you got to be done. I hope so. I can address all the points that you're making. You're making so many points. At this point, you made 15 points.
Right, and I'm going to continue to make points.
Okay, great. So I'm going to just so you know that I'm going to have 20 points. I'm going to have to rebut 20 points if you don't let me do some of these points at some point.
No. But what I'm saying is that's exactly what it is. And then when I touch on the specific branch that you're talking about, you move to another one. Then when I touch on that one, then you move to another one.
Okay, I got the examples that you're making. Okay, what's the? I'm listening.
But I started the argument at the root, and you flew to that branch, and then when I touch those branches, you can always go to 1,000 different branches and go to this one, go to that one, go to. So I know what you're doing. I see it all too clear.
Okay, so can I say something? Brett? So there's no different branches. What I said was that fighters today have more power than they have than they've ever had and I said fighters, not a specific fighter, but fighters in general. Fighters in general have more power over their careers and the trajectory of their careers than they've ever had historically. And I said that it started with Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, but so where did that?
I see. You just made 20 points. Here's the thing: you made 20 points, and you're already interrupting me when I'm just clarifying what I already said. Okay, listen.
Very first point I made.
This is why you don't understand. This is literally why you don't understand what I'm saying to you, because you don't actually have the capacity to listen to my entire thought, and in the middle of it, you interrupt and go off on this tangent. So you think I'm the one going on tangents, but in fact, you don't even understand what I'm saying to you because you keep interrupting. Right?
Well,
so let me just explain to you what I'm saying to you. Let me explain to you my point. So you don't think I moving the goalpost, right?
Again.
What I'm saying to you is that there is a number of fighters, today's fighters, from heavyweights to flyweights, who have a say over their career, over who they fight and how often they fight and when they fight and where they fight and all of this shit. Meanwhile, it started in the late 60s with one guy being able to do that.
And what's that got?
Before that one guy was able to do it, boxers were at the mercy of their handlers, all of them. Maybe one guy was able, after reaching a certain level in his career, was able to call the shots.
Right, but that was never that's the point that you're stuck on. The whole point of our whole entire argument was guys fighting the best, and I was on specific guys that weren't making those moves, and then you went into all of that.
Right, because what I'm saying, right. So when we're talking about guys fighting the best, the issue is, how do you define the best today? The best used to be defined.
Right, here we go. At least we're getting closer to the point.
Hold on, 1-2 kid. The guys used
at
to.
least we're getting closer.
The best used to be defined, but the best used to be defined by guys fighting each other. At this point, the best is defined. The best is defined by if you have a belt. The guys don't have to fight each other.
Look! Get the smoke. I'm gonna drop it like this. Look, I'm the best. All right, and that's just how it's gonna go down.
Okay.
All right. I'm the best. This is how it's going down. Now, what you're the best at is you make that funky skunky. You know what I'm saying? You got that primo. You got that primo Bazito. You know what I mean? You got that fire. You know what I mean? And that is good. And just because you're busy don't mean you're accurate. So you talk a lot does not mean that your punches are landing. All right.
Here's the thing. But this is not a fight, though. I'm trying to chop it up so that
I'm literally having fun.
I'm not debating.
But I'm literally having fun with this right now. I'm not.
I'm not trying to land punches. I'm trying to get my point across.
Look.
Understand your point. That's all it is.
Right. I'm the best.
Okay, DJ Khaled.
No. I ain't DJ Khaled. I ain't saying we the best. I said I'm the best. I'm the best. That's how it's going down. No, but all bullshit aside, I enjoy the discussion with you back and forth. In some spots, kind of like I enjoy the sport in some spots. But a lot of it comes across as bullshit.
No, here's the thing: is that listen, if you can just separate your personal preferences from the realities of the sport, I think it'll be all right. I think I'll be all right with you. You'll be all right with me, and you'll be all right with boxing. But as long as you think that your personal preferences are the way that boxing should be run, you're gonna be outraged.
I'm not outraged. I'm outraged that you're fine with everything.
Yeah, because listen, man, I'm almost 50 years old. I'm almost 50 years old, and I was introduced to the sport like before I knew anything about anything. Like I've been watching the sports since I'm 3 and 4 years old on the shoulders of my dad and my uncles, and these are what the examples of men used to be. And these are the guys like Ali and all this stuff. Like what the sport is today. Like what you have to understand, the champions of today are young enough to be my children. I don't give it. Like I'm just not in the same place. I get I've already made my money. I've already been ambitious in the world. I get what the hell is going on. I understand that they have these guys. Listen. Let me just say something real. Let me just say something real right now. Poverty is for real. The fact that these guys are able to make an honest dollar. And what they need to do, like the way that life is set up, that this is what they need to do in order to make an honest dollar. The fact that they have to take in order to make a buck, I'm not gonna be like, you know what? Fuck you. You didn't fight the guy I wanted you to fight. I'm not gonna do that.
You just made a point about your age, a point about
you're not listening to me, 1-2. You're not listening to me.
You're talking over me. So how am I not listening?
No, because you're talking over me, man. You're not listening. You're not thinking about what I'm saying. Instead, what you're doing is talking about the response to what I'm saying. But instead of talking about the response to what I'm saying,
how can I respond if I'm not listening?
Oh, okay, because I'm not done talking and you're already responding. So how are you listening if I'm not done talking when you're responding already? So let me
hold on.
Here's what I'm saying to you. Let me finish my thought. Think about it and then respond. instead of if mom's talking, responding the whole time.
Oh, wait a minute. I can respond to you. I have to be listening to you to respond to you.
Talking. You're already responding. I haven't even made my point. You're already responding to a point that I haven't made yet.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is, listen.
I know you're always trying to say it, but you're not trying to listen. That's my point. You're trying to say, but you're not trying to hear.
But you're saying you're not done talking.
Exactly, because you're already.
Right. But you're done talking. Nah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So
I never did that to you. That was a joke. I went in there.
No, I got you. No, I got it. I laughed. I was on mute and I was laughing. I got you. I got it. No, but all I'm saying is, I've seen that the where boxing exists is the same way that the military exists. Like most of these guys don't have any other options. They're pulling from a class of people that don't have a lot of options about how they're going to make an honest dollar, and then they put them in to these situations that are life threatening and anyway, that life threatening and exploitive, right? But at both on both ends of the spectrum, it's all fucked up. They stick you in the middle of a dilemma and tell you to make the best of it, and then we're going to throw dollars at you in the meantime, possibly. And so for me, when I understand the situation that these boxers start from, I don't feel comfortable, having watched the sport as long as I've watched it. I don't feel comfortable saying, fuck you, you don't fight the guy that I want you to fight, or you don't move in a way that I don't want you to move. Because two things, and it's really two things that like opened my eyes about it. Me missing out on Larry Holmes and me still talking shit about Vladimir Klitschko. Nobody talks shit about Vladimir Klitschko, right? Everybody thinks Vladimir Klitschko is cool, and now everybody gives Larry Holmes his props. But I was around for both of those reigns. I feel badly that I shit on Larry Holmes, that I was in this mind space of you must meet the standard or I'm going to talk shit about you and I'm not going to watch your shit. Right? Mm-hmm. I missed out on one of the best that ever laced him up. That's one lesson learned. The other lesson learned is I lived through the reign of Vladimir Klitschko, which I think is one of the most bullshit fucking reigns in heavyweight history. Meanwhile, everybody adores this fucking guy. So what am I going to do? Am I going to become bitter about the whole thing, or am I just going to roll with it and understand the sport is what it is? Guys come in, they don't have a lot of options. They make their legacy, they make their money, they play for their family, and the fan bases either love them or hate them along the way. Okay, I'm done.
What'd you say?
Man, fuck you, dude.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. And that is why you don't get my points, because it's a listening problem.
Yeah, man. You lost me at let me talk.
And you know what? And I'm gonna come to terms with that. That I feel like maybe I'm just interested in listening.
No.
More than other people.
No. Now I listen to what you said. I get where you're coming from, but I just don't agree with it. And I get where
you want to tell these people what to do.
No. That's you not listening to me. I'm not trying to tell people what to do. What I'm trying to say is, it's a sport that I'm passionate about, and when I see certain moves made in it, to me it takes away from the sport. To you, it's like, well, this is the evolution of the sport, and you feel that it's evolving, and this is and that someone like myself should expect change and accept change. And
I'm not saying that to you at all. I'm just saying that I'm just talking about the difference between me and you. I'm not saying that what you're doing is wrong. I don't think that you need to change at all. I'm just saying that I can't do it anymore. I used to be able to do it. I just can't do it anymore.
Right.
It's like playing video games. I just can't do it. Like
Right.
it's not like I'm hating on people who do play video games.
But
I
like
just don't have the ability to do that anymore.
right, but that doesn't mean, like, for instance, if there's something still in me that no longer lies in you, and you moved on from it, or you lost it, however you want to look at it,
Yeah.
that's entirely your thing.
Yeah,
And this,
no, I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just talking about the differences. I'm just really at this point. I'm just saying the differences, and I'm noticing that. Yeah, I at one point I was like this. I was totally into this whole idea about you need to do this and all this, and it just didn't happen for me. And I still watch the sport, and I still want watching the sport. So it just
to get the smoke. Here's what I'm trying to say is, there's things in my life that I let go of that I used to do that I don't do no more. There's things that and usually I considered them bad things. You found it disappointing to have to go through feeling that way or seeing things that way at points in your life where you're like, why am I going to set myself up for that disappointment again when I should just accept the fact that it changed? Is that fair?
Right. Well, it's also an understanding of you understand the sport for what it is.
Right.
I used to think it was one thing, and then now I understand what it actually is. I understand sport better. I understand human beings better. I understand capitalism better.
Okay, but that's a blanket statement. What I'm trying to say is, just because you either gained a oversight on the sport that you didn't have before, or lost the sight of the sport that you thought it was at one point, or decipher in your own way how you interpret that. Like, oh, I gained basically I gained something by understanding that the sport is this way. That is your opinion. I don't consider that a fact.
I'm saying that also the sport changed though. Also the sport changed. It wasn't just me that changed, but also the sport changed.
Yeah, but that is how you see it.
No, I'm saying like literally the sport changed. Like it used to be 15 rounds. It used to be 15 rounds.
Right. But now you're trying to turn it into a fact. Okay.
No, I'm telling you that my idea. No, it is a fact. It is a fact that I changed and I saw the sport differently. It is also a fact that the sport changed.
You know what though? That it gets to the point where you're trying to tell me that it's cool and it's all right that ice cream's not cold anymore.
No, I'm not telling you that at all. I'm telling you that that's not what I'm saying to you, and that's not what I'm saying to you. I'm not saying that to you at all. If you can be. Let me. Can I say something to you? Just say. Can I say something to you, TK?
Wait a minute. So you're interpreting what you're saying and how you feel or think about it in one way. Okay, I'm interpreting what you're saying and what I'm thinking about it another way. Can we just leave it at that?
Yeah, but just definitely. But I'm just telling you that I'm not telling you to behave any differently.
Well,
that you're like the way that you. I'm not telling you that you're wrong at all. For the way that you are experiencing the sport and what you expect, or that your standards or expectations are wrong. I'm not telling. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
All right. So you're telling me my standards are wrong?
No, I'm saying I'm not telling you that your standards are wrong. Your standards are fine. Your expectations are fine. I just don't have that anymore in me anymore because I've been burned too many times, both positive and negative. Like I've shot myself in the foot doing this, and I've been shot in the back doing it, and I've been stabbed in the back doing it. So I'm just not interested anymore.
But I just said that shit. That's basically what I just said to you.
No, right, but that doesn't mean just because I got shot in the foot
but you
and I got stabbed in the back doesn't mean that you're going to get shot, that you're going to shoot yourself in the foot and get stabbed in the back. You may be, with your standards and your expectations, you may be born out to be fine. Like if you put the pressure on Spence Crawford fight, or Andrade Charlo and they fight, then you got the payoff. For me, I had that and didn't get the payoff, but I still watch boxing. So now I have to. Then I had to balance what my own personal preferences for my actual attraction to the sport.
I'll put it like this. If I push to get the best out of what I get, there's a good chance that I'm always getting better. I may not get what I want, but I'm always going to get, there's a better chance I'm getting something out of it. And if I don't push for it, I know exactly what I'm going to get. Nothing.
See that.
If
For
I
me,
don't,
I don't think it like that. I don't have that particular outlook.
Right, but you don't have to. To
No,
me,
no, I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't have that.
Right. If I want an ice cream and I don't get up to go to the store to get it, guess what? I'm not going to get it. I'm just going to hope in the.
I think there's a guy in the chat asking to drop a link also.
You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point that I'm trying to make. And, that's just basically it. That's it.
Did you hear me?
What's that?
That there's a guy in the chat trying to he wants you to drop a link.
Oh yeah. I heard that. I was dropping it. I was just getting out.
No. I mean, I feel you, and I'm not saying that you should. I'm not telling you to not fight for your own self-interest or anything like that. I'm saying that at this point in the game,
the argument's over.
No, okay, it's always over when I'm talking.
Yeah. You're right.
I mean, I get that. I get that you have very little interest in listening to what I have to say.
No, I do. I do.
I would like to. So all I'm saying to you. Okay.
I enjoy listening to you.
Then let me talk. Then here's an opportunity for you to listen. For a guy who enjoys listening to me, you don't give me very many opportunities to just talk.
But it's just some of the stuff that comes out of your, you know what I mean?
It's always some of the stuff. It's never all of the stuff, right? It's always some before it gets chopped up.
It's like, you know what I mean? Some of the stuff, it's like, it.
Right. But I mean, listen, we can chop it up. And all I'm saying to you is I am not necessarily into that particular action anymore because it's burned me. I've been burned by myself. I burned myself doing this, and I've been burned by other people doing this. Right. So that's all I'm saying. That's been my experience. That has nothing to do with your experience. And I am not saying that you should behave any differently or that you're wrong in how you behave. I'm not at all. I'm just trying to express to you and share with you my experience and why I am the way that I am. That's it.
That's fine. Look, all jokes aside, you wish Stevenson and Kovalev would have happened. Yeah, you know what everybody does instead of Kovalev versus Ward. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't happen either. And it was funny too because here comes what's going on, that guy?
Oh, I'm good.
You know it was pretty good. But you know what was funny about the Stevenson Kovalev fight is Stevenson just showed up and said, I ain't the champ, but it never went down.
All right. Yeah. We're 3 men. They seem to have seen a good amount of yesterday's. So yeah, let's what's that guy got to add to it?
Yesterday's. Carry on.
I'm saying that we're all mature. We're all men of a certain age.
Yeah.
We've accumulated a few yesterdays in our experience. But you said drop a link.
What were we talking about?
Right now we're talking about the fact that 1-2 Kid can't divorce his own personal preferences from guys' careers and the way that they move, and that I should join him on his crusade to make guys
you don't
fight
have to do anything.
who we want when we want.
Well,
I'm just fucking. That's just not what we're talking about. That's me.
You weren't talking about that a minute ago. You know what I mean?
I don't know what this guy's talking about, man. He's all over the place. I don't know, man. What do you think, that guy? I mean, what do you think about this guy? That guy?
And where are you coming from? Actually, where are you broadcasting from? You're bright and
UK.
sunny.
Yeah, UK.
Yeah.
UK.
Wait, which country in UK?
So yeah.
What'd you say? I heard New Zealand. Then you said UK.
No, UK.
No, which country?
Which country in the UK?
Yeah.
You just say.
Yes, which country in the UK?
Yeah, the Crusader, Tammy Temple.
Oh.
Is it England? Is it Scotland?
Yeah,
Is it Wales?
Yeah. It's England.
Okay, yeah.
England.
What's up?
So, what was I talking about? What were you talking about? You just.
I don't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, I'm telling you, OTK is it apparently feels like I don't respect his feelings about
Oh my God.
pushing guys to make the best fights right now.
Pushing guys.
No. I just have an issue with the way certain people's moves, like certain fighters move, and he doesn't, and that's basically what it comes down to. But we can talk about anything, that guy. What you want to chit chat about? Because I would certainly like to get over this conversation because he's basically arguing with himself.
Oh, I wasn't arguing at all. I was trying to like pour my sleeve out like it's an AA meeting, but you want to turn it into a debate. I just want to share and have a kumbaya moment as boxing fans about what it is we like about the sport.
What do you like about the sport? Get the smoke.
Like I said, I like the fights. I don't care about the stakes. I don't need a sanctioning body to tell me who's good. I just like the fights. It doesn't even need to be a belt involved. They don't even need to be the best fighters.
So basically, you just like to see two people get in there and punch each other.
The same way it was when I was a kid. The same way it is I am today.
Okay. But what if someone refuses to get in there and fight a guy?
Oh well, there's somebody else who's willing to do the dirty. If Wilder and AJ can't figure it out, guess what? There's Ramirez and Hooker.
Okay, so then you ain't gonna give a guy heat for not being able to fight the top guys.
And I'm not gonna pay for his family, so no, I'm not gonna give him heat.
All right, move on. Okay, that guy. You tell me, out of the fights you've seen, what was one of your favorite fights, man?
From this year?
This year's fine.
This year, probably Inua Dinner.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
You know what?
I mean, I was seesawing between Josh Taylor and Prograis, but I think I seesawed towards Dinner anyway. That was fucking exciting.
How far do you think Josh Taylor can move up in weight?
Well, he's big at 140, and he's gonna 147 is. I don't see him at 154. So,
how do you see him performing at 147?
With the way 147 is looking right now, I mean, he's great. He goes upstairs, downstairs. I still think Terence Crawford's probably the best at 147.
Wow, you wanted a few UK guys to say that.
Well, I like Spence. I like the fact that he travelled, then he fucked his conditioning coat off, and I mean, yeah, okay, he was great against Porter, but it just seems all downhill for him now, to be honest.
Yeah,
I don't see Spence growing. I really don't.
Really?
I have a question. Did you
opinion,
see did you get out Did you get a chance to or were you able to see Loma Campbell?
Yeah,
Did you go to the fight?
Loma Campbell.
I mean, were you able to go
No,
to the fight?
I didn't go to the fight. No.
Okay. Yeah.
No. It was a good fight. I mean, Campbell, he did great, but I never saw him winning that fight, to be honest.
Really?
No. He's great. He's big. He's long. But I never saw him beating Loma.
I'm gonna ask you guys. I'm gonna ask you guys a question. Skill wise, who do you think's better? Taylor, or who did you just mention again? Get the smoke.
All right, I miss Campbell.
Taylor or Campbell?
Yeah, Taylor or Campbell. Who do you think got better skills?
That's a good question. I'd say Taylor.
What about you, GTS?
Yeah, I would say Taylor also. The most skilled guy coming out of the UK. Oh, that I mean, which is a broader question. It might be Taylor, representing Scotland, baby.
I think.
It might be.
Oh God!
It might be the Scots.
We claim Taylor.
yeah. I mean, it's the UK, right?
Yeah.
It's firmly UK. Yeah, it might be Taylor. I can't think like who's the second guy. There was the most talented guy coming out, or the most skilled guy coming out of England. Is it Amir Khan? With glass chin, Amir Khan?
Skill. Yeah,
he's a skilled guy.
No, I think he's got talent. I don't think his skills are that high.
I mean, he's all right. It's just that he can't take a punch, really. I mean, to the chin or to the inner thigh.
Or anywhere for that matter.
Yeah, this smoke.
Anywhere for that matter. I mean, he just. But I've never seen him quit until that Crawford fight. I've never seen Amir Khan quit until that moment.
Well, I'm not saying he's quit, but I've never seen a glass thigh. I've never seen that one.
It was only going one way, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he realized that.
He did, but he did tag Crawford with the big one. Like Crawford's always smiling in his fights after he gets punched in the face.
No, but I think Crawford broke him. I don't think anyone else has broken him. I mean, his spirit. I mean, Canelo knocked him cold the fuck out, but
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I've never seen his spirit broken where he was like, I quit. I've never seen that out of him, and that was what I always gave him props for. Is he'd always finish the fights on his feet up until he fought, Canelo, and he'd always grit out a fight. Like him and Maidana proved to me that he had hurt. And
I still don't have any idea how he made it to the end of that Maidana fight. It doesn't make sense to me.
Because he was hurting Maidana. He literally was hurting Maidana.
He dropped him, but
yeah. And he was competitive.
It still smokes my head.
I never seen him broke though. I've never seen him broke like mentally broken. And dude broke him. He literally broke him. And I've never seen him lose to a boxer.
No.
And he lost to Crawford. Boxing. He literally was getting timed and outboxed.
And still.
That's why.
Still in post.
That's why.
Still in the post conference, he still tried to tell everyone he got punched in the dick. So.
Right, but he was getting countered and cracked prior to all of that shit. I think he was looking for an excuse to get out, and I think that this is my view on it. I think he broke him.
This is why he didn't want to fight Brook, really.
Yeah.
Brook's a great counter puncher,
Yeah.
and he hits hard.
You know what? That's another fight for fucking Crawford that Brook is willing to take. But is he going to get any props for if he does beat Brook? Is anyone going to say,
He should have done Brook instead of Khan. Now it's too late, I think.
okay? So who should he fight now then? If he can't fight Spence, if he can't fight Pacquiao,
anybody that he should fight that guy. If you can say the guy's name, fight that dude.
Porter.
Yeah, any fighter whose name you know, he should fight him. I mean, except for Brook, it's expiration, but I think Brook would have been better than Mean Machine, but that was mandatory. I'm not eating his lunch. I'm just saying.
I think it's just a name, though.
You think
honestly?
Yeah.
I'm not massive on Brook's performances like everyone else. Like, yeah, I don't. I see it. It's just a declining fighter to me. Brook is. I love him. I've loved watching him over the years, but I think it's all over. I really do. I think if he goes at it, he's going to put a great 5 rounds. I think Crawford's just going to take over and batter him. Yeah. But yeah, it'd be great. Bring it to the UK. It'd be great to see Crawford back over here.
I think Crawford is a fantastic fighter. I'd agree with you. What do you think about Crawford, GTS? You think he's better?
Crawford's my favorite for a minute. I actually had him over Spence before I saw Spence do what he did. What was it? Which fight was it? Maybe the Algieri fight? Was it Van Heerden? It was one of them fights. He just completely just wailed on this dude. And I was like, yeah, he's too big. He's too fast. He comes behind the jab. He's too fun. It's just too much,
right?
I think, for a smaller guy. But outside of that, I think Crawford's the bee's knees. I like his mentality. Although now he's starting to show, I think there's a disconnect between who Crawford is as a fighter and as a person than the way people perceive him.
So what do you wait a minute? What do you think about like Van Heerden? He don't move his head at all. So he's just like right in front of you. But then you take a guy like who was the other guy that you said, the dietary guy, Algieri. He can move here and there. But do you think that he was a good fighter?
Algieri's all right. He won his last fight. It wasn't by knockout, and Algieri doesn't really have power. I think he's probably a better chef than boxer. I hope. Actually, I don't know that for a fact. I haven't eaten his food.
He put on a good account of himself against Khan.
I mean, he got the shit beat out of him by Pacquiao, but it's Pacquiao.
Right.
He's all right. It's not that. It's just that what I saw was a guy who was big and knew how to move himself, knew how to handle himself, and had a dedicated body attack, which is going to be a huge problem for any guy, especially a boxer, like a dude that throws combinations to the body.
But I'm saying though, but you said you lean towards Spence because of those two fights, and what I'm trying to say is,
I'm saying that's when I started doing that. That's when the tide turned for me. But
yeah, Spence, but why though?
So did I.
Spence fought a lot since then.
But what I'm saying though, but why that fight, the Algieri fight?
I think it's just the size. Really, just the size sort of kicked in. Like I think of Crawford as a good little guy. I mean, it was at that point Crawford hadn't fought the Benavidez's of the world. He hadn't fought the Green Machine. But it's just that even though he has now fought those guys, it hasn't changed my opinion of what I think is going to happen. He's just a good little guy. I don't think that his best weight probably is 140, and there's just no money there, and there's nothing for him to do at 140. So now I think he's at he's good enough to be probably the best welterweight, depending on who else is in the division.
But not.
I don't think he can beat Errol Spence.
Okay, so because he has such problems with the big welterweights, right?
Well, it depends. It's not just big and that can fight and it's a style thing. Like it's a bad style matchup with a bigger guy.
Why do you think Spence can box better than Benavidez?
I think Benavidez, before he got shot in the leg, can fight better than Benavidez that Terrence Crawford fought.
Okay.
But yes, I do think Terrence Crawford beat both of those guys.
Okay, no, wait a minute. But what I'm trying to say, so then he can box better than a post.
Yes, everybody that Errol Spence fought, everybody that Crawford fought, Errol Spence can fight better than those guys. Yes, everyone, every single guy. Victor Postol, yes, I think he fights better than him. Amir Khan, yes, I think all of those guys.
Okay, so that's how you feel. You think he got better skills than all them guys?
Yeah, all those guys. Like, and it's not even that. I think he's better at what he does than those guys are at what
what they do. Okay, fair enough. I still think Spence gets like close to a shutout against Crawford.
Yeah, the only guy that Crawford's close to shutting out ever was Victor Postol. Other than that, he's been in tough fights.
Actually, that was
like nobody. He was in tough fights with like Moody or what was that guy's name? That short dude. I can't remember. Let me look at
that. That was a tough fight, and he what did he do? He moved his what was it? Damn! His head. He moved his head well. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that wasn't that like 130 or something.
But no. But I'm saying Spence got great head movement, don't he?
Say again.
Spence has got phenomenal head movement, don't he?
Spence is just really subtle with his defense. Is it phenomenal? No, it's phenomenal when it comes to a pressure fighter fighting in the pocket. I think he has phenomenal defense for that style, but not just in general. Like no.
All right. So what do you think Bud Crawford would do to the two guys that you gave him props for beating up?
What do I think Crawford would be? I didn't give him props, dude. Listen. You're missing my point. You're missing my point. Here's really what I'll tell you. I think that Terrence Crawford beats everybody that Errol Spence fought. No, right? I do think Terrence Crawford does that, but I think that Crawford is in a war with Sean Porter and is not the same fighter after that fight. I think Sean Porter takes something from Terrence Crawford
because of his size.
It's not just his style. It's also the way he fights.
And his size.
It's the way he fights. It's the style that he fights.
Okay, but what happens if Terrence Crawford fights Mikey Garcia?
I think it's a pretty bad ass whooping for Mikey Garcia.
No, I'm just saying, but
does he stop him?
No.
Okay.
No.
So do you think Terrence Crawford stops Algieri?
I don't know, but probably not, but maybe.
Okay. Do you think he stops Van Heerden?
Maybe, probably, maybe.
Oh, okay.
I would lean closer to yes, but I mean maybe not, but maybe. Sure. I mean I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
Okay. So all right, I can't agree with I don't agree with what you're saying, but I mean it's your opinion.
No, I'm just saying, like, if here's the thing. Here's really what it is. Like, Mikey and Terrence have already fought, right? It's not like they stopped each other. Like, I don't think that I don't see Terrence Crawford as this indestructible guy. I think he is. First off, I don't think Jeff Horn can fight at all. Like, so forget that. Like Jeff Horn, David Benavidez, Amir Khan, the Green Machine. I think Green Machine's an okay fighter. He's a good guy. But I don't think that I can't extrapolate how great Terrence Crawford is from the guys that he fought at welterweight and what he did with those guys. I just can't do it.
Well, you mean all the stoppages?
Yeah. Going off comments that fighters have made post-fight, whose weight holds more? Spence's. I wanted to box Mikey, or Terence Crawford's. I wanted to get on the inside and fight against Green Machine. Do you think they're both just talking shit, or maybe one or the other?
Okay. So I think Spence now at this point has shown me over a couple of different big fights that he has terrible pre-fight strategy. Like whatever it is, the hell he's trying to do. Like I don't know why you would try to out muscle Sean Porter and then try to outbox Mikey Garcia. Like it just, to me, on the face of it, that's not very wise pre-fight strategy.
You are delusional.
Now, whether or not Crawford tried to fight Mean Machine on the inside or not, what I think about Crawford is,
oh my god,
if you tag him, he wants to get his get back.
Oh,
that's really what it is about Crawford. You can draw him into a fight. I don't know that necessarily Crawford would go into a fight just because he may have wanted to fight Mean Machine on the inside, whether or not that's true or not, whether or not that's true. I don't think that he would have the same kind of arrogance when it comes to Spence.
Look, get the smoke. I'm going to tell you exactly why you're delusional in this. And this is exactly what I'm going to tell you. Listen, Mikey Garcia tagged Spence and he turned into a boxer. All right. That's why he stood on the outside and then picked his spots. And he was fighting a smaller guy, so he gets no prop by saying, oh, I just decided to box him. He had no game plan to box him. He always comes out using his jab and feeling shit out. That's exactly what he does, all right? Now, as for Sean Porter, he didn't want to stand in the inside with Sean Porter. He didn't have a choice.
Are you high right now? No. Sean Porter was trying to use his legs for dinner. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. No, I'm listening to you. Go ahead. You're saying that he didn't have a choice. It was Sean Porter who was fighting. Who was facing the pressure. Okay, go ahead.
Listen, no, he didn't have a choice but to fight Sean Porter the way Sean Porter wanted to fight him, because Sean Porter has something that he don't have, and that's explosive legs. He can close the distance on him.
Okay.
So he had no choice but to fight Sean Porter on the outside. I mean, on the inside, because he couldn't fight him on the outside. Period.
Okay.
He didn't have a choice, so he had to fight him on the inside. Shout out to Spence for fighting him and still showing his grit, but it wasn't because he wanted to not box him.
Because what about the times when Porter was trying to fight on the outside and Spence said, "Nah, we're gonna go toe to toe." Like there was no point in that fight where Errol Spence was trying to fight on the outside and Porter pressed the action. In fact, it was the other way around. It was the other way around when Porter was trying to fight on the inside and Spence forced the inside fight.
Listen, Porter was working his way on the inside constantly.
Yeah, and getting fucked up.
No, wasn't he? Yeah. And he was punching the shit out of Spence in the process. You are delusional.
What Porter was doing was swimming with his shots. I mean, he was great. He was great for activity, but his accuracy was for shit. He was getting his ass whipped from round 1 to round 12.
Your mind. You're out of your mind.
No, I'm not saying that Porter, but I'm not saying Porter didn't have success. I'm not saying it wasn't a 7-5 fight. I do think it was a close fight. And I thought it was going to be a 7-5 fight before the fight happened. I thought it was going to be a close fight, but that is a different situation than saying that all of a sudden Errol Spence wasn't able to do what he wanted to do.
A lot of talking, but the fact is, you don't know what you're talking about, man.
Now I hear you. You think I don't know what I'm talking about? I got it. You need for me to not know what I'm talking about because I don't agree with you.
I don't need anything.
Well, then stop. Just say I don't agree with you, and then leave it there. What's up, that guy?
Don't tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I'm just saying. Let me have my opinion without you telling me I don't know what I'm talking about.
You don't know what the fuck.
Okay, but no, you don't know what I'm talking about. That's all.
That's what you assume.
No, I'm saying to you, like you just think I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh well, you can say I think it. I can say
What's up, that guy?
Yeah, that guy.
No, I'm saying that guy was asking me a question.
Right.
He was asking me a question.
I'm letting that guy talk.
Okay.
Did Errol fight Porter's fight, or did Porter fight Errol's fight?
I think they both fought. I think they both had success fighting each other's fight. I think there's spots when Porter fought his fight, and I think there's parts when Porter was trying to fight a different kind of fight, but Spence wouldn't let him. I think there's time when Spence wished that Porter wasn't all up in his face, throwing all those shots and being as rough. Like, I think they both had success fighting their fight.
Nah, I mean,
out of your mind.
When I rewatch
okay, you know what we should do? You know what we should do? We should actually, like, if you're down for 1-2 Kid, I think we can find this fight and we can all just fucking score it right now, live, and talk about the punches landed.
I don't have that amount of time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to jump off soon. Like,
what's up, Tommy Tepper? Yo,
good morning, guys. How you doing, 1-2 Kid?
Yeah, what's going on, man? Look,
I know that guy
like
from somewhere.
GTS. I like GTS. I mean, I enjoy going back and forth with him, but yo, this is just habitual bullshit.
No, it's not habitual bullshit. It's just you thinking that your way is the only way. That's what the bullshit is. Because you think it, and if anyone disagrees, then they're full of shit. They don't know what they're talking about. They're all this stuff. Like, I got it that you want it to be your way. But guess what?
I don't want it.
It's not going to just be like whatever. I get it. You're very into your opinion.
No, I'm not.
I don't agree. I don't share your opinion. That's all.
Don't share my opinion just because it's right. You know what I mean? I get it. I understand, man. You can feel the way you want to. Listen, I'm gonna put it like this: the only way that I seen, like when they were talking about Earl Spence versus Danny Garcia, I flat out said it when Earl was 100%. When we felt like he was 100% prior to the accident, I said Earl could beat him, and a lot of people didn't agree with me. And I said, well, now he could beat him because I do feel like he can. He has a decent jab. And he could beat this guy on the outside, and this is why I'm bringing it up. And they said, "Well, how do you see that?" Boom, boom. I said, "And what he'll stop Danny Garcia." And I was like, "How? Why would he sit there and try to trade with Danny if he didn't trade with Mikey?"
Danny's got a chin as well.
Yeah, but so does Mikey.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If he ain't going to train, if he ain't going to.
Okay, I don't think that. I think you're taking out of the. I think you're taking the. You're overlooking something about the Mikey fight. Mikey didn't win a round in that fight.
Mm-hmm. Right. The moment that like he had moments in that fight.
Yeah, he did have moments, but it wasn't enough of a moment to win an actual round.
When what though?
I think that he could have. I think you can argue that you could have maybe given him round 2. I think maybe you could have given him the second round. But outside of that, like
exactly early in the fight. But why? What did
why? Because
Earl start doing after that?
Did say again?
What did Earl start doing after the second round?
What he would start doing? It was what he was doing all the whole fight. As a matter of fact, Earl made more mistakes later in the fight than he did earlier in the fight. Like he started doing lazy jabs that Mikey was countering. He still got the shit beat out of him. Like I'm not quite sure what your point is.
My point is
I'm gonna have to jump off. Thanks for letting us on.
No problem, man. I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
He sat there. He traded. He attempted to take Mikey out. He got tagged in the counter because that's the fight that Mikey wanted to fight. And he realized, why am I going to risk getting tagged by this little guy who can crack and who has a good chin? Why am I going to try to take this guy out when I can just box him from the outside? And that's
1-2 Kid. He got 10-8 round. You know that Spence was awarded a 10-8 round off the judges without a knockdown because he was beating the shit out of Mike.
Right. And how? How so?
Well, did all the judges give him a 10-8 or just one?
Yes, one judge gave him a 10-8 round.
One.
You know, I haven't heard of that for a long time.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, what I'm saying to you is this idea that for some reason, I think that what you're trying to say is like Mikey Garcia made Errol Spence timid or something. Meanwhile, Errol Spence was beating the shit out of Mikey will, however he wanted to.
No. Here's exactly what happened. This is how I'm gonna break it down to you, and I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying.
I'm here. I'm all ears.
Okay. When he realized that on the inside, when he tried to get in, right in the beginning, when he just was gonna try to first he used his jab like he always does, and then he was like, I'm gonna try to get this guy out of here. Dude started countering him. He got extremely tentative because he was getting countered. And then when he felt his power, he said, okay, I'm not saying that Spence couldn't have made an attempt to do so, but he took a risk. He did not fight the fight that everyone assumed he would at that moment. And then he tried to come up with the excuse afterwards. And he did have moments in the fight where I thought he could probably get Mikey out of there, but Mikey didn't fold. Where he did pick his spots when Mikey was folding because he was outboxing him and because he was a lot bigger than him and because he was leaning on him and because
1-2 kid, you're going way in depth about ass whooping that Mikey Garcia took.
No. And then after that, when he fought fucking Sean Porter, he intended on boxing Sean Porter, but he couldn't box Sean Porter.
Yeah, it's the other way around. Sean Porter was trying to box Spence, and Spence wouldn't let that happen.
Okay. So when he
it's literally the other way around.
Okay, so do you call boxing somebody pinning them up against in the corner and beating the shit out of them?
Who I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on. I've got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got a question. 1-2 kids. It sounds like you're trying to imply that the boxer who can't impose his normal dominant style loses the round by default.
No. I didn't say he lost rounds.
No. That's the interpretation of what I'm getting from what you're saying as a general.
No.
Okay.
No. Not Tommy Temple. What I'm trying to say is, he said that he decided to box. He had a bad game plan, and he decided to box from the very beginning of the fight against Mikey. Mm-hmm. And then he tried to fight Sean Porter on the inside. And what I said was he didn't have a choice in those two fights. He didn't have a choice but to box Mikey.
Yeah,
and he didn't have a choice but to fight Porter because they controlled.
Yeah. The only problem with your premise is that Sean Porter was the one trying to box on the outside, right? It wasn't Errol Spence. It was Sean Porter. The other problem with your argument is that Errol Spence beat the shit out of Mikey at every single distance in every single style of fight. The only time that Mikey had success was trying to counter Errol Spence. Right. Counter Errol Spence's jab. Okay. And that was literally the only success that the dude had, and it was early in the fight.
And before you changed your narrative, and
I didn't change my narrative. I didn't change my narrative.
Let me finish. In the very beginning of the whole conversation, I said, and when did Mikey have success? And you said early in the fight. And then
I just offered that. It wasn't in response to the question that you asked.
No. And then you said, and I was like, exactly. And then you said, oh no, but he fought bad at the end of the fight too. So you just switched up.
He did fight bad at the end of the fight, but it wasn't bad enough that Mikey actually won a round.
And why did a 135 guy go 12 with him?
So you're trying to say that Mikey didn't have a belt at 140 and didn't fight Adrian Broner at 140 before he fought?
Right. Spence? So why did a 140 guy who spent most of his career at 135 here, let's put it that way, right? Go 12 rounds with a guy who's considered this beast that you're saying that you give him the edge over Crawford because of his size and the way he fights. Yeah. So what you're trying to say is
why? So you want me to tell you why? Because Mikey Garcia didn't win a single round and he got the shit beat out of him. Right. So because he didn't stop him, I'm supposed to pick Crawford? He got this hell beat out of him.
No, what I'm trying to say is he didn't It wasn't his option. That was the very point.
That is your
But
interpretation.
I'm gonna. Oh no, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
It wasn't competitive. It was not a
1-2 kid.
competitive
Why
fight.
wasn't it an option?
It wasn't an option for him to go after Mikey because he got cracked early and then he stopped going after Mikey like that. He picked his spots when Mikey was when he would.
Oh yeah, he pot shot at him.
Outright, he pot shot at him, and then he picked his spots and would go to the body here and there. And there was even moments when I thought Mikey was gonna fold, which I said that.
Okay, so
the corner
so, no, hold on. Let me make a point.
Going to throw in the towel, and he had to argue with the corner to not stop the fight because he was getting the shit beat out of him. And what? I'm supposed to pick Crawford?
No, it's not.
Oh, hold on, guys. Just put that on pause for a second. Sounds like. Do you remember when Judah was fighting Mayweather? And I don't know what round it was. It might have been third round or something like that. And Jeff Mayweather said to Floyd, he doesn't want to fight. Is that kind of what you get that 1-2 kid?
Oh no, I'm basically saying this. This is exactly what I'm trying to get at, Tommy Temper. What happened was, if you watch the fight, in the beginning of the fight, the first.
Oh yeah, I hear you.
The only point I'm trying to make is the false narrative that GTS, he's coming across as saying he went in there to box Mikey Garcia, and he went in there. He had a bad game plan to fight because I'm not getting off the point this time.
I know. I get you. I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. You're saying that he didn't have a bad game plan coming in. That it was the other guys that forced him to fight the way he fought.
Right,
and what I'm telling you is what I'm saying to you is Mikey Garcia didn't force shit. Mikey Garcia got his ass whooped and he got completely outclassed. He got shown up to being
no, but no one's disputing that.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. Mikey Garcia is a great fighter. He has a great chin. He has a great beard. And let me finish my entire thing. I got it. But I'm going to say something about Mikey and Sean Porter. I'm going to talk about both things to encapsulate my entire point about his pre-fight game strategy, right? What I'm saying to you is that there is a point in the fight, even in it was the 9th round, as a matter of fact, not a matter of fact, if I remember correctly, it was the 9th round that one of the judges gave him a 10-8 round, and that Mikey's corner was going to stop the fight.
Right, but there was a point in the fight. At nowhere outside of the 2nd round was the fight even really competitive. Right? At no point there wasn't because of something that Mikey did that made Errol Spence fight the way he fought. Okay, that is my general point. And then also when it comes to Sean Porter, let me just finish my point. Sean Porter, out of how many judges?
Okay. I got it. What it's 3 judges. Why are you interrupting my point to talk about 3 judges in every fight? We know that. But let me just finish my whole thing. Sean Porter fought Danny Garcia, tried to box him on the outside. He fought Danny Ugas. He fought Eudanis Ugas, tried to box him on the outside, and he did both of those things. And he also tried to do the same thing with Errol Spence. Errol Spence didn't allow that to happen. It wasn't that. Let me finish. It was not Errol Spence who was trying to fight on the outside. It was Sean Porter who was trying to fight on the outside.
Listen, no. I'll put it like this. Every moment that Sean Porter tried to fight Ugas on the inside, he got neutralized. That's why he tried to box, because he couldn't fight the fight that he wanted to fight. He had to box against Ugas. All right. Now, Earl Spence did not neutralize fucking Sean Porter, because that fight was just Sean Porter on his ass and then him retaliate. Now, how he dealt with that was, I felt that Earl did well even in the pocket, like but he didn't have a choice but to fight that fight.
No, but that's because you're ignoring the fact that ignoring the parts where Sean Porter was trying to fight on the outside. Apparently, you're missing the point. What, Sean Porter wasn't trying to fight on the outside? We really should score this fight live. I really want to do this, but I really want to do this with you, like in a live thing where we're both watching the fight round by round.
The outside,
I can set that up.
He could do. Please do. He fought on the ins. whatever Sean Porter wanted to do, he did it.
What? Are you out of your mind? Oh, listen. What Sean Porter was doing was reacting to a bunch of the things that the Errol Spence did. Like what the most telling parts of Sean Porter of the fight was when Sean Porter was spinning him and turning him. That's what he kept doing, was using his legs to spin and turn him. But you know what was happening before? You know what was happening before that spin and turn? He was getting mollywopped. Then that's really what the deal is. The problem with Sean Porter isn't his rough style and him coming in, is that he's not accurate with his shots. He swims. And so what it turned into was about punch placement, accuracy, and tenacity. That's what turned it into time fight. Okay, we're just talking over each other. Once again, I got it.
No.
I know it's all nah. Like the entire time I'm talking, it's nah.
No, it wasn't, because you never got the point that I was trying to make from the beginning.
How did you know? You didn't listen to a word I just said.
Listen, you said he wanted to box him, right? I'm just going to destroy all your points right now.
I'm saying it. If you didn't listen to my points, how would you destroy it? You didn't listen. You don't listen to them. You can't destroy them without hearing them.
I heard your point.
You didn't hear my point. You literally didn't. You heard what you heard, and now you're destroying. You're destroying some facet that you. Yes.
Mama,
yes.
okay. You just said that that Porter was attempting to box Spence and was reacting off of what Spence was doing. Okay, if that's the case, right? If the case is that Porter was trying to box and Spence wasn't allowing him to box, then please explain this to me. You said he turned him, right? He turned him.
Yep.
Now, if he turned him, what would he do if he was trying to box him? If he turned him, he would use his distance and jab him from the outside, right? That would be boxing.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened in the fight. Okay, I got it. So what? Because you were talking over me, you didn't hear me when I said about what was happening when he turned him. Dude, like listen. If you want to debunk what I'm saying, you have to listen to what I'm saying. Listen. He was not boxing him from the outside. The turning happened when Errol Spence was pressuring him and beating him up on the inside.
No.
That's when he turned him.
No. And what did he do when he turned him?
He turned him and continued getting his ass whooped. He turned him, and it was good that he turned him, but then he continued getting his ass whooped after the turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. All right, he was bum rushing him, right?
Who's he? Who's he? Who's doing the bum rushing?
Shut the fuck up and let me
talk. I don't know who he is. Who's doing the bum rushing?
Spoke.
What he did was he would turn him.
Who's he?
Oh my God!
I don't know which guy you're talking about. They're both he's.
Who's he biased to? Come on.
No, I'm just saying. Are you talking about Spencer Porter? Just tell me who the he is.
Porter's turned Spence.
Thank you, Porter. Thank you. Now I understand.
Him in the corner and put his head in his chest and started beating the dog shit out of him.
Oh, you out your damn mind. At no point was Porter beating the dog shit out of nobody.
Okay. Then you're
at no point. He might have turned him and got a couple of shots in right before.
Did he box him? Did he throw jabs? Did he throw straights? Or did he put his head in his chest in the corner after he turned him and start jumping on him? Do you call that boxing or do you call that?
Okay, first off, the turn happened. The turn happened when Porter back was on the ropes. So he didn't put. Listen, the turn happened. And listen, Spence put Porter on the ropes. Spence put Porter on the ropes. Spence put Porter on the ropes. Porter turned him once he was on the ropes. Got Spence with a couple of shots, and then Spence went right back to dispensing an ass whooping.
So Porter never bum rushed fucking Spence and pushed him back into the ropes ever.
We're talking about the turns. We're talking about the turns. No. Yes, he did. Yes, that happened. Totally, that happened. Yes, he did. That happened. Yes, he did bum rush him and had Porter and had Spence on the ropes.
And that's called boxing.
Huh? I mean, that's called a Porter fight.
Oh, okay.
That's how Porter fights. That happens literally in every single one of Porter's fights.
Do you know what's happening here, guys? Is that you're both trying to convince each other of each other's biases and how you score a fight.
No, actually, we're talking about even the action. At this point, I'm agreeing with him that yes, Porter did do what he said.
Yeah. But I'm saying generally, like up until that point.
But we need to see the fight live at this point because we're both going off memory, and we can't say like.
I think even when you watch a round, you probably need to watch the same round again in slow motion.
Exactly. We need to watch the rounds, and we need to watch them together and call them out so we can see what the hell is going on. Because what I saw was Sean Porter trying to fight a number of ways. The same way he fought in the Garcia fight, and the same way he fought in the Ugas fight. Some of the time he fought on the inside, sometimes he fought on the outside, but he was showing his versatility in both of those fights. And I think he was trying to do the same thing. He was trying to do the same thing with Errol Spence, but Errol Spence was whooping his ass on the outside. And first off, he wouldn't let the fight go on the outside. He stepped to him.
I don't have to say nothing else. That's perfect. I'm fine with that. If that's how you feel, that's fine. But all I was saying was, you just said all he was trying to do was box him, and he wasn't allowed to box him, and that's not the point.
But the thing is, I'm saying that what you two hold on. What you two guys are arguing, right? If you got a boxer, right, and he's got the ability to show, say, 5 different looks in the ring, right, and in a particular fight he only shows 1 look, you're arguing, is it the opponent or is it his choice? And that's really the basis of the whole argument.
Right. Yeah. Basically, from my point of view is this: he said that he tried to box Mikey, and that he tried to brawl with Porter, and I'm saying he probably attempted to box Porter, but he didn't have a choice but to fight him. I'm not saying that he can't fight on the inside. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it wasn't a competitive.
Yeah, no, I get that. I totally get that.
My issue is that I think you got the personalities mixed. I think that it was actually Porter who was trying to fight on the outside, and it was Errol Spence who wouldn't let that happen.
I didn't see it. I think that literally, I think Porter boxes to get inside. He literally uses his long jab and gets low to try to get inside. And there was very few moments in that fight other than when he was trying to take a breather that he could box. But he had the opportunity to do that, and Spence did not.
Yeah, no. And see, here's the thing: so a Sean Porter fight is a rough, tumble inside fight. But let me just finish. What I'm saying is he added a couple of wrinkles that he changed his style up, and he from the Garcia fight. And you saw that you saw him trying to do the same thing from the Garcia fight to the Ugas fight to the Spence fight. The only difference was when he tried to do it in the Spence fight, like what was different about Ugas and Danny Garcia was that Spence stepped to him and made the fight happen on the inside when Sean Porter was trying to fight on the outside. At no point did I see Errol Spence trying to fight on the outside when Sean Porter wouldn't let him. What I did see was what you explained, was what you characterized. That at points Sean Porter bum rushed the dude and had him on his back. But that was just 2 guys trying to come forward, and Errol Spence being the guy who take a back step. Not Errol Spence trying to fight on the outside, and Sean Porter wouldn't close the distance and wouldn't let it happen.
Right, no. But what you failed to realize is you said he was trying to box. Do you consider that trying to box, bum rushing somebody and got someone on their back foot?
No. I'm saying
there you go. Then that's all I was saying.
No, I don't see that way. I'm just saying.
Did you not say that's pressure fighting?
Yeah. I would say that's pressure fighting.
The same way he fought Danny Garcia. Part of the fight, he fought Danny Garcia on the outside, trying to box him, and part of the fight, he fought him on the inside, bum rushing. And he was trying to do that. He fought the same way with Ugas, and he tried to do the same thing with Spence.
But what I'm trying to say is, Spence was on his back foot doing what?
Spence wasn't on his back foot. Spence was trying to come forward and
on his back foot. You just said Spence was on his back foot.
No, I didn't say Spence was on his back foot. I said that.
Chad, did he not say that he bum rushed him and Spence got on his back foot?
No, I said he got his back to the ropes. Not that he got on his back foot. It wasn't Spence trying to outbox.
If he got his back to the ropes, come on, Smoke. It's kind of hard not to get your back the ropes and not be in your back foot.
Here's what I'm saying to you. The point is, Spence wasn't trying to outbox him. Porter forced him to the ropes. That is a different thing than Spence trying to outbox him.
Yeah, we're not saying.
Yes,
we're talking about a tactic, not necessarily that you're winning.
One two kids keep trying to explain that Spence was trying to outbox him, but Porter wouldn't let that happen. And that's not what happened. The time that Spence was on his back foot was because Porter forced him on the back foot. Not that Spence was trying to go to his back foot and Porter wouldn't let him. It was actually Porter forcing that situation.
Exactly.
But that's not exactly okay. So how is that different than Spence going into the fight thinking I am going to go forward and out-bully this guy and fight on the inside?
Because he had to change his game plan. You can't.
He didn't change his game plan. Oh my God! From round 1 to round 12, there was a nonstop action. So here's the one thing about that fight: it was nonstop action from the opening bell to the closing bell. They literally fought every minute of every round.
Nobody's debating that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying that the ebbs and flows of that fight was fought on the inside the entire time. At no point was Spence trying to use the outside of the apron and fight on the outside, and Porter wouldn't let that happen. In fact, it was the opposite. That Porter was trying to use the outside apron and fight on the outside, and Spence wouldn't let that happen.
But he's forcing him back into the ropes and bum rushing him and got him on his back.
Yeah, yes, definitely, all that, definitely, because that's Porter and that's how he fights.
Right, that's how he fights. But he was trying to box him. All right.
No, okay. So, like I said, he did the same thing to Danny Garcia. He did the same thing to Ugas. The only issue was that the only difference between those two fighters was that Errol Spence, when Sean Porter tried to fight on the outside, those two guys didn't step to him and bring the fight to him. Ugas stayed in the pocket but didn't throw shots. All he did was look at him. And so he was cutting off the ring without throwing shots. Danny Garcia didn't even try to. Danny Garcia tried to chase him a little bit, but for the most part, Porter was able to use his legs to stay out of range and fight.
Okay. I've got a quick question for you guys. What fights is it that you guys dispute? I know I can get.
I'm gonna put it like this: Ugas did not. He was trying to stay in the pocket, but he was also walking Porter down. Porter had to box him because on the inside he was ineffective. He was effective against Spence, so he could continue to fight that way. He was not very effective against Ugas. Ugas neutralized that, so he had to fight a different fight. The same way Spence had to fight a different fight because he could not just walk to Porter because Porter was giving him the business. I'm not saying that Spence didn't have moments in the fight, but it wasn't what Spence wanted to do. He couldn't fight his fight. He didn't dictate the fight. He reacted well to the fight, but it wasn't. It was basically Porter dictating the fight. That's all I'm saying. And
Porter wasn't dictating shit. Porter had his moments. Spence had his moments. Neither guy imposed their will on the other guy. What actually was the difference in that fight was clean punching is really what it is, and the fact that one guy is more accurate than the other, and one guy got his jaw cracked.
Yeah,
and that's really all it was. But when it comes to great generalship and imposing their will, neither guy actually was able to impose their will on the other.
Yeah. And the other guy landed more punches, and they weren't counting them.
Who's they? CompuBox?
Yeah, CompuBox.
Who gives a damn? CompuBox don't got no say in this.
Right. So they don't have no say in it, but you do, right? Because you're
what? No, the judges.
Yeah, okay.
The judges. I mean, do you score fights by how many punches were landed?
You can.
I mean, I'm asking, do you, 1-2 kid, score fights based on how many punches were landed?
Depends on how effective them punches was. And
correct. That's what I'm. Therein what I just said. That, like I said, Errol Spence won that from clean, harder punches, not more punches, not volume of punches, but the cleaner, harder punches.
Okay, so if I land 3 punches and they're effective, but you land one punch that's more effective, that means you won the round. All right.
No, because you get 3 other scoring criteria, you have to look at it as well.
Right, exactly. So that's what I'm trying to say.
When you go to the other scoring criteria, and what I'm saying to you is the criteria that you're using, where it comes down to, I guess, effective aggression or ring general.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna tell you like this. Get this smoke. No. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying. I'm willing to do the fight breakdown. I'm willing to do the fight breakdown. We can do that one. And we can do the Bird Vitaly Klitschko too.
Bird Vitaly, are you for real about that fight, dude?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We could do that one too.
What, the one he retired?
Yeah, the one that he punched his fucking arm out. Okay, cool. Yeah, we could do that. Sure. Yeah, I like that. The fight was. Yeah,
because Bird wasn't punching him at all, and Bird was,
Who said Bird wasn't punching him at all? Who said that?
What you said was, and this is exactly what you said. You said all he was doing was getting beat up by Vitaly Klitschko, and he wasn't avoiding no punches.
I didn't say that at all. I said he had excellent upper body move. I said he had excellent upper body move.
No, you did not.
Okay. So here's the thing. Once you
can, then you said his braids were flying back and forth too.
Okay, so here I think that there's a disconnect. There was a first conversation that we had when I was talking about his hairdo, right? And then it turned out that fight that I was talking I was referencing. Okay, dude, like listen, the fight that I was talking about with the hairdo was about Vlad, not Vitaly. Right. I went and rewatched the Vitaly fight, and I said to you, yes, I rewatched the fight. I don't think that Bird. I still think that Bird got his ass whooped, just like I said he got his ass whooped. But what I saw him do, and the entire, and really this whole thing was about its comparison between Usyk and Bird, little guys trying to win fights on the outside, right? And I said the difference between Usyk and Bird was that Usyk uses more of his legs, and Bird has way better upper body movement. What Chris Bird?
That's a new narrative.
No, it's not a new narrative. You just don't listen to me. You just don't listen to me, dude. That's all it is. Like you can't hear me because you're always going no in the middle of what I'm talking. Instead of saying no, why don't you just not say no and bullshit and just listen to what I have to say? And then you hear me.
I'll be right back. Okay.
Oh yeah, please do. Listen, this is exactly what was said. You said you were talking about how Vitaly. We were talking about Vitaly and Bird. And then you said, well, look, all I remember was him just punching him, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, no, he lost. He messed his arm up by trying to hit him, and he couldn't hit him. And you were like, all he kept doing was punching him. He was beating him up.
He was beating him up. Yes, he was beating him up. Okay. Yes, I said that. Yes, and I still stand by that. Yes, correct. We don't have a contender.
Right. And then you said, and all I remember of the fight is his braids bouncing back and forth. And I was like,
I didn't say all I remember. You keep saying all I remember. No, I just said I remembered that about the fight.
Right. And then you said, I said, that's not true. I proved you wrong. Yes. And then you were like, oh, no. Oh, yeah. Okay, he did have a fade, but he was still getting his ass whooped the entire
Correct.
time. Right.
Yes.
He was still getting punched.
Yes, I got it. Yes,
he
correct.
Was still getting punched constantly.
He was getting punched constantly. I rewatched the fight. Yes.
Now you just threw in. Now wait a minute. Now you just threw in that which you never said. Oh nah, he used his head movement well, and he moved his waist well.
You know. Okay, one, two, kid. Well. That's because you missed what I said. What I said was. I said to you. Okay, you asked me. Listen. The conversation that you're referencing, that was the first time we talked about it. We talked about it again. We talked about it the second time. You asked me if I had let me finish. You asked me if I rewatched the fight, and I said yes. Yeah, I rewatched the fight, and what I could see now is that Chris Bird has way better upper body movement than Usyk. And that's what I was just talking about. I was talking about the second. I was talking about the second time. I was talking about the second. Oh my god, dude!
It was
It is
about the
impossible to talk.
Yeah,
Why is it so hard? Why is it?
Right.
How is it that we're going to actually understand each other if we're both talking at the same time?
Because
Do you think that it is possible? Do you think it is impossible to actually get
we're actually
a
talking
conversation
about, and you think
about
it-
our ideas, both trying to explain our ideas
forward.
at the same time? I
You're
think that
You
in
literally
order to actually move the conversation forward,
argument.
we're going to have to let one guy is going to have to let the other guy talk and not just go nah in the beginning, in the middle.
Was you were like, the only reason why he won that fight is because he had a shoulder injury, and I was like, how did he get that shoulder injury?
Guess what? It turned out to not even be a shoulder injury; it was a hand injury.
How did he get his hand injury? How did he get
his hand?
How did he get the arm injury?
Bouncing it off of Chris Bird's head and body.
You think so? No, he got
okay. Arm. No, he got it by punching the air. The air would hurt his hand.
All right. So during the fight, they said it was a shoulder injury, right?
It turned out to be a hand. During the fight, during the fight, the announcer said it was a shoulder injury, and it turned out that the corner said it was his hand. It was
right. But it wasn't a shoulder, so now it wasn't a shoulder injury.
No, it was his hand. It was his left hand.
According to who?
According to if you look at the fight, Vitaly Klitschko is holding his hand, not his shoulder. The corner is talking about his hand. The announcers, Larry Merchant, can't believe. Larry Merchant is like, I can't believe this is the softest. Basically, he just started talking shit about Vitaly quitting.
Okay, so if your shoulder is thrown out, do you grab your shoulder or do you grab your hand to keep your arm from moving so that your shoulder doesn't hurt?
You grab your shoulder.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do. You don't grab your hand if your shoulder hurts.
I know.
Come on, man. Stop playing with me. I'm an old man with bursitis and a pinched nerve. Like, stop playing with me with my shoulders. No, I don't hold my hand when my shoulder hurts. No.
Okay, so if you have a shoulder injury, where do they put your hand in? A sling? No.
Huh? No. It depends on listen.
It depends on the severity of the injury, right?
If you break your arm, they put your hand. They don't put your hand in the sling. It's your arm that goes in the sling.
Okay. So they don't put your fucking arm in the sling if your shoulder's fucking. If your
that's your arm, not your hand.
Okay, so they don't put your hand in or your fucking arm in the sling if your shoulder ain't fucked up. If you can't move your shoulder, if you move your arm, what is that attached to?
It could you could have a shoulder injury that requires you to put your arm in a sling, or you could have a shoulder injury that doesn't require you to put your arm in a sling. But you can also have a hand injury that has nothing to do with your shoulder or your arm. You can just have it in a cast, or you could wrap it up. The issue is that we're having the issue was Vitaly Klitschko hurt his hand. No. He hurt his hand because he was punching Chris Bird's head.
Punched the motherfucker.
Okay. Okay, so if he couldn't punch the motherfucker, then why is his hand hurt?
It was his shoulder, man.
It was not his shoulder. It was his hand.
To me, it was his hand.
Okay, no, it's his. Okay, all right, cool. I do that right now.
Sound better.
I do it right now. I do it right now. I do it right now.
Do it.
I'm putting up the fight. What is it? Vitaly Bird. Sora, that was a fucking nothing burger.
Yeah, that was whack.
Chris Bird versus Vitaly Klitschko. Oh, you know what? It's right back to the point where I lost. That's funny. It's still like saved to the point. It's been months. All right. I'm gonna timestamp this for you with them holding his hand in the corner, and you got your boy Don Turner, the trainer.
Here. Share the screen.
No, hold on. Let me. I'm timestamping. I'm getting to the point. Okay. Here we go. Wait. Oh, you saying put it in the screen? Okay, cool.
Put it on screen. But show it from the beginning to the end, from when it happened to how they try to cover it up.
How do you share the? All right. Hold on. Hold up. Share screen. Share screen. And Chrome tab. Booyah. All right.
Got it? All right, here we go. Pull it up.
Round 9. Yeah, see the whole round too, so we can just see all that punishment that Chris Bird is taking right before the round stops. He's just getting his ass whooped.
Oh, why is it skipping? What are these just highlights? It's skipping a lot.
No, I just went right to the beginning of the round because I said I hadn't timestamped it yet. Look at this.
Bam! Yeah, look at it. Look at it. Look at it.
I'm saying.
Look at it.
Yeah, I got it. You missed the 4 punches that Chris Bird took to deliver the one. No, here we're seeing. Yeah, you see that jab? You see the 1-2?
Yep. Look at the last round.
You see the jab just land?
Yeah, just
you see the right hook?
This is one round though. This is the last
round. This is the round that stops. Do you see the 1-2?
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm showing you why his hand was hurt.
And what is Chris Bird doing? He's literally walking him down.
Is he walking him down?
Yeah.
Is that what's happening? Is he walking him down? Is that what's happening?
What?
Is that what's happening? Okay.
Little motherfucker walking him down.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's cool. There's that upper body movement. That's the jab tuck, the jab landing. Yeah, I don't see Chris. You got Chris Bird winning this round. You got Chris Bird.
I said I got Chris Bird winning the fight.
Okay. I mean, I hear you. This is just that one round. But like I said, he had cool upper body movement. But yeah, it wasn't his shoulder being thrown out because he's missing fight.
We didn't see that. That
was good. That was excellent. I like to see it. But what I don't see is Vladimir Vitaly punching a lot of air.
Oh no, that because this is late in the fight.
This is the round before he stopped it. This is the round right before. This is what's happening in the fight. He's punching Chris Bird about the head, neck, and shoulders.
Yep. But there ain't nothing on him anymore.
I mean,
so he's burnt out. Look, there's nothing on them shots. He's about to give up. He's folding.
Yeah, he's folding because he's got a hurt hand.
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay.
Maybe that's why there's nothing on it because he's about to quit because he got a hurt hand.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's burnt. He's burnt from missing all them punches earlier in the fight.
Okay,
I'm dead ass.
He burnt too. All right.
Look, he not the shots. Either one of them.
I got it. He's about to stop the fight, but is he stop? He's not about to stop. The fight is not to be stopped because Vitaly Klitschko is losing the fight.
He is losing.
That's not what's happening.
Yeah, the tides have turned at this point. Look.
The tides are turning. Right. Why are the tides turning?
Because the motherfuckers, he ain't got nothing left. Look at
exactly because the dude is injured, man. Why just say it with me, 1-2 kid? Vitaly Klitschko's body was held together by spit and a flare.
Right or left? It didn't look like nothing's wrong with him when he was throwing them punches.
Okay.
He just burnt.
He burnt. Okay.
Yeah.
But that burnt is not okay. Okay. If you say so, I'm not gonna argue with you, but I don't see a guy who's burnt.
Look at him. Watch
yeah, I got it.
He burnt.
Okay.
He burnt.
Say so, man. So does that look like a guy who has a shoulder injury? This is when they stop the fight.
Can't really hear it. With any injury. That looked like a guy who's burnt. Anybody look like that? He got an injury at all? Yeah, shit.
Okay. You know, a guy who's burnt was Anthony Yard versus Kovalev. That's not a guy who's burnt.
Mm-hmm. Get me out of here.
Complaining. He's complaining and saying he can't go on anymore. He's not tired. Right. He's not heaving. Look at his chest. His chest is fine.
Yeah.
They called it off. He's not tired. He's hurt.
That's right. Bird won.
Exactly. This is Bird won. That we can agree on. And you'll see him talk about his hand. And you'll see him favoring his hand, not his shoulder.
Yeah, look how fucked up Bird's face is. Yeah, he's all fucked up.
Yeah, but did you see how my man's not even breathing hard, but he's supposed to be done?
Yeah, and you see how they pulled that glove off, but his hand's supposed to be broke. Yeah,
Yeah, maybe
okay.
I was supposed to, are both hands supposed to be hurt, broke, or just
Yeah.
one? I didn't say
Well-
broke anyway. He said hurt. But anyway, I'm not even a Vitaly Klitschko fan, man. I'm just not even like the whole thing. Like, I can't believe you got me arguing for Vitaly Klitschko right now. But my whole thing, the whole thing about this is about little guys trying to win on the outside,
Yeah,
and
I
how
got
that's
it.
not really working out for that.
Yeah,
That's not really a
difficult
thing that's worked out in the heavyweight division. And even in this fight, Chris Bird was getting mollywopped.
I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you what, GTS. This was fun, but I got called tonight, man. And this is a shout out. And don't do drugs unless you buy them from Get the Smoke.
Yeah, man, you the shit. Next time.
Yeah, you guys enjoy your night, man. And it's always a pleasure, GTS.
Yeah, right back at you, man.
It's bittersweet.
Yeah, because I don't listen. At one point, I'm sure we're gonna be on the same page because we don't actually differ that widely. I just, you just got more passion to give for these fights than I do.
Yeah, I could agree with that. But you guys enjoy your night, and hope you enjoyed the show. Later, y'all. Later, GTS.